This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Aloha from Hell by Richard Kadrey, performed by MacLeod Andrews.
I sat upon the shore, fishing, with the arid plain behind me. Shall I at least set my lands in order? T.S. Eliot, The Wasteland. Life is a bucket of shit with a barbed wire handle. Jim Thompson. Tell me, says the Frenchman, how long has it been since you last killed anything? He's fucking with me. He knows the answer, but he wants to make me say it. Father Vidocq taking confession. I don't know, what time is it? Is that long then? I shrug. Vidocq and I are in a very dark room in a very large house full of very fashionable furniture, and we're stealing something very valuable. I have no idea what, and pretty much don't care. It's just nice to be hanging out and doing some crimes with the old man. Crimes where no one ends up zombie meat, shot, or annoyingly decapitated. It's been a while, I say. 6, 8 weeks, somewhere around there. I slipped us into the house through a shadow. Vidocq is working on the wall safe. He's good with safes. He's had over 100 years of practice. So, no crusades? No great wrongs that need to be righted? I reach into my pocket for a cigarette, then remember there might be smoke alarms. Nothing worth killing for. I'm no cop. The Sub Rosa has their own mod squad to deal with the small stuff. I like watching Vidocq work over a safe. He has hands like a surgeon, nimble, precise. He could thread a needle while being shot out of a cannon. Incroyable. Perhaps you're reaching something of a rapprochement with your angelic half, and it's having a moderating effect on your disposition. Right. I'm part angel. Half if you want to get picky about it. It's great. A halo and $5 will get you a cup of coffee in L.A. Maybe. The angel screams at me sometimes. Mostly at night when I'm tired and he can ambush me with one of his give peace a chance, no smoking, veggie bacon sermons. But he isn't trying to run the show single-handed anymore. We reached a kind of MAD pact the other day. Vidocq looks at me. MAD? Mutually assured destruction. I told him that if he ever tried to push me out of my brain and turn me into a clean-living choir boy again, I'd have to do something, unreasonable. Such as? I told him I'd get hammered and go through the room of 13 doors to the pearly gates. Then I'd find the Archangel Gabriel and thunderbolt kick him in the cojones in front of all the other angels. Whereupon the other angels would draw their swords and kill you. Exactly. Mutually assured destruction. That sounds much more like the old you. Thanks. Technically, I'm what you call a Nephilim. Half human, half angel. And I'm the only one. The others are all dead. Suicides mostly. Some people call my type freaks. If you're one of heaven's lapdogs, you'll probably call me abomination. I say call me either of those things to my face, and you'll get to see what your lungs look like as throw pillows. The angel half of me got shaken loose a while back when a high plains drifter, that's zombie to you, bit a chunk out of my hand. The human half of me almost died, and the angel half thought that was its chance to take over. It was for a while, but then I got my strength back, and I locked the angel upstairs in the attic like Joan Crawford in Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. It still bangs on the door and shouts, but I've learned to ignore it most of the time. Some of the time. It depends on the day. Vidocq goes back to work on the safe. Over his clothes, he's wearing a tailored gray gabardine greatcoat. Looks like his girlfriend Allegra's been dressing him again. He looks like the doorman at a speakeasy in the Kremlin. The greatcoat tinkles gently when he moves, like he's smuggling wind chimes. The sound of the 100 or so little potion bottles he has sewn into the coat's lining. I have my guns, my knife, and Na'at. Vidocq has his potions. "What exactly are we stealing?" I ask. "A golden brooch or device in the shape of a scarab. It's quite ancient. There is a clockwork mechanism inside. Perhaps it's God's pocket watch." He doesn't need a watch. He needs a compass so he can find his own ass. There's a click, and the front of the safe swings open. Vidocq moves his hands in a graceful TV spokesmodel arc in front of the safe. Et voila. "You are the man, Van Damme." He squints at me. "Jean-Claude Van Damme is Belgian, not French." "There's a difference?" "Fuck you." I like how Vidocq pronounces fuck. Fuck. He whispers. "C'est quoi ça?" "Anything wrong?" "No. It's very interesting. The owner of this safe is a very paranoid man. The inside is etched with spells and runes." "Can you still get the swag?" He flashes a small LED light around the inside of the safe. "I don't see anything in here that should stop us. They mostly seem to be containment spells. You must have been afraid of this shiny scarab walking away." He reaches into the safe and pulls out a polished ebony box the size of a cigar box and pushes up the lid. A beautiful gold scarab lies on blood-red silk. He hands me the box and begins packing his tools. I slip it into my coat pocket. I say, "I have to admit, it doesn't feel bad, but it feels a little weird not raising a hand in anger this long. I can pretty much just talk humans and lurkers out of doing stupid shit to each other these days." "See?" he says from the floor. "By embracing your angelic half, the mere force of your personality is enough to keep the peace. I think killing all zombies in the world in one night helps." "Yes, that could be a factor." "And Lucifer and the Vigil aren't around paying me to be a hitman rent boy bitch." Vidocq scrolls his gear into a leather tool roll and stands up. I ask him, "Are we cool?" He smiles and says, "As the North Star on Christmas Eve. But we aren't quite done." He takes 2 potion bottles from inside his coat and pours their contents onto the floor where we were standing, and on the safe door, trying to shampoo away any magic or forensic dandruff that might lead back to us. When he tosses the contents of the 3rd bottle into the safe, I hear the scratching. "You help?" he asks. "Get out of the way, Eugene." He doesn't. Vidocq has a scientific mind. Instead of getting out of the way, he looks inside the safe. It wouldn't be my fault if the back of his stupid French skull blew out like a $5 retread, but I pull Vidocq out of the way just before the demon cannonballs out of the safe and hits the far wall. The demon's carapace gleams like blue-black gun steel. The big bug doesn't have eyes, just 2 sets of jaws at an angle to each other, and 2 huge hooked front claws. The moment it hits the wall, it starts tunneling through it. That's what this particular type of demon does. It's a digger, a greed demon. It'll protect anything it thinks it owns, like the contents of a safe. It's why the safe had containment spells on the interior, to keep the demon inside. Smart. Your basic bad guys, us, for instance, will maybe test for eaters, but who's going to worry about a brainless digger until it's excavating the Panama Canal through your intestines? Vidocq bumps against the desk when I pull him to his feet. The digger freezes and turns. It's blind, but it has great hearing. I can slow my heart and breathing, but in a few seconds the demon's going to zero in on Vidocq. I step back from him, leaving him exposed to the digger. He turns and looks at me with wide, horrified eyes. "Sorry, man. This is how it has to be." The digger turns. It has Vidocq's heartbeat. It hooks its two huge digging claws into the wall and uses them to slingshot forward. A metallic blur, 4 glittering jaws, and arm-size hooks going right for the old man's chest. He doesn't look at it. He never takes his eyes off me. As the digger's body blurs across the desk, I whip the na'at out, twist the grip out from the body into a hair-thin serrated whipsaw. The digger hits the na'at like a meteor with teeth. I twist the na'at's cutting edge into its body, and the bug splits in two, lengthwise. The halves come apart and smash into the wall on either side of Vidocq, embedding themselves deep into the wood and plaster. Vidocq swivels his head, checking out the giant insect shanks that flank him. I say, "What do you know? I do remember how to kill things. Good news for our side." "Fuck you, boy." An alarm goes off when a naked fat man kicks open the office door. I'm going to roll the dice and guess he's the homeowner. He points an exquisitely made over-and-under shotgun at us. It might even be a Tullio Fabri. 175 grand worth of etched steel with a carved walnut stock and accurate as a cruise missile. I'm almost tempted to ask him, but his pupils are dilated, and I smell the excitement in his sweat because he thinks he's finally going to get to use that Fort Knox pop gun on actual human beings. Through the angel's senses, I hear the infinitesimal scrape of metal over lubricated metal as the fat man applies pressure to the shotgun's trigger. I grab Vidocq in a bear hug and jump through the window just as the gun goes off. Davy Crockett here isn't Sub Rosa, but he must know some, because he has an anti-magic cloak over his house and the grounds outside. What that means is no one's supposed to be able to throw any hoodoo or hexes around here. Whoever built the cloak probably pegged him for a mark right off. I figure they got him to pay a bonus to build it big enough to cover the whole estate. The perfect way to turn a cloak into something as reliable as a marshmallow condom. Anti-magic shields are powerful things when you do them right. And part of that's knowing they can only be so big. Blow them up too much, and the skin stretches thin. Keep blowing, and they can pop right out of existence. That's what Davy the Rube paid for. $100,000 soap bubble. The cloak is stretched so thin, I can throw all kinds of hoodoo in here. Like when we climbed the fence onto the grounds, I could take us into the house through the room of 13 doors. But I can't get us off the grounds that way. Of course, I could have used some hoodoo to wrap Davy Crockett's shotgun around his neck like a mink stole and swung him around like a carousel pony while I shot the shit out of his office, but I didn't do any of that. Someone else might think that would earn them karma points down the line, but I know better. Karma is just loaded dice on a crooked table. Celestial pricks with wings and halos make the rules, and the house always wins. Always. So Vidocq and I are falling. Tinkling glass falls with us like razor-blade snowflakes. When you're jumping 2 floors with a civilian whose broken bones won't heal overnight like your own, you need to remember a couple of things. 1, cushion the fall as much as you can, and 2, be prepared to use your body as an airbag. That means controlling the fall enough so the other, usually extremely startled person lands on top of you. Does it hurt? Go outside, get a friend to drop a garbage can full of bacon fat on your chest, and see. Trying to control a fall is no tea party when you're holding on to someone who's thrashing around like a tasered octopus. But it's not impossible. The trick is to grab them just under the ribs and squeeze so they can't breathe. Then you let go just as you hit the ground, so they breathe out hard when they hit. It helps absorb the shock, though it still hurts. Especially if you're the one on the bottom. There's a tree below Davy's window. I aim for it. rolling us into the branches, hoping it'll slow our fall a little. It does. Coming down into the hedges helps too. We still have some momentum to burn off, so I keep rolling, and we end up on the lawn that Davy was kind enough to lay out with fresh, soft sod in the last few days. Thanks, man. I'll send you a honey-baked ham for Christmas. I pull Vidocq to his feet, and we run for the wall like a couple of spooked raccoons. I look back over my shoulder, and Davy is standing in the broken window with the shotgun at his shoulder. Wishful thinking. We're too far away for him to hit anything but the air. Don't sweat it, Davy. Vidocq and I aren't going to touch your safe or wreck your office again. But I might have to come back some night for that Tullio Fabri, and you can try to shoot me with something else. I am in severe need of something like that. It's so quiet and peaceful out here, I'm getting bored with breathing. Maybe we'll get lucky and the world will go to hell again. Fingers crossed. I parked the stolen Lexus half a block away. Vidocq is limping. He stops and opens his coat like a flasher. There are dozens of pockets sewn into the lining. Each holds a different potion. Batman has his utility belt. Vidocq has his coat. I have guns and a knife. None of us will be on the cover of GQ. Satisfied that Vidocq's little glass vials aren't broken and leaking about 100 hexes into his underwear, we head for the car. The old man is limping, but when I put a hand on his arm to help him, he shrugs it off. Another grateful customer. I have a knack for pissing people off, especially my friends. He still won't talk to me, but at least when we get to the Lexus, he lets me help him into the car. I start to close the door, but he blocks it with his hand. "Who is that?" he asks. I turn and see a man a few yards away. He's standing in the shadow of a big shade tree on someone's lawn. He doesn't move when I look at him. I reach behind my back and pull a Smith & Wesson .460, making sure he sees it. He doesn't flinch. I put the gun back and start toward him. Now he moves. He comes right at me. "Is this Disneyland?" I say. "Are you Mickey Mouse? I always wanted to shake hands with giant vermin." Not a peep. Maybe he's a Daffy Duck fan. There's something wrong with his face. I can't make out any ears, and there's a deep slit where his nose should be, like he's healed up from third-degree burns. Must be a tough bastard to go through that and still walk. We both stop about 6 feet apart, having a Sergio Leone stare down. "I don't know if you're looking for directions or a date, but we're fresh out of both. Take a walk and stare at someone else." He's fast for a guy who looks like he just escaped from a deep fat fryer. He lunges and grabs my arms over the biceps. He's strong for a cripple, but nothing I can't handle. Then my arms are burning. Literally. My coat sleeves smoke and burst into flames where he's holding me. I have heavy Kevlar inserts in the sleeves, but in just a couple of seconds, the heat is almost through and down to my skin. I step back and bring up my forearms in an outward circle from underneath and hit his arms hard. Standard self-defense stuff every high school kid knows. It doesn't work. It's like hitting Jell-O. And now my forearms are burning. Wrestling this guy is like waltzing with lava. I try to form hoodoo in my mind to knock Smokey the asshole across the street, or at least make him let go, but the pain makes it hard to think straight. I bark some Hellion I learned back when I was fighting in the arena. If you do the hex right, it's like a garbage can-size gut punch that hits in a blaze of purple light and bores like an oil rig drill through just about anyone or anything. I get it just right. The purple explosion, the whirlpool of power. Smokey's midsection collapses in on itself and goes through and out his back, dragging a long strip of lava flesh with it like burning taffy. The prick doesn't even seem to notice. The guy isn't a burn victim. His face churns like thick liquid as we wrestle. Stupid. I should have known this asshole wasn't human. The heat is down to my skin, cooking my arms. Being hard to kill means a lot of things. I have a high pain threshold, but it's not infinite. Not when something a volcano shit out is trying to give you an Indian burn. Being hard to kill also means that you don't go down fast, so whatever's cutting you, shooting you, or burning you alive is something you get to experience for a good long time. Being hard to kill isn't the worst thing that can happen to you, but it sure as shit isn't the best, and right now it isn't even fun. Something clear and hard spins past my shoulder and hits Smokey in the face. He jerks his head away, like I have bad breath. But he doesn't let go. Another vial flies past, and another. Smokey lets go this time. Vidocq is behind me, limping over and tossing potions like a pitching machine. Smokey backs away, his arms pulled in close to his body. Something's hurt him. Good. He starts to shake like someone stuck a vibrator in a bowl of cherry jello. I step back and grab my gun, but before I can use it, Smokey melts like the Wicked Witch of the West, leaving a circle of scorched black earth on the green lawn. Vidocq grabs my shoulder and pulls me back to the car. He bunny hops on his good leg into the passenger side, and I slide into the driver's seat, jam the black blade I carried back from hell into the ignition, and we peel out. What the hell kind of burglar alarm was that? Why can't rich people have Rottweilers like everyone else?
I don't think that was an alarm. That was a demon.
I glance at him. My arms are throbbing now, and between each throb they still feel like they're burning. I smell something, but I don't know if it's the coat or me. I've never seen a demon like that before.
Neither have I, but the potion that hurt the creature was a rare type of poison. A toxin formulated to affect only demons.
I drive at a moderate speed. I pause at stop signs and obey every light. Think it was after us? Vidocq shrugs.
Possibly. But who knew we'd be here tonight? And why would someone attack you now? You've been a good boy for weeks.
I roll down the windows to let out the smell. I'm stinking up the Lexus. But who cares? I hate these luxury golf carts. Gaudy status symbols with as much personality as an Elmer's glue on white bread sandwich. I say, maybe someone was settling an old score. Hell, maybe it was after you. Vidocq laughs.
Who would send a demon for me?
I don't know. The few thousand people you've robbed over the last 200 years?
It's more like 150. Don't try to make me sound old.
Of course, sending a demon for something like that sounds like overkill. Especially something rare enough that neither of us recognizes it.
I'll look into it tomorrow, when I'm certain I'll be able to feel my right leg again.
Whiner. Your girlfriend is the best hoodoo doctor in town. She'll give you an ice pack and conjure you some kangaroo legs. Then you can do your own second-story work. Vidocq pats me on the shoulder.
There.
Like he's patting a 5-year-old with a skinned knee.
I would have thought you'd be happy. You got to have a fight. Draw a little blood. Isn't that what you've been wanting?
I think it over. I suppose. And you killed it, not me, so my not slaughtering things record is still intact.
Unlike your arms.
A little Bactine and they'll be fine by morning.
Judging by the look of them, they'll hurt in the meantime. Take this. It will help you sleep.
He reaches into his coat and hands me a potion.
No thanks. Dr. Jack Daniels is coming by tonight. He's got all the medicine I need. He slips the vial into my pocket. Take it anyway. He might be late. Yes, Mom. And don't forget to brush your teeth and say your prayers. Fuck you, Mom. We drive across town, near what the city fathers call the Historic District, an ironically named area in a city that has no history, but has seen more shit go down than a lot of countries. It's all right to forget all the Mansons, the celebrity ODs, the brain boost religions, the UFO religions, the tin-horn Satanists, the rock and roll suicides, the land grabs, the serial killers, the ruthless gangs, and even more ruthless cops, the survivalists with cases of ammo, cigarettes, and freeze-dried beans in their desert compounds. As long as we remember to bring the family downtown to grab a latte and admire the knockoff Mickey Mouse t-shirts. We ditch the car in the Biltmore Hotel parking lot and start the 4-block walk to the Bradbury building. This is flat-out stupid, but Vidocq insists that he could walk off whatever happened to his leg in the fall. I've seen plenty of injuries. I know he can't. But I let him hobble until he grabs my arm, huffing and puffing before falling against a newspaper box full of local porn papers. I didn't know those things were still around. Want to take the shortcut? I ask. Please, he says. I put one of his arms around my shoulder and lift him off the box. We limp to the corner and around the side of a Japanese restaurant. I pull him into a shadow by the delivery entrance. We go into the room of 13 doors, and I pretty much carry him out the door of memory and into Mr. Moonan's place. Every good thief needs a fence, and Mr. Moonan is Vidocq's. Moonan's regular shop, the one he keeps for his vaguely normal clients, is in the old sci-fi meets Art Deco Bradbury building on a floor that doesn't exist. He serves a pretty select clientele, mostly sub-rosa and uber-wealthy LA elites. But if you ever stumbled into his store and could afford a Fury in a crystal cage, the seeds from Eve's apple, or Napoleon's whalebone cock ring, he'd let you in. Mr. Moonan's a businessman. The really interesting stuff he keeps in a deep cavern beneath the Bradbury building. His secret boutique for only the oddest and choicest items in the world. That's where we come out. When he sees us, Moonan holds his arms out wide like he's giving a benediction. "Welcome, boys! What a pleasure to see you two working together again," Vidocq says. "Just like the good old days. I'm limping, and he was just on fire." Vidocq drops into a gilt armchair that probably belonged to King Tut. I stamp my foot on the stone floor a few times, shaking loose shotgun pellets that have embedded themselves in the soles of my boot. "On fire is my best look. Ask anyone." Moonan shifts his eyes to Vidocq and then back at me. "How, may I ask, did a simple robbery turn into a Greek drama? And were there any witnesses who might make things complicated later?" I say, "The drama started and ended with demons, one in the house and one in the street." "The only witness is the man who owned the scroll you wanted," says Vidocq. "His residence was badly cloaked, and there was a guardian demon in the safe. He'll be too embarrassed that he paid for a worthless shield to tell anyone. No doubt he knows that leaving a demon man-trap where an innocent party might stumble on it is a serious violation of sub-rosa precepts. No, I believe he'll lick his wounds and not tell a soul about tonight." Moonan smiles and does his benediction thing again. "And there we are, an adventure complete with just a few scars to make the memories all the more vivid. And then there's your reward. Not a bad night's work, I'd say." I take the box out of my pocket, then peel off the charred remains of my coat and drop it on the stone floor. If it was anyone else, I'd stomp him for his attitude. But Moonin doesn't think like regular people. I don't know if he's the oldest man in the world, but I'll bet there isn't anyone else within midget-tossing distance who'd seen multiple ice ages freeze and thaw the world. He's a nice guy for someone who thinks like a Martian, and he's always fair when it comes to business. If you ask me, we could use a few more like him. You never know what's going to come out of his mouth, and he always pays on time. He rummages around his endless maze of shelves crammed with books, bones, strange weapons, the crown jewels of kingdoms no one's ever heard of, and ancient scientific devices. Does even he know what they do? They could be Krishna's gumball machine for all I know. He comes back with a hand-blown green glass bottle and 3 small silver cups, takes them to his work table desk, and pours drinks. He hands us each a glass and raises his own. "To God above and the devil below." Vidocq says something pithy back in French. Great, now it's my turn to sound smart. The angel in my head chimes in with something, but I shove Beaver Cleaver back into the dark. "You owe me a coat," is all I can think of. He smiles and nods, pouring more drinks. "A man of many thoughts but few words. Lucky for us all that it's not the other way around." Vidocq laughs and turns away, pretending he's looking at the shelves so I won't see him. Moonin says, "I hear that when you're not playing Le Voleur with Eugène, you're rebuilding your movie house." Rental place. We don't show them, we just pimp them. And yeah, Kasabian and I are rebuilding and expanding Max Overdrive with all the Ben Franklins that vampire bunch the Dark Eternal gave me. Moonin looks down, contemplating his glass. "I expect they would be grateful for you clearing out the revenants. Zombies can't have much nutritional value for vampires." According to the news, it never happened. It was mass hysteria, drugs in the water or weaponized LSD. Between tourists, traffic cams, and private security, there's 1 million video cams in L.A. But there's not one good minute of Zed footage anywhere. Just blurry cell phone shit. We might as well say we were attacked by Bigfoot. It stinks of the feds like ripe roadkill. Like Marshall Wells. Until I snuffed the Zeds, Homeland Security had heavy muscle in L.A. I mean, they had a goddamn angel on staff, Aelita. The meanest celestial rattlesnake I ever met, and I've partied with Lucifer. Aelita is Ilsa, she-wolf of the SS, but not as good-natured. She was the organ grinder, and Marshall Wells was the monkey. They're exactly the kind of bastards with connections to levels of occult and law enforcement power who could make thousands of hours of video disappear overnight. Washington spanked Wells hard after the Zeds got out of control. Aelita strolled away, so he got to be the fall guy. DHS closed him down out here. Who knows, if he plays nice and eats his vegetables, maybe the men in black will send him back. They might even let him resurrect the Golden Vigil, his and Aelita's private jackboot army. Heaven's Pinkertons on Earth. Moonin waves his hand. "It was bound to happen. Most ordinary people desire to forget what they can't comprehend is virtually infinite. It's more comforting to disbelieve their own eyes than accept the possibility that the dead can walk the streets. I can't say I blame them." I raise my glass. To reality, the most overrated and underpaid game in town. We all drink. "So, what will you do until your movie palace is complete?" asks Moonin. "Are you considering carrying on as an investigator? You seem to have a flair for it. No one else figured out the nasty little secret behind the revenants." That was a one-time thing, and I got lucky. If Brigitte and I hadn't been bitten, I wouldn't have done any of it. I would have taken her and blown out of town. Brigitte is a friend from Prague, a trained high plains drifter that is a zombie hunter. I might have fallen for her if we'd met at a different time, under different circumstances, and on another planet. I screwed up and let Brigitte get bitten by a drifter. She almost turned. If it hadn't been for Vidocq and his alchemy hoodoo, she would have.
"That's not true and you know it," says Vidocq. "Perhaps you'll turn your attention back to Mason? If I remember correctly, finding him was the main reason you returned from hell. I understand, of course, you're getting distracted, what with saving the world and all."
I did find Mason, and I locked him up good and tight downtown.
"Which is what he wanted all along," says Vidocq. "I'm not sure you can call that punishment."
I give the old man a look. I don't like having my own stupid confessions thrown back at me. Of course he's right. Mason wanted to go to hell, and he wanted to go there alive, just like I did. And I walked up to him like a backwoods rube with a corncob pipe and put him there. Not many people know about that. I couldn't walk the streets if they did. I couldn't look people in the eye if they knew I'd sent the most dangerous man in the world to the worst place in the universe so he could raise an army to kill them all. People get murdered for mistakes like that. Sometimes they don't wait for someone else to do it. If someone else tries it, they might get it wrong and leave you in a coma, only half dead. That would be even worse. Someone might feel sorry for you, and that's something I couldn't take. Kasabian still has access to Lucifer's book, the Daemonian Codex. He keeps an eye on downtown 24/7. If Mason makes a move, I'll know about it.
"Why not simply go yourself?"
I've tried a few times. Even changing my face with the glamour, there's always some hellion or other who spots me, and I have to de-ass the place fast. There's got to be another way to get to him, but I haven't figured it out yet. I'm lying. I've tried it a couple of times, and I was so nervous that the glamour wasn't even half-baked. I thought I could walk back downtown like Patton riding a tank. But I can't. The smell and the heat hit me, and I'm back on the arena floor, ripped open and bleeding, hoping my guts don't slip out into the dirt. Or I'm covered in thick hellion blood, playing hitman for another hellion while he tells me Alice will be safe as long as I keep killing for him. And then she's dead, and all I am is a murderer. So I close the door to hell and I slink back home, sitting at my favorite bar long enough that the smell fades and Kasabian won't know what a coward I've become. What's more useless than a weak-kneed killer?
"You'll find a way in," says Vidocq.
I nod and finish my drink, putting on my serious, thoughtful face. I hope it's soon. Since I can't play Hannibal downtown, the angel in my head wants me to roam the streets at night looking for bad guys like Batman. I got so pissed one night that I actually did it. Know what happened? Exactly nothing. Looking to get mugged is crazy, and bad guys walk the other way when they see crazy coming. What I need is Angel Valium to shut this Boy Scout up. Moonin nods.
I know how it feels to constantly be at odds with those closest to you. Eventually, you reach the point where none of you can stand the sight of each other anymore. My brothers and I are like that.
Brothers? Says Vidocq. That's more interesting than a two-headed calf singing Some Velvet Morning in tight harmony. I have about 1,000,000 questions, but most aren't real discreet. I go with the easiest. Are they like you? Live in caverns and know everything about everything? Moonin shakes his head, lost in thought. He stares at the green liquor bottle.
I have 4 brothers, and no, none live in caverns. None of us is even the slightest bit like the others. I haven't seen any of them in years, centuries. Occasionally I miss them, but the truth is that I have no real interest in tracking any of them down. I dare say they feel the same thing about me.
No one says anything. We've hit into one of those weird silences that happen when someone drops something too real into the middle of a conversation that should just have been about drinking and patting ourselves on the back. Somehow, while we were talking, Moonin has opened the box and extracted a scroll from the scarab. I pick it up. What's so special about this that we had to bust open Fort Knox to get it? Moonin's eyes lighten. He smiles.
Yes, that. The scroll is for a gentleman in, let's say, investment banking. A man like that can do extraordinary damage to his soul, maybe even several souls. He is always on the market for new souls to wear until he ruins them, too. Even L.A.'s many soulmongers can't keep up with him. The price of souls is going up for everyone, and Los Angeles is a town that needs all the souls it can lay its hands on.
So the scroll is a soul?
No. It's a bit like... What do you call the elixir that restores hair?
Rogaine?
Yes, Rogaine for the soul. It restores and replenishes the user's original umbra. A re-souling will last him a year or two, I hope. Buyers can become testy when they want a new soul, and you have to tell them that the cupboard is bare.
Suddenly I don't feel so bad about my life. Vidocq says, "If you feel so good, why not come take a trip with me tomorrow? Another job? That's for you to decide. I sometimes do work for a private investigator. Today she called and asked about you. She has a job that she believes you would be perfect for." I finish my drink and smile. Get mixed up in a total stranger's problems for no good reason? Sounds like a scream, but I think I'll pass.
Maybe doing something for a stranger will settle down your angel, says Moonin.
The moment he says it, the haloed bastard starts squirming around. It tickles the inside of my skull, and not in a good way. I try to push him back into the dark, but he smells a hero moment and won't budge. "And there's my poor abused knee," the old man says, patting his leg. "You owe me for tossing me through a window tonight." I turn from Vidocq to Moonin. "Never save a Frenchman's life. He'll hold it against you for the rest of yours." I look at Vidocq and screw up my face into the least sincere smile I can make. What the hell? I haven't done anything truly stupid in weeks. The Beat Hotel is in a typically glamorous area, near the corner of Hollywood Boulevard and North Gower. Across from the hotel is the Museum of Death, a fenced gray bunker with a 10-foot painted skull out front. Next to it is the long-dead West Beach Recorders, an empty studio local acts used to record and where Pink Floyd recorded part of The Wall. I believe that like I believe Jesus invented chili dogs. Down the street, a car dealership is dying in the desert sun. The parboiled cars like beached fish carcasses, slowly cooking to squid jerky. A couple of strip malls and empty parking lots on the corner. The front of the Beat Hotel is painted a pale industrial green. Maybe green paint was on sale that day. Or maybe it's supposed to be ironic. I've never been sure. If any of this makes you think I don't like the Beat Hotel, you're wrong. It's like a cross between a 70s swingers no-tell motel and the kind of hipster hotspot where rock stars stay when they don't want to be seen bringing home good smack or bad strippers. The rooms are comfortable in a zen halfway house kind of way, but the kitchens are decorated in bright primary-colored vinyl like a Playboy chic burger joint. The place looks like where David Lynch would meet Beaver Cleaver's mom for secret afternoons of bondage and milkshakes. I love it. Kasabian and I have been there about 3 weeks. I rented us a room for the month. At the end of the month, I'll probably do it again. You're not supposed to stay for more than a week, but I pay the right people to change my name on the registry so it looks like someone new moves in every Saturday. I had to get out of Max Overdrive for a while. All the rebuilding going on after the zombie riots, the saws and hammers, and especially the stink of new paint was making me feel kind of stabby. None of it bothered Kasabian, of course. He'd put on headphones, crank up the volume on Danger Diabolique, and peck away on his computer. The smell didn't bother him because he doesn't have lungs, so he doesn't breathe. Kasabian and I have a lot in common. Like me, he's a monster. Only he wasn't born that way. I made him one when I cut off his head with the black bone knife I brought back from hell. The blade that didn't let him die. Now he's a chain-smoking, beer-stealing pain in my ass. To get specific, Kasabian is a head without a body, and he won't shut up about it. He gets around on what to a civilian would look like a polished mahogany skateboard with a couple dozen stubby brass Jules Verne legs underneath. Really, it's a hoodoo-driven prosthetic for a guy who's wandering around with nothing but a bad attitude below his neck. It's his own fault. When I came back from hell, the idiot shot me. So I cut off his head. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Now I'm stuck with him. We've gotten as used to each other as a couple of monsters can be. But I'll never get used to a roommate surfing around on a magic plank like a beer-swilling Victorian centipede. And that's the other reason we're at the hotel. I don't want some schmuck carpenter wandering upstairs and getting an eyeball full of Kasabian's disembodied cranium. When the guy's brain explodes, our insurance would go through the roof. I go right to the game room, set up for the guests. There's an out-of-order sign outside. I rap on the door using the secret knock Kasabian insisted on. He's been watching too many spy movies. Knock. Pause. Knock, knock. Pause. Knock. A second later, I hear something scrape behind the door, and it opens a few inches. I look around to make sure no one can see me and slip inside. When I get in, Kasabian uses his little legs to wedge a wooden chair under the doorknob, then tells me to throw the lock. I say, "You're riding the paranoia pony pretty hard today, Alfredo Garcia."
Blow me, biped. I have to be security conscious or I'll end up Freak of the Month on YouTube.
Don't sweat it. We're both going to end up a couple of pickled punks in the Museum of Death someday.
Yeah, but I'm not looking for it to happen tonight.
He clambers on top of the pool table and gives me a "sometime today, asshole" look. I roll the cue ball, and we lag for break. Kasabian wins. I rack the balls and step back to light a malediction, Lucifer's favorite cigarette. You can only get them downtown, and since I haven't seen Lucifer in a while, I'm running low. It might almost be worth chancing going back down to snatch and grab a pack or three. Almost. Kasabian shooting pool is as graceful as a lobster playing soccer. He scuttles around the green felt tabletop, lines up his shot, and kicks the cue ball with his stubby metal legs. I'm not sure if him playing like that is fair, but you've got to pick your battles, so I let it go. Besides, it gets him out of the room and makes him happy, and that makes him easier to live with.
"What's that smell?"
he asks. Me. I got parboiled by a demon when I was out with Vidocq. I shrug off the rifle frock coat Moonin gave me and show him the burns on my arms. I'm doing my best to ignore the pain, but I'm going to need a drink soon. Getting tossed in a meat grinder every now and then is part of what I do. I came back to Earth to kill things, so I have to expect things to fight back occasionally.
Nice! New scars to add to your collection. You collect getting fucked up the way old ladies collect state spoons.
Kasabian takes a shot and sinks the 9, 11, and 4. 2 stripes and a solid. He says,
"I'll play stripes. 13 in the corner,"
as he lines up the shot. He sinks it. I puff on the smoke. I get the feeling he's not going to leave me much else to do.
"So, what kind of demon was it?"
I shake my head. Damned if I know. I'd never seen one like it before. He creeps around the table, not looking up.
"What did it look like?"
Not much. I mean, from a distance it looked like a guy in a cheap suit, But when it got closer, it was all jello and acid. When it grabbed me, bang, I was burning. He takes one of the blue chalk cubes from the side of the table and uses it on his stubby legs.
Sounds like a glutire.
A what?
Glutire. A glutton. He wasn't burning you. He was trying to dissolve you. Gluttons are pretty rare and mostly eat other demons. You been around any recently?
Yeah. The guy whose house we hit had a digger in the wall safe.
There you go,
he says, and sinks the 14.
He smelled the digger.
I need to start bringing cologne on robberies.
There's a ton about demons in the Codex. There's a lot more kinds of them than you think. But glutires are the rarest. Most people never get to see one.
Lucky me. Things get quiet for a minute. He knows what I'm going to ask. Talk to me about downtown. Got any gossip? Marilyn Monroe dating the Antichrist? Is Lovecraft being tortured by sexy octopuses?
What makes you think Monroe's downtown?
Wishful thinking. Kasabian lines up another shot and sinks it. I'm not even paying attention to which balls anymore. I say, So? Kasabian doesn't look up when he answers, keeping his eyes down on the table.
The weather's hot with a chance of chainsaws and bullshit blowing up from the south.
I walk over and put my hand over the cue ball. Kasabian looks up at me, not at all happy. I'm bugging him about the one thing he controls, his one little domain. The Daemonian Codex. It's Lucifer's Boy Scout manual, Google search engine, and secret angelic ballbuster cookbook all in one. The most valuable thing in hell besides the Horned One himself. It contains every bit of dark esoteric stuff you don't want to know about if you ever want to sleep again knowledge in the universe. As far as I know, Kasabian is the only one on Earth who can read it. He glances down at my hand, and I take it off the cue. He sinks another ball. The little prick has been practicing when I'm not around. Kasabian used to look things up in the Codex for Lucifer when he was too busy, which was 90% of the time. Of course, nothing in hell works the way it's supposed to. That's why they call it hell. The magic gear down there is like buying Russian souvenirs. The samovars are pretty, but you know they're going to leak all over your mom's chintz tablecloth. What that means is that hell's half-assed gear hacks pretty easy. Take the Codex. Kasabian's supposed to get a peek downtown just wide enough to read the book, but it doesn't work right. He's like one of those traffic surveillance cams that catch you running red lights. If he squints just right, he can see a lot more than the book. He's like a whole series of traffic cams wired together, and he can spyglass all over hell. Not all of it, but a lot. It's the one thing he has over me, and he never lets me forget it. He says,
The usual Chuck E. Cheese ball pit party games. Since Lucifer pissed off back to heaven, Mason's completely taken over. Lucifer's generals are having slap fights over battle plans. Mammon and Baphomet have been sabotaging each other's troops, poisoning their food and shit like that. Also, they can suck up to Mason. Semyaza is the only general who refused to kiss Mason's ass, so he's had to blow town.
Smart move.
Mason's getting ready for something. He's pulling troops in from everywhere, but they're scattered all over hell, so it'll take a while. In the meantime, he's got some other game going, but I haven't figured out what it is.
I can walk through shadows and come out almost anywhere I want, passing through the room of 13 doors, the still central point of time and space. I can get into the room because years ago, one of Lucifer's generals, the one who wanted me as his personal assassin, stuck a key in my chest. I'm the only one in the universe who can get into the room because I have the only key. But while the drifters were tearing through town like graveyard locusts, I found out that Mason was trying to make his own key. Is it the room of 13 doors? Has he found a way to get in?
I don't think so. If he did, he'd be up here already gnawing on your skull.
Kasabian is right. Mason isn't shy or subtle. If he could escape from downtown, even if it was just for a minute, he'd do it and try to kill me. So what's he up to?
You tell me. You talk to the guy every night. It used to be Alice, which was creepy enough, but now it's Dr. Doom.
He shoots at the 12. It bounces off the cushions and doesn't drop. My shot. I set down the cigarette, lay the cue down on my thumb and index finger, and line up a shot. What does that mean?
Back at Max Overdrive, you used to talk to Alice in your sleep. Since we got here, though, whenever you're asleep, you start spinning like a rotisserie chicken and talking to Mason.
What do I say? I bank the 1 off the rail and sink it in a corner pocket.
Aside from fuck you and I'll kill you, you mumble a lot in Hellion, so it's hard to tell.
Buy a dictionary. He walks around the edge of the table, a fleshy spider circling a fly.
There's something else. It doesn't really change anything, but you might want to know.
What?
No one's all that scared of you downtown anymore. You used to be the boogeyman who kept them up at night. Now they talk about you like you were the high school bully.
So they've forgotten about me.
I didn't say that. What I mean is, Mason is the new scary human in town, and you've been gone so long he wins badass title by default.
I take a shot at the 3, but hit too hard and it rolls back into the center of the table. I pick up my cigarette and Kasabian crawls back onto the table. First he sends me to hell, and then he won't even let me keep my rep? The little prick wants everything. Kasabian lines up a shot.
So go down there and kill something. Slit some generals' throats. You're the monster who kills monsters. Be creative.
I shake my head. Everyone knows my face, and Mason's put wards on all the entrances I used to get into hell. He'd know the moment I stuck my big toe down there.
Worrying about shit like that doesn't sound too Sandman Slim to me, if you don't mind my saying.
I do mind, but you already said it.
Just go down and kill him already. You've done lots crazier shit than that before.
It's not the right time. I need to shut down everything he's doing. Battle plans, backroom deals with generals, all of it. I need more chaos. You murder someone at the ice capades and the place goes apeshit. You blow someone's head off in a war zone, people step over the body and have a snack.
Maybe. A few months back, you'd have John Wayne'd your way in there and started your own war. I think that angel in your head's made you soft. You've been Glinda the Good Witch too long.
He's right. Mason talked to me once. He possessed other people's bodies and talked to me through them. He's getting stronger and he's working on a key. He's rallying troops. I should be downtown murdering him and giving fallen angels new nightmares. I wasted the last 6-7 months skipping rope with Wells and the Vigil, drinking myself stupid and losing my edge. After all this time, I still don't understand this world. It's soft and stupid and full of soft and stupid people. Why aren't they all crazy and ripping each other to bloody confetti? They want to. I can read their eyes, hear their hearts beating, smell the fear sweat, the anger sweat, the fury inside they can never let out. I'm turning into one of them. It's the price of living in this world and trying to fit in. The angel in my head is part of it. On the other hand, is the angel even there? Maybe I'm going crazy and it's my Tyler Durden. Maybe I've always been crazy and coming back here let it loose. Hell was my Haldol, and without it, I'm slowly going schizo. Hearing voices, taking orders from something that might not even exist. Alice isn't here and this place will never be anything but a desert without her. But I'm connected to people now. Vidoc, Allegra, Candy, Carlos, Kasabian, even Brigitte, who dumped me. They are the cinder blocks dragging me to the bottom of the ocean. Knowing them, giving a damn about them. Sucks the marrow out of my bones. Makes me weak. They want me sane and clean, but the monster in me wants to hear hellion necks snap and pop like champagne bottles on New Year's. Kasabian sinks one ball and lines up another. Am I playing stripes or solids? I can't remember. I finish the last of my cigarette and drop the butt in an abandoned soda can under the plastic no smoking sign.
Maybe you should start something here. Go beat up some more skinheads, fight a dragon, or a Kissi.
I look at him, trying to read him. He doesn't breathe or sweat much, so it's hard. He's concentrating on his shot, so I can't see his eyes. What made you say that? The Kissi are gone. I know it because I'd killed them. The whole race of deformed, half-finished angels. Well, almost the whole race. I saw one. He calls himself Yosef a few weeks back. I saw one. He calls himself Joseph a few weeks back. He's alive and he knows where there are other Kissi. We talked about that for a long time. Kasabian stops and looks at me. We've lived together long enough that he knows when I'm being, well, deadly serious.
Cool out, Kasabian says. It was a joke.
He gives the 15 a solid kick and it slams into the hole. He moves around fast, trying to get things back to normal, back to the game. He sinks another. I say, don't joke about them. I don't like it.
Whatever you say, man. If I hurt your feelings, we can watch fried green tomatoes and eat a pint of Haagen-Dazs.
I can't stand it anymore. I take out Vidoc's pain potion and down the whole thing in one gulp. No. Let's watch the Wild Bunch and pay strangers to bring us Korean ribs.
Well, fuck me with Lloyd Bridges' dick. You're still alive in there after all, he says. Then, corner pocket.
He lays down a solid kick, bounces the 8-ball off the far rail, and sinks it in the corner pocket at my end.
You pay,
he says. I always do. I put Kasabian in his bowling bag so I can carry him to the room without the other hotel residents having a nervous breakdown. I close the bag all the way, but he always unzips it a few inches so he can see out. On the way across the parking lot, I spot a narwhal beast man grab a little blonde's arm. She sounds Scandinavian when she shouts at him. She has on the traditional surfer tank top and shorts all foreign exchange students seem to wear. The narwhal isn't showing his beast face, so she has no idea that the guy she's arguing with isn't human. I set Kasabian down on a bench and walk over. The narwhal lets the girl go when he sees me. I shove his head through the windshield of a shiny rental car and bounce his face off the dashboard a few times. When I stop hurting him, he runs like hell. The Scandi girl hasn't moved an inch. Her eyes are fixed on the broken windshield. She doesn't say thanks when I go past, but I don't expect her to. Between the narwhal and me, she's too shell-shocked to say anything at all. Welcome to L.A., darling. As I carry Kasabian upstairs, he says,
That's exactly what I was talking about.
In the morning, it feels like my brain ran away to join the circus, got mauled by a lion, and rolled over every bump and boulder coming home. The pain juice Vidoc gave me doesn't mix well with Jack Daniels, unless you enjoy feeling like someone parked a Saturn V on your eyeballs. Weird whiskey dreams last night. I dreamed about the old Faces of Death movies, slideshow pseudo-documentary mashups of real and obviously fake footage of people being killed in interesting and creative ways. A real carnage rodeo. And each of my dream segments starred Alice being mangled in widescreen Technicolor. After all this time, I still don't know how she died. I know that Parker, a magician, professional asshole, and Mason's favorite hoodoo thug murdered her, and that Mason ordered it. But I don't know how Parker killed her. The question always hovers at the back of my mind whenever I think of her. When I'm asleep, my dreams play out different scenarios, everything from a quick bullet in the back of the head to being stabbed and bleeding out. Her death scenes get mixed up with dreams of being back in the arena. Whatever beast I kill morphs into Alice dying at my feet. I know it's a kind of betrayal to hide from the truth of how she died. But I know Parker's mind, and I doubt that he made it quick. Parker's the kind of guy that makes you want to believe in reincarnation. I already murdered him once, but if I had the chance, I'd never stop killing him. Killing Parker would be my circuit training, my racquetball game. I could build a whole new healthy lifestyle running him to the ground and snapping his neck 3 times a week. Vidoc comes by with a cab around 10. On my best days, the sun isn't my friend. This morning, hungover and still wearing yesterday's clothes, all I can do is cover my head and run from shadow to shadow like a vampire that forgot to wind its watch. When I get to the cab, Vidoc is waiting by the front passenger door, which is weird. We usually ride in the back so we can talk. I look through the window into the back and see why he's up front. Candy is inside. "What, are you playing matchmaker?" Vidoc grabs the door and starts into the cab.
Oui. You need to talk to someone besides me and that chattering jack-o'-lantern in your room.
Vidoc slides in next to the driver. I get in the back with Candy. She's in her usual ensemble of white t-shirt, a beat-up and just a little too big leather jacket, Chuck Taylors, and black jeans about to completely give up at the knees. She looks like Joan Jett's little sister. She's got on a pair of kids' sunglasses, like something you'd pick up in Little Tokyo. The frames are white with blue flames, and there are flying robots down the sides. When I sit down, she doesn't say hello. She touches the middle of the frames just above her nose. The sunglasses start singing the theme song to some Japanese kiddie cartoon in a tinny robot voice. It makes my skull throb. "Did you wear those just to torture me?" She touches the frames and the robot song starts again.
Not everything is about you. But yeah, pretty much. And I always wanted a robot sidekick.
"Can it be a quiet robot?" The song stops. She holds a finger over the frames.
Don't make me use my super awesome robo powers on you again.
Candy is like me, a monster. Specifically, she's a jade. Jades are sort of like vampires, only worse. They dissolve your insides and drink them like spiders. But she's a good girl, and is trying to kick the human milkshake thing with a special potion. Blood and bone methadone. Besides being cute and dangerous, she saved my ass from joining the living dead after a drifter bit me. I was far gone and didn't want to take the cure, so she stabbed me with a knife coated in the stuff. Yeah, it hurt, and yeah, I'm glad she did it. I throw up my hands. "You win. Take our lands and gold, but leave me my virtue."
Those are my only choices?
If you're going virtue hunting, you better bring a backhoe and dynamite. You're going to have to dig deep.
I'll bring a strap-on.
I look at Vidoc in the front seat. "Make her stop. I'm hungover and she has a robot. It's not fair."
Life is fair only in the grave and in the bedroom. This, you will notice, is neither.
That's why I don't take cabs. I look out the window. The cabbie takes us down Hollywood Boulevard for a few blocks and then U-turns on Sunset and heads back the way we came. Where are we headed?
The Bamboo House of Dolls.
What the hell, man? It's just a few blocks. We could have walked.
But then you might have walked away. You'll notice I told our driver to take the long way so that I could talk to you. The woman we're going to meet thought you'd be more comfortable discussing business there.
What woman?
Julia Sola.
Never heard of her.
Marshal Julie. You used to call her. One of Marshal Wells's agents. You liked her. You said she was the only one in the Golden Vigil who treated you like a human being.
I sit up. Are you fucking kidding me? Just 'cause she didn't ice pick me doesn't mean I want to work with her. Or any other Homeland Security. Stop the car, I'm getting out.
Keep going,
Vidocq says to the driver. He turns back to me.
Stop behaving like a child. The Vigil is dead and Homeland Security isn't here anymore. You know that. Julia has opened her own private investigation business. Trust me. Do you think I'm so stupid that I would work for someone without investigating them?
With who? Your little thief pals?
Who better to know who works for law enforcement and who is a free agent?
I'm not sure what to think. Vidocq has a nose for cops. He knows how they think, how they work. 100 years ago, he taught the French police forensic analysis techniques he'd picked up from his science and alchemical books, and transformed them from a bunch of medieval thumbbreakers into actual cops that could do real criminal investigations. The cabbie has the radio on. Patti Smith is singing Ask the Angels. Pounding devotion, Armageddon, and rock and roll. A song to die to. This situation is total bullshit. Candy looks at me, presses the button, and her robot glasses are singing over the radio. I'm back in hell. When we get to the bamboo house of dolls, Vidocq comes around to my side of the car and opens the door fast like he thinks I'm going to bolt. Hands the driver a 20 and doesn't wait for change. The three of us go inside, where it's dark and cool. Carlos is behind the bar setting up glasses for the night's business. He nods at me when we walk in. It's weird seeing the bar at this time of day with no music playing. The tiki dolls and coconuts look as bleary as I feel. Carlos says,
Funny seeing you awake. I thought you'd melt like the Wicked Witch if someone tried to wake you up before dark.
You too. Are you part of this conspiracy too?
I'm just the hired help. Ask the pretty lady in the bathroom what's going on. She booked the place at this unholy hour. Is it your birthday or something? You should have told me.
No, this is just me being shanghaied, is what it is. If that's coffee I smell, I don't want any. I'm not staying long. Julia comes out of the back. Her dark hair is longer than I remember, and she's wearing it up. She has on a sensible black skirt with a power-color blood-red blouse. She looks like a sexy librarian, but moves like someone who could casually dislocate your knee or crack some ribs with a tactical baton. She stops when she sees me, smiles a little, and comes over to the bar. The last time I saw U.S. Marshal Julia Sola was here in the bar. She told me how Wells had taken the fall for the drifters tearing the city apart. Homeland Security had shut down its L.A. branch, disbanding the Golden Vigil and recalling Wells to Washington. She told me she was quitting the Marshal's service to open her own investigation company. Just the general awkward bar chatter between two people who barely knew each other, but had seen a lot of the same craziness and slaughter over the last few days.
Hello, Stark.
Marshal.
I wasn't sure you'd come. I had a bet with myself that you wouldn't.
Looks like you lost.
I guess I owe myself $5.
She holds out a hand to shake. I give her a quick, polite one to make Vidocq happy. He wants me to be a gentleman. I want him to be quiet about it.
It's not Marshall anymore. It's just Julia.
Well, Julia, truth is I wouldn't have come if I'd known who we were seeing. That night, while Julia and I were talking, her voice had changed, dropped an octave and turned snotty. It was Mason's voice coming out of her mouth. He couldn't get himself out of hell, but he'd conjured up a way to turn people into meat puppets for a few seconds. Mason hopped in and out of maybe a half-dozen different bodies, making threats and generally being the first-class asshole he always is. When he was gone, Julia didn't seem to remember a thing. seem being the important part. Carlos sets a cup of black coffee on the bar. She says thank you and picks it up.
You don't even want to know why I got you here?
Not even a little. She smiles and I smile back, looking for Mason's shadow behind her eyes, but I can't find him. It's just her in there, and I can't pick up anything that feels like deception. Julia looks at me like she's waiting for me to say something else. Maybe she's just sizing me up. I let the silence hang to see if the tension makes Mason reveal himself. She sets down the coffee.
Eugene must have told you that we've worked together a few times.
He mentioned it.
I know you feel a certain reluctance to talk to someone involved with DHS or the Vigil.
That's putting it mildly. Carlos says,
Wait a minute. She's with those people who got you beat up and fucked over? Lady, if I'd known that, you wouldn't have set foot in my place.
She looks at Carlos, and then at me.
I know I could tell you that I'm not with them from now until the end of time and you wouldn't believe me. But for what it's worth, I'm not, and I won't ever be again.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I thought maybe Eugene vouching for me would mean something. But you never let facts get in the way of your judgment, do you?
Mrs. Robinson, are you trying to seduce me? Vidocq bumps me with his shoulder from behind.
Listen to what she has to say.
Candy comes up beside me. I don't have to look. I can smell her slightly inhuman scent. I once killed the pimp who ran a hellion brothel. He lit the place with burning amber, and it smelled like burning pine and smoke. Candy kind of smells like that. So tell me why you want me here.
I have a job I think you'd be uniquely suited for.
What kind of job?
It might be dangerous.
I figured that when you wanted me and not Vidocq or one of your marshal buddies. What you want is someone disposable, someone off the grid who won't be missed when whatever this is goes balls up.
You're way off. I want you because I think you're the only person in L.A. with the skill set needed to handle this particular situation.
When someone says skill set, I get nervous. Just tell me what this is.
It's a demonic possession. An exorcism went wrong and a boy is missing.
I get up to leave. Thanks for getting me here for nothing. I'm gone. Candy puts a hand on my shoulder. You too? I say.
Just let her finish.
I look at Sola. I don't do exorcisms or bounty hunt demons. The Vigil got me mixed up in a demon skip trace, and it ended with me and Brigitte gnawed on by a room full of drifters. She nods.
I know. But that was Wells, and this is me. There are no tricks here, no hidden agendas, just a kid who needs your help.
I don't think so. I think you're the one who needs help. You sent the kid a demon jacker, but he blew it, and the kid ended up worse than before. Now you want someone to clean up your mess. She picks up her coffee, takes a sip, and sets it back down. She doesn't look at me when she starts talking.
You're right. Okay, there. I said it. I need you to fix up my screw-up.
The muscles in her shoulders and the back of her neck are tight. Her breathing has gone a little shallow and rapid. Her heart beats up. If I trusted her, I'd swear she's telling the truth. Sola shakes her head.
I don't know what happened, and neither does Father Traven. Have you heard of him? The Vigil had him on retainer for freelance exorcisms. He's the real deal. A genuine old-school demon ass-kicker. Only this time the demon kicked back harder. Why come to me? Why not get another priest? Or a Hunjin, or one of those old New Wu witches in Chinatown? They love this kind of thing. I tried to get another priest, but then word got out that I was working with Father Traven. None of them would talk to me. Now you've finally said something interesting. What's wrong with your snake handler? He was excommunicated. I turned to Vidocq. Did you know about this? You were a nice Catholic boy. This is big-time stuff. Is there anything worse than an excommunicated priest?
Yes, one who is not excommunicated.
I get out a malediction and light it. I look at Carlos. State law says I'm not supposed to smoke in here, but he gives me a don't sweat it shake of his head. What did Traven do? Skim from the collection plate? Oil wrestle altar boys? Julia shakes her head.
Nothing like that. Father Traven is a paleolinguist. He specializes in translating ancient religious texts and deciphering dead languages.
Let me guess. Instead of collecting stamps for a hobby, he translated a book the church didn't approve of and got nailed for it.
Something like that. It was one book in particular that got him into trouble, but he won't talk about it. However, none of that has anything to do with the fact that he's an experienced and extremely successful exorcist.
So what went wrong with the kid? She sits down on one of the bar stools, shakes her head, and drops her hands to the bar.
Your guess is as good as mine. The exorcism seemed to be going well, and Hunter Sentenza, the possessed boy, was doing well. His color was coming back. The voices had stopped. There wasn't a trace of fire.
Fire?
We didn't actually see it, but there was a symbol burned into the ceiling over his bed. There weren't any matches or lighters in his room. We think it was done by the demon possessing the boy. His hands and face were blistered.
What's the symbol look like?
Old. I didn't recognize it. Father Traven can tell you more about it.
What happened next?
It felt like we were reaching the end. Traven was sure that he had the demon under control and almost had it out. Before that, Hunter had been speaking in tongues. But then he seemed all right. He was calm and breathing normally. All of a sudden he grabbed Father Traven and tossed him across the room. Hunter levitated a few feet over the bed and shouted, "I won't be locked in." After that, things got weird.
After that?
Hunter fell back onto the bed and didn't move. I didn't know if he was passed out or dead. As I helped Father Traven to his feet, the kid started singing.
Puff the Magic Dragon? She shakes her head, a knowing little smile curling the edges of her lips.
It was an old Chordette's song. It went, "Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. Make him the cutest that I've ever seen."
I can't help but laugh. That's what this is. You think the demon knows me?
Any idea who it might be?
I haven't had much experience with them. I try to think, run over all my kills. There are so many. They run together like a dark, stinking river. I might have killed a demon every now and then, but it's not like they have distinct personalities. They're like bugs. Who remembers stepping on a bug?
Maybe the song was a fluke, but I doubt it. The question is, what are you going to do about it?
I look her in the eye, take a drag on the malediction, and blow it out. I'm going to Max Overdrive and find an Andrews Sisters musical. Then I'm going to the hotel, put it on, and drink steadily for the rest of the day. I stand up to leave, but Vidocq grabs my arm. He might look old, but he's been using his muscles for over a century. His grip is like a claw lifter at a wrecking yard. "Give me the folder," he tells Julia. Sola pulls a beige manila envelope from a shoulder bag she'd left on the bar. Vidocq pushes me over to the bar and pulls something out of the folder. It's a picture of a teenage boy in a school robe, maybe a high school graduation shot. He's smiling at the camera. Straight white teeth and messy brown hair under the graduation cap. He looks like the kind of kid who'd be captain of the track team. I hate him. Healthy, happy, popular jocks. My natural enemy in school. On the other hand, he's not someone I'd pick to square dance with demons. Vidocq says, "This is the boy we've been discussing. His name is Hunter. He's 19. The same age you were when you were dragged to hell. Tell me, Jimmy,
Did that experience improve your life? I don't think so. Are you going to walk away and let what happened to you happen to this boy? There's acid in the back of my throat. A whirlpool of anger and fear in my head as the 19-year-old kid I keep buried under the floorboards in my head, way deeper in the dark than the angel, struggles up to where I can't help but look at him. Total flashback time, and I'm feeling things I didn't know I could still feel. The dry, brittle arms gliding out from under the floor in Mason's house, wrapping around me and dragging me downtown. Sensations of falling, crashing onto a blood and shit-stained back street in pandemonium. Trying to clear my head and focus as 1,000 new smells, sounds, and the perpetually twilight sky hit me. Then the slow realization of where I was and the gleeful looks on the hellions' faces. I tossed the photo back onto the bar. Lying there in that hellion street, I had a strange sensation, like some primal and essential thing inside me had cracked, and everything I ever was or ever might have been, my name, my hopes, Alice, my whole ridiculous life, was turning black and falling apart like rotten fruit. When it was done, there was nothing left inside me but the numb hopelessness of a corpse. Not much to build a new life on, but it was all I had when I realized the hellions weren't going to murder me right away. Maybe that's why killing is so easy for me, and why I've been hiding with a dead man in one room over a store since I crawled back here. There's not enough of me left to do anything else. I dropped the rest of my cigarette into Sola's coffee cup. I don't like being manipulated. You fucked this thing up. You fix it. I get up and walk out. I cross to the other side of the street, where it's darker and I can keep the sun out of my eyes. Candy just about catches up with me halfway down the block. "Wait up, will you?" she says. I keep walking. She catches up and walks beside me. "I sent Vidocq to the clinic and told him to take Allegra to breakfast. Want to have breakfast with me?" This is why Vidocq brought you, isn't it? I'm the asshole who walks out, and you're the angel who's supposed to bring me back in. Of course. Is it working? Not that I've noticed. She gets in front of me at the corner. Come on, just have breakfast with me. We don't have to talk about any of this. No, thanks. Why do you have to make everything so hard? Let's do something, just us. We kissed that night at Avila, and the timing has been so fucked between us trying to get to know each other ever since. But we're here now, and I don't have to save Doc, and you don't have to save the world. Can we just try to be like normal people for an hour? I thought not being normal people was why we got along. Monster solidarity. She puts a hand on my chest. Then we can pretend. A couple of wolves eating blueberry waffles among the sheep. Keep your waffles. I need grease to kill this hangover. Lots of bacon or ham. Maybe a chicken fried steak. Anything you want. I take a step back from her. Let's get one thing straight. You never play games like this or lie to me again. About anything. She nods. I promise. Okay. She loops her arm in mine and pulls me down the street. Roscoe's on Gower, then. They have fried chicken and waffles. Candy is a little shorter than me. I look down at her smiling in those stupid sunglasses. Sometimes just seeing a woman smile is like a knife in the heart. It hurts, and it rattles your whole system. But against all your instincts, you swallow the pain and keep looking. After a while, you realize it doesn't hurt as much as you thought it would. Okay. Roscoe's. We sit in a booth in the back of Roscoe's, me with my back to the wall. It's an old family habit after Wild Bill caught one in the spine back in Deadwood. Neither of us had to look at the menu to order.
Roscoe's specializes in fried chicken and waffles and a heroin-addictive gravy. You eat there because the food is great, and if you live in L.A. and aren't going to flatline on a speed binge, you might as well check out with arteries the color and density of concrete. I've been trying to ignore my arms all morning, but I can't stand it anymore. I heal fast, but it's just a fast-forward version of how everyone heals, and that means almost healed skin itches like hell. I lean back against the wall, scratch one arm and then the other. It feels great. I want to dig underneath the red skin and new scars and hack away at the nerves with my fingernails so they'll shut up. Candy says, "Have you been sleeping in pet shop windows? You look like you have fleas." A Glatiere demon made me his chew toy last night. You have all the fun. I've never even seen one of those. Unless you see it through binoculars from an air-conditioned bunker, you don't want to. The bastard burned the hell out of my arms. Let me see. I shrug off my coat and push my burned sleeves out of the way. I really need to change clothes soon. It looks like I stole my clothes from a hobo arsonist. I hope there aren't any nice families looking over here right now. They might have to bag up their chicken and finish it at home. Candy leans across the table and pokes my raw red left arm. Hey! That hurts. You big baby. Doesn't look so bad. I'll send the next Glatiere to your place to give you a massage and a skin peel. Our drinks arrive. My coffee and Candy's Coke. I haven't eaten with her before, but I hear that Jades have a real sweet tooth. In between sips of soda, she says, "After breakfast, we should see Allegra. She'll have something to fix you up." That's not a bad idea, even if it's only something to stop this damned itching. Candy takes the straw from her drink and wraps it around her finger. Let's start the job interview. Mr. Stark, what's your favorite color? Your favorite movie? Your favorite song? Are you fucking serious? It's called speed dating. You have 5 minutes to see if you like someone. Then a permed bitch control freak rings a bell and you have to move on to someone else. You're serious? You've done this? She makes a face and shakes her head. Hell no. But I want to see you squirm, and I have lots worse questions than those. If you were a tree, what kind would you be? Someone remind me why I came back to Earth. Christ. Okay. Ask me the questions again. She gives me a wicked smile. Favorite color, movie, and song? I glance at the kitchen, willing our food to arrive so I can stuff my mouth and not talk. Hellion Gray, Herbie vs. Godzilla, and The Star-Spangled Banner. Okay, now me. If this is how speed dating works, I think I'll stay home with Kasabian. Go on. Okay. Favorite car, movie, and way to use a knife. Our food arrives while she's answering. Thanks to whatever monsters are watching over me, this will be over in a minute. Shelby Mustang and Evil Dead 2. I've never used a knife except to cut bagels. Wrong. The correct answer is a 71 Impala Supersport, once upon a time in the West, and from behind, your right arm around the throat and an upward thrust with your left so the blade slips between the ribs and into the heart. The waiter is laying out the plates when I answer. He freezes for a second, then puts down our cutlery and glasses of water. He turns and walks away slowly, like from a rabid dog trying not to draw its attention or piss it off. What a pro. I'm leaving him a massive tip. How are the waffles? Perfect. How about your chicken? Smoothing over this hangover like a road grader. We don't talk for a while. Just eat our food like a couple of civilians who haven't killed enough people to populate a small city. It's been 6 months since that night at Avila when we were both in monster mode, ripping our way through some of LA's most elite millionaires and politicos, all of them Mason's accomplices, as he tried to open the gates of hell. Candy and I did kiss each other that night. A hard, long kiss while we were covered in other people's blood, a couple of monsters who recognized each other and weren't afraid of what they saw. And then nothing. Candy went back on the wagon, taking Doc Kinski's potion to keep from turning back into a killing machine. Then the drifters invaded, and someone was looking to kill Doc, so she went on the road with him. I don't know if there's anything between us, really, but it sure as hell feels like someone sprinkled mayhem and saltpeter all over creation to make sure we never find out. I feel a little guilt bubbling up in the back of my mind. It's the same feeling I always get when I look at a woman who isn't Alice. But like Candy said, we're here now. Let's just see what happens. I can't live in the shadow of Alice's absence every moment of my life. I don't push her away, but let her drift back where she was. Not forgotten, but not making me wish I was dead. I don't let the picture of the Sentenza kid get to me either. Julia found one exorcist so she can find another. Hell, I could point her to some Sub-Rosa demon hunters. My phone buzzes. A text comes through. The girl is delicious. You're right to be with her. Leave the case alone. Forget you heard about it. Stay with the pretty girl. I push the plates away and get to my feet, storming through the restaurant, looking for anyone holding a phone. A guy in blonde dreads and a sleeveless t-shirt is looking at his. I'm across the room in 2 long steps and snatch it from his hand. A woman's voice comes out of the speaker. He's listening to his voicemail. I slam the phone on the table and stomp out of the emergency exit, setting off the alarm. There's no one on the street. A dusty station wagon and a VW Bug pass each other in the road. Only one passenger in each, and neither of them has a phone. I push back into Roscoe's through the front door. Everyone in the place is looking at me like they're expecting the crazy man in the coat to set off the bomb he's obviously hiding. I go to the table and show Candy the message. Tell me this isn't you or Vidoc, or something one of you set up with Julia. She shakes her head. Vidoc wouldn't, and I didn't, she says. I look at her, and let the angel out for a second so he can look too. He sees what I see. She's telling the truth. I take a couple of the hundreds I grabbed from my stash of vampire money last night, drop the money on the table, and nod for Candy to follow me out. We double-time it back to Hollywood Boulevard to get lost in the tourist crowd before one of the solid citizens back at the restaurant dials 911. I say, do me a favor. What? I'm a little agitated and don't want to have to explain anything. Do me a favor and call Vidoc. Tell him I want in on the case. I don't like threats, and I hate crank calls. Candy puts her robot glasses on. At least whoever it was thinks I'm pretty. Even assholes can have good taste. There's a parking lot less than a block from the Beat Hotel. Vidoc hates riding in stolen cars, so I look for one that will make him the least unhappy and settle on a brown Volvo 240, one of the most boring cars in the world. No one, especially a cop, will look twice at a Volvo, especially one the color of a Swedish turd. I leave Candy in the idling car, go into the room at the hotel and ditch my burned shirt for a clean one. I always have the knife and na'at with me, but on the way out I grab the Smith & Wesson 460. You don't have to shoot an elephant with a gun this big and powerful. You just hit it on the knee with the butt and the elephant will give you all of its lunch money. When he sees me slip the gun into my coat pocket, Kasabian shakes his head, which, in his case, is his whole body.
I knew they'd drag you in. You can't stay away from trouble.
Can I help it if trouble has me on speed dial?
Have fun, sucker.
Vaya con Dios, Alfredo Garcia. Sola already gave Vidoc the Sentenza family's address, so I pick him up and we head north on the Hollywood freeway. Studio City is the kind of place where the poor have to settle for $2 million luxury properties instead of mansions. The only difference between them and the genuinely rich in the hills is that they have to get by with one pool and they can't park a 747 in their two-story living room, though they can probably squeeze in a decent-sized blimp. There are fake villas with fake Roman mosaics out front and fake castles with wrought iron gates like Henry VIII is going to stop by with guacamole for the key party. Lucky for everyone, the address Julia gave us belongs to a place on Coldwater Canyon Avenue with nothing but a long snaking driveway. No monarchist gates, armed guards, or a giant hermetically sealed Jetsons dome. At the end of the drive, a gold Lexus is parked next to a clean but well-used Ford pickup. There are streaks of mud and dried cement around the truck's wheel wells. We get out and follow a stone path to the front door. I ring the bell. A woman opens the door a second later. She's obviously been waiting for us. She's about 50 and pretty, with short dark hair and a high-quality chin tuck.
"Oh,"
she says, all the hope and brightness disappearing from her eyes. It's Hunter's mom. I can see the resemblance from one of the photos back at the bar. Mom takes one look at my scarred face and I can practically see the words home invasion with multiple fatalities spinning around her brain like the dragon in a Chinese New Year's parade. I say, "Mrs. Sentenza, Julia Sola sent us." She relaxes. The storm in her brain clears and her blood pressure drops to below aneurysm levels. Her little freak-out probably shaved a good 5 years off her life, but they're the shitty ones at the end, so no big deal.
"Oh, you must be Mr. Stark and Mr. Vidocq. Julia said you'd be dropping by."
She stops, staring at Candy in her robot sunglasses. I say, "This is my assistant, Candy." Mrs. Sentenza gives Candy a thin smile.
"Of course she is. Please come in."
The inside of the house is bright, with light coming through a million windows and reflecting off the polished tile floor. Obsessive California chic, like they own the sky and are goddamn well going to use every inch of it. Hunter's father is waiting for us by the stairs leading to the upper floor of a 2-story living room. I told you.
"This is Hunter's father, Carrie."
"Nice to meet you all. Call me KW." Handshakes all around. His grip is firm and serious. He has rough laborer's hands, like he actually works for a living. "Are you 3 exorcists too?" he asks. "No. Father Traven holds the prayer beads. We're more like spiritual bouncers." "Well, if you can fix this, we're willing to try." There aren't any hoodoo vibes coming off these people. Nothing shifty and hidden. They come across like straight-arrow civilians who wouldn't know a hand of glory from an oven mitt. They're not responsible for calling a demon into the house, unless they're a lot more powerful than they look and can throw up a glamour powerful enough to even fool the angel in my head. Their eyes are dilating and their hearts are racing. I smell Valium and alcohol in Mom's sweat. Most of what I'm getting off them is heavyweight fear for their kid and confusion and a meek mistrust of us 3. No surprise there. They don't run into people like us on the golf course at the country club. Vidocq looks around the place. Like me, he's looking for any traces of magic. In his case, mystical objects.
"You have a very lovely home,"
says Candy.
"It looks like a happy place." "It was,"
says Mom. I say, "Can we see the room?"
"It's Hunter's room. His name is Hunter."
"Hunter, got it. Can we see Hunter's room?" Mom isn't sure about Candy and Vidocq, but I can tell she hates me already. I'm not sure about Dad. He looks like the kind of guy who didn't come from money, and now that he has it, he's always a little on edge, waiting for someone to try to take it away. That means he'll have a handgun or 2 in the house. KW leads us to Hunter's room while Mom trails behind. "Don't take this the wrong way, but did Hunter take anything like antidepressants? Or was he ever locked up for, behavior problems?
You mean, was our son crazy? Asks Mom.
Was he?
No. He was a normal boy. He ran track.
So that's what normal is. I should write that down. Did he take any recreational drugs? Mom's attitude has gone from hate to stabby.
He'd never touch those. He's an athlete. Besides, when Hunter was a boy, he saw Tommy, his older brother, destroy himself with drugs. He hallucinated. He was scared all the time and couldn't sleep for weeks on end. And it kept getting worse. Then Tommy died. Hunter saw all of it.
He didn't die. He hanged himself, says Dad. His face is set and hard, but it's clear that admitting this hurt.
Don't say it like that,
says Mom. The tears come fast, an automatic reaction when her other son's death comes up. These people are unbelievably easy to read. They don't have any magic. There aren't any spells that will hide it this thoroughly. KW puts an arm around his wife's shoulders. Jen, why don't you put on some fresh coffee for our guests? Mom nods and heads down the hall. When she's gone, KW turns to us. Sorry, this thing has us both a little crazy, but it's hit her worse. How are you supposed to live after one son's suicide and your other son's... well, whatever the hell this is? What's normal again after that? He says. He swallows hard. I still don't know what we did to ruin our boys.
You didn't ruin anyone, says Candy. Things just happen sometimes. It's easier to fall off the edge of the world than you might think, even for nice people. KW looks at her. His eyes are wet, but he's fighting hard not to let it go any further. I hate being reminded that rich people are still people. He pushes open the door to Hunter's room. This is it, he says. Look around at anything you want. We don't have any secrets. Mom comes back. I put coffee on.
She looks past us into the ruined room. She says,
Julia told us not to touch anything, so we haven't.
I scan the wreckage inside. You haven't done anything? Like a spilled glass of water or class photo?
No.
Good. Never clean up after monsters.
My son isn't a monster.
I'm not talking about your son. Vidoc goes into Hunter's room.
What my associate is saying is that when powerful supernatural forces are at work, without proper preparation, any encounter can be extremely dangerous. My advice would be to not enter the room at all, and to keep it locked unless Julia or one of her associates is here.
Jen nods and stares, a little surprised at Vidoc's accent. She relaxes a little. Even in a pile of splintered furniture, Vidoc is a charmer. Candy and I go inside while Mom and Dad watch from the hall. I kneel down, take some packets of salt I lifted from Roscoe's, and sprinkle a white line across the entrance. Vidoc sticks iron milagros down one side of the door frame with some green hardware store putty. I have to close the door for a second, I tell the Sintenzas. I get out the black blade and carve a protective rune into the wood on the inside of the door frame. Vidoc reaches for my hand like he wants to stop me, but he's too slow. Why are you destroying their home further? Why not put an ash twig over the door? Why don't we send the demon roses while we're at it? I hate hippie hoodoo. Vidoc rummages in his coat and finds ash powder in one of his vials. He reaches up and sets it on the frame over the door. Okay, I say to KW and Jen when I open the door. Nothing should get out of here.
Thank you,
Jen says. The room is a wreck. It looks like it was worked over by Linda Blair on a crack bench. One of the windows is boarded up, There are holes in the wall where it looks like someone punched through. The place hums with residual dark hoodoo. Like there are wasps in the walls. I don't think the Sentenzas can hear it, but Candy, Vidocq, and I can. Something bad was stomping around in here, but I have no idea what. Vidocq is blowing some kind of powder into the air and watches it settle on the floor and furniture. He looks at me and shrugs. Candy is over by Hunter's closet. I look at her and she shakes her head. Vidocq prowls the room, trying different powders and potions, trying to identify the magic residue. Candy paws through Hunter's closet and dresser. I ask, "How did the whole thing start?" "I guess it started with the migraines," says KW. "His head would hurt and he'd get real sensitive to light. He said there were ants eating their way into his brain. I get migraines sometimes too, so I'd give him some of my Imitrex and put him in a dark room. Sometimes it helped, but other times it made things worse. I'd hear him talking and he said it was to the voices in his head. After a week of that, things got really bad." Jen picks up the story.
Hunter stopped sleeping. He said he had horrible dreams. Things were chasing him. Not to hurt him, just to have him. He drank coffee and energy drinks to stay awake, but he'd fall asleep anyway. There would be marks on the walls where he clawed them. His hands would be bleeding. It was like Thomas all over again.
Hunter's bed is just a bare mattress. The scene of the exorcism. All four corners are stained with blood. The kid cut himself on the restraints during the ritual. The rest of the mattress is stained with every fluid a human body can produce. There are deep claw marks by the head of the bed, even some bite marks. Did he ever take anything more powerful to stay awake? Speed? Amphetamines, I mean? KW says, "I know what speed is, and no, not that I'm aware of." Candy stands at the foot of the bed looking. It's the sigil Julia told us about, which was burned into the ceiling. I can't place it, but I'm sure I've seen it before. I snap a picture with my phone. Neither parent has moved from the door. Jen has one hand over her mouth as she watches us ransack her younger son's room. What you've told me so far could be anything from a bad batch of acid to a brain tumor. When did you start thinking it was supernatural? Jen says,
"There was the time I found him floating in midair."
Vidocq stops pouring his potions. "Julia didn't mention that," he says. Jen turns away so she doesn't have to look at us.
"Tell us what you saw,"
says Candy. She has a good instinct for this kind of work, for knowing when it's best for a woman to ask another woman a painful question.
"It was early in the morning. It was still dark out. I couldn't sleep. So I came by Hunter's room to check on him, and I saw that."
She nods at the scorched symbol on the ceiling.
"You saw him making it?"
She nods.
"He was floating there over his bed, smiling like he was the happiest boy in the world. He was digging that symbol into the ceiling with his fingers. There was blood all over his arms. He looked at me and then back at the ceiling. Then his whole body convulsed like he was going to throw up. He opened his mouth and out came a jet of flame. It spread all across the ceiling. I thought it was going to burn the house down. When he stopped, all that was burned was the symbol. After that he fell onto the bed and lay there like he was asleep. That morning we went looking for someone who could help."
KW squeezes her shoulder. "It smells like coffee is ready. Would you go and bring us some?" She nods and disappears down the hall, her arms wrapped around herself. When she's out of earshot, KW says, "Hunter did take drugs. Jen doesn't know about it. It was Hunter's and my secret. We made a deal. I'd pay for rehab, and we'd never let his mother know. After Thomas, it would have killed her." "What was he on?"
Some new thing. Akira, he called it.
I haven't heard of it.
I have, says Candy. It's a hallucinogen. Real popular with the Sub-Rosa cool kids.
Vidoc nods.
I've heard of it too. It's supposed to enhance a user's psychic ability. However, Akira seems to work on anyone, so it's moving out into the civilian world.
Candy says,
A bunch of kids take it together. The high comes from being able to touch other users' minds.
Brilliant. Teeny boppers use condoms to fuck safe, and then they bore psychic holes in their heads so that anyone or anything can get inside. Were you here during the exorcism? I asked KW.
Jen and I were in the living room. We could hear it, but we didn't see anything until Father Traven got hurt. He was on the floor. Hunter was already gone.
He nods to the boarded-up window.
We haven't seen him since.
While I talk to Dad, Vidoc examines the smoking patches some of his potions left on the floor. They spread out in spider legs, each one a different color. I have no idea what it's telling him, but it looks impressive. I give Candy the last packet of salt, and she lays down a line beneath the window. KW gives us a half-smile and shakes his head.
Seeing you three reminds me of Tommy's friends. They were into magic. Claimed to know about these kinds of things. Some of them called themselves Sub-Rosas. It just seemed silly at the time. You know, kids dabbling in old stuff no one understands to impress their friends and bug their parents.
His smile gets broader, like he's found a memory that doesn't hurt.
You're not quite like them, though, he says. You look like you might have a clue.
Thanks, I say. I wish we had a fucking clue right now. I go to where KW is standing. He's still in the hall. Hasn't so much as stuck a toe into Hunter's room. Let me make sure I have this straight. Thomas, your older son, was heavy into magic with his fashion victim friends. Did Hunter want to play Merlin too? Even something small and silly like a Ouija board? KW shakes his head.
Not after he saw what it did to Tommy. He was just a kid at the time, but he remembers. Hunter's into sports, Xbox, and girls.
You sure? You didn't know he was taking drugs? He waves a hand, palm up, a dismissal.
That's different. You can hide drugs. When Tommy was into that stuff, there were magical books, crystals, twigs, and potions all over his damn room. When Jen asked him to clean up, he said his friends were the same way. There's a picture of him and a bunch of the kids. Would that help you?
You never know. He still won't come into the room.
You, lady,
he says to Candy.
By your left foot, there's a photo in a frame. Would you bring it to me?
She gets it and hands it to KW. He looks at the photo for a minute, not sure he wants to show it to us. An intimate thing he doesn't want to share. Finally, he hands it to me.
See what I'm talking about?
There's a group of 6 kids. Harry Potter by way of road warrior. My neck hurts and my stomach is in knots. I hand him back the shot. Take out my phone and pretend to look at the time. Mr. Sentenza, before we go any further, I think we should talk to Father Traven. Thanks for letting us have a look around.
That's it? That's all you're going to do?
We'll know how to proceed after consulting with the Father. Don't want to piss off any spirits by coming at them the wrong way.
That makes sense, I guess. So you'll call when you know more?
Exactly, thanks. I turn to the others. Let's go. Vidoc and Candy look at each other, but follow me out. Vidoc shakes KW's hand.
Thank you for your hospitality. Please say goodbye to your wife for us.
I'm heading for the door, leaving the 2 of them to catch up with me. You'll call back soon, right? Hunter is still out there somewhere. I turn and give him what I hope is a reassuring smile. We'll call right after we confer with the father. I head back to the Volvo and fire it up. I already have it in gear when the others get in.
What's wrong with you? Asks Candy. Why are we running out on that family?
I don't answer until we're down the driveway enough that I can't see the house anymore. I need to get clear of that place. I've got to think.
What's wrong?
Vidocq is in the front seat. He's looking at me hard. Thomas, the older kid in that photo? Hunter's big brother? He's TJ.
Who's TJ?
Candy asks. He was in my magic circle with Mason. He was there the night I got dragged downtown. I never even knew his name was Tommy. I was going to kill him with the others when I came back, only Kasabian told me he'd already killed himself. Vidocq nods.
It seems more likely now that the demon who sang that Mr. Sandman song knows you after all.
Doesn't it just? But I can't think of any demons I've pissed off. I kill hellions and hell beasts.
People, too, says Candy.
They usually deserve it most.
Vidocq says, perhaps at a villa, or something you did for the Golden Vigil. Perhaps you killed or injured a possessed person, ruining the demon's host. That might be enough for it to want revenge.
Then why wouldn't the demon come after me? Or you, or Candy, or Allegra, even Kasabian? Someone I give a damn about.
Perhaps the father can answer that question. Let's hope so.
I cut around cars and $1,000 mountain bikes cruising Studio City's quiet, privileged streets, running the Volvo away from TJ's haunted mansion ride and onto the freeway. The exhaust fumes and clogged lanes are like a welcome home party. The knots in my stomach are getting worse. I feel cold. I hold the steering wheel tight enough I feel it bend and get close to braking. The angel in my head moves back into the dark. It recognizes this kind of anger and knows it's not going to talk me down. If it speaks or touches, it might burn up in the heat. This is what I get for going soft, for backing off. I don't kill anything for a while and the world starts coughing up this shit. Okay, I get the message loud and clear.
You need to calm down if we're going to talk to the father,
Vidocq says. I am calm. I don't know what exactly is going on, but what I do know is that someone or something is daring me to find them, and maybe this preacher can tell me what. I'll do it old school, no bullets, just the knife and the na'at, like back in the arena.
You scare me when you are like this, Jimmy.
Not me, says Candy quietly from the back. Good, because when I get this thing figured out, I'm going to bring down all kinds of hell on these assholes, and this city. I've calmed down. A little when we reach Father Traven's place near the UCLA campus. Vidocq's been playing navigator, running us up and down every little side street in the county. He can read a map as well as anyone, but I think he's been buying time, hoping that if he drags out the drive long enough, I won't storm into Traven's place like it's D-Day. The plan sort of works, but mostly it's seeing where the father lives that brings down my blood pressure. Traven has an apartment in an old Art Deco complex from the 30s, and the place really shows its age. It was probably beautiful once, back before reality TV, when lynching and TB were the most popular pastimes. Now the building's best quality is that it stands as a big fuck you to all the developers who wake up with a hard-on every morning, dreaming of plowing the place under and turning the land into a business park or prefab pile of overpriced condos. If I ever find out who owns the place, I'll buy them a case of maledictions. Father Traven lives on the top floor. In a normal building, that would be Luxury Central, the penthouse suite. In this one, it's pretty much a sock drawer with a view. The original architect had the brilliant idea of putting storage and utility areas at both the top and bottom of the building. Maybe elevators didn't work that well back in the 30s. Maybe he was anal retentive. Sometime in the long history of the building, someone chopped up those top floor spaces and tried to convert them into apartments. Only they weren't designed to be a happy place for anything except rats and mops. The ceilings are too low and are at funny angles. The untreated wooden floors are warped. You'd have to call in Paul Bunyan to chainsaw the top of the building off and rebuild it from scratch to make Traven's bachelor pad into something anyone but a ghost or an excommunicated sky pilot would love. We take the elevator up to the floor below Traven's and walk up a set of bare, uncarpeted stairs. Traven's apartment door is open a few inches when we get there. I don't like unexpected open doors. I knock and push it open, my other hand under my coat on the 460. Traven is sitting at a desk scribbling away on yellow paper that looks old enough to have Spanish Inquisition letterhead at the top. He stops writing and lifts his head, speaks without turning around.
Ah, you must be God's other rejects. Please, come in.
Traven gets up from a long desk piled high with books. Really, it's the kind of fold-up conference table you see in community centers. I don't know if he's getting ready for work or a church bake sale. As we come in, Traven extends his hand. He gives us a faint smile, like he wants to be friendly, but hasn't had any reason to be for a long time, and is trying to remember how to make his face work.
I'm Liam Traven. Good to meet you all. Julia has told me a lot about you.
He turns to Candy.
Well, about two of you.
She takes off her sunglasses and beams at him.
I'm Candy, Mr. Stark's bodyguard.
Traven grins at her. He does it better this time.
It's very nice to meet you all.
He steps out of the way so we can get farther into the place. The apartment is small but neat and brighter than I expected. Whoever cut up the place installed a couple of big picture windows overlooking UCLA. There are books, scrolls, and folded sheets of vellum, mystical codices, and crumbling reference books everywhere. Even some pop science and physics textbooks covered in highlighter marks and post-its. Brick and board bookshelves line the walls, and there are more books on the floor. Vidocq heads right for them and starts eyeballing the piles.
I owned many of these years ago. Not here. I had to leave my library when I left France. I haven't seen some of these texts in 100 years.
He kneels and picks up a bound manuscript from the floor. It's so old and worn it looks like someone sewed dried leaves together and slapped a cover around them. Vidocq opens it carefully, flips through a few pages, and turns to Traven.
Is this the old Gnostic Pistis Sophia?
Traven nods and walks over to Vidocq.
There it is. I've been looking for that. Thank you. And yes, it's the Pistis. I thought there were only 4 or 5 of these left in the world.
Traven gently takes the book and puts it on a high shelf with other moldering titles.
There's more than that if you know where to look.
I say, maybe there's one less now that you're not punching the clock for the Pope. I bet that wasn't a going-away present. Traven glances up at the manuscript, and then to me.
We do rash things at rash moments, he says. Later, we sometimes regret them. But not always.
God helps those who help themselves,
says Candy. Especially the ones who don't get caught. Don't worry, Father. We don't have a problem with rash. The first thing I did when I got back to this world was roll a guy for his clothes and cash. He threw the first punch, and I'd recently woken up on a pile of burning garbage, so I figured God would understand if I helped myself to some necessities. Father Traven is in his 50s, but his ashen complexion makes him look older. His voice is deep and exhausted, but his eyes are large and curious. His face is lined and deeply creased by years of doing something he didn't want to do, but he did anyway because he thought it needed to be done. It's a soldier's face, not a priest's. There's something else. He's definitely not Sub Rosa. I would have known that the moment I touched his hand. But I can feel waves of hoodoo coming off him. Something weird and old. I don't know what it is, but it's powerful. I bet he doesn't even know about it. Also, I think he's dying. I smell what could be the early stages of cancer.
The lucky among us might get the same deal as Dismas. Dismas was one of the thieves crucified next to Christ. When he asked for forgiveness, Christ said, "Today you will be with me in paradise."
Candy and Vidocq wander around the room. I'm still standing, and so is Traven, protectively in front of his desk. He likes seeing people, but values his privacy. I know the feeling. I know a dying story, too. Ever hear of a guy named Voltaire? Vidocq told me about him. I guess he's famous. On his deathbed, the priest says to him, "Do you renounce Satan and his ways?"
And Voltaire says, "My good man, this is no time for making enemies," says Traven. It was a popular joke in the seminary.
Framed pictures of old gods and goddesses line the walls. Egyptian, Babylonian, Hindu, Aztec. Some jellyfish spider things I haven't seen before. Candy likes those as much as Vidocq likes the books.
"These are the coolest," she says.
"I'm glad you like them," says Traven. "Some of those are images of the oldest gods in the world. We don't even know some of their names."
The angel in my head has been chattering ever since we got here. He wants to get out of my skull and run around. This place is Disneyland to him. I'm about to slap a gag on him when he points out something that I hadn't noticed. I scan the walls to make sure he's right. He is. Among all the books and ancient gods, there isn't a single crucifix. Not even prayer beads. The father lapsed a long time ago, or he really holds a grudge.
"Would you like some coffee or hot chocolate? I'm afraid that's all I have. I don't get many guests."
"No, thank you," says Vidocq, still poking at Traven's bookshelves.
"I'm fine, Father,"
says Candy. He didn't mention scotch, but I get a faint whiff of it when he talks. Not enough for a normal person to notice. Guess we all need something to take the edge off when we're booted from the only life we've ever known.
"I'm not a priest anymore, so there's no need to call me Father. Liam works just fine."
"Thank you, Liam,"
says Candy. "I'll stick with Father," I say. I heard every time you call an excommunicated priest Father, an angel gets hemorrhoids. "What is it you do exactly?" I ask. He clasps his hands in thought.
"To put it simply, I translate old texts, some known, some unknown, depending on who you ask. I'm a paleographer, a historical linguist, or paleolinguist. Not all of those are nice terms."
"You read old books?"
"Not ordinary books. Some of these texts haven't been read in more than 1,000 years. They're written in languages that no longer exist, sometimes in languages that no one even recognizes. Those are my specialty."
He looks at me happily. Is that the sin of pride showing? How the hell do you work on something like that?
"I have a gift for languages."
Traven catches me looking at the book on his desk, pretends to put a pen back into its holder, and closes the book, trying to make the move look casual. There's a symbol carved into its front cover, and rust-red stains like blood splattered across it. Traven takes another book and covers the splattered one. I sit down in a straight-back wooden chair against the wall. It's the most uncomfortable thing I ever sat in. Now I know what Jesus felt like. I'm suffering mortification of my ass right now. Traven sits in his desk chair and clasps his big hands together. He tries not to stare as the three of us invade his inner sanctum. His heartbeat jumps. He's wondering what he's gotten himself into. But we're here now, and he doesn't have the church or anywhere else to run to anymore. He lets the feeling pass, and his heart slows.
Before, you said, when I got back to this world. You really are him, then? The man who went to hell and came back? The one who could have saved Satan's life when he came here?
God paid your salary. Lucifer paid mine. Call it brand loyalty.
You're a Nephilim. I didn't know there were any of you left.
That's number 1 on God's top 40 abomination list, and as far as I know, I'm the only one there is.
That must be very lonely.
It's not like it's Roy Orbison lonely. More like people didn't come to my birthday party and now I'm stuck with all this chips and dip. Traven looks at Vidocq.
If he's the Nephilim, you must be the alchemist. C'est moi. Is it true you're 200 years old?
You make me sound so old. I'm only a bit over 150.
I don't think I'd want to live that long.
That means you're a sane man. Traven nods at Candy.
I haven't heard about you, young lady.
She looks at him and smiles brightly. I'm a monster, but not as much as I used to be. Ignore her, I tell him. She's just showing off and hardly ever eats people anymore. Traven looks at me, not sure if I'm kidding. If you're in the exorcism business, you must know a lot about demons.
Klipoth,
he says. What?
It's the proper word for what you call a demon. A demon is a boogeyman, an irrational entity representing fear in the collective unconscious. The Klipoth are the cast-offs of a greater entity, the old gods. They're dumb, and their lack of intelligence makes them pure evil.
Okay, Daniel Webster, what happened at the exorcism? Traven takes a breath and stares at his hands for a minute.
You should know that I don't follow the Church's standard exorcism rites. For instance, I seldom speak Latin. If Klipoth really are lost fragments of the Angro Mya, the older dark gods, they're part of creatures millions of years old. Why would Latin have any effect on them?
How then do you perform your exorcisms? Asks Vidocq.
My family line is very old. For generations we served communities the Church hadn't reached or wouldn't come to. I use what I learned from my father, something much older than the Church and much more direct. Best of all, God doesn't have to be involved. I'm a sin-eater, from a long line of sin-eaters.
Candy comes over. I don't know what that is, but can I be one too? I give her a look. How does it work?
It's a simple ritual. The body of the deceased is laid out naked on a table in the evening, usually around Vespers. I place bread and salt on the deceased. I lay my hands on the body, the head, the hands, the feet. I recite the prayers my father taught me, eating the bread and salt. With each piece, I take in the body's sins, cleansing the deceased until the soul is clean. When my father died, I ate his sins, When his father died, he ate his sins, and so on back centuries. I contain all of the accumulated sins of 100 towns, hamlets, armies, governments, and churches. Who knows how many? Millions, I'm sure. I take a pack of maledictions from my pocket and offer one to Traven. Do you smoke, Father? Yes, another of my sins. Light up and we'll ride the coal cart together. I light two with Mason's lighter and hand one to the father. Traven takes a puff, coughs a little. Maledictions can be a little harsh if you're not used to them. Really, they taste like an oil well fire in a field of fresh fertilizer. Traven sees the pack in my hand and his eyes widen a fraction of an inch.
Are those what I think they are?
The #1 brand in pandemonium. He holds the malediction out and looks at it.
It's harsh, but not as awful as I thought it would be.
That's hell in a nutshell, I say. Tell me about Hunter.
It seemed to be going well. You see, a Qlipoth can only possess an imperfect and impure body, one that's sinned. Of course, that describes all humans, except maybe for the saints. When I eat a possessed person's sins, their body returns to a pure and holy state. With nowhere left to hide, the Qlipoth is ejected like someone spitting out a watermelon seed.
Where did it go wrong?
I'd laid out the bread and salt, and I was saying the prayers, not in Latin, but in an older language supposedly spoken by the Qlipoth, and possibly the Angra Omya.
Traven opens his mouth, and what comes out is all humming, gurgling, and spluttering, like he's drowning and speaking Hellion at the same time.
I felt the Qlipoth being drawn out as I swallowed Hunter's sins. It knew what was happening, and fought back hard. No doubt you've seen the wreckage. Toward the end of the ritual, the Qlipoth tried to drag the boy's body into the air. I shoved the bread and salt into Hunter's mouth, hoping it would draw out the creature. I prayed and ate the bread. That should have worked. It's always worked before. But something went wrong. Imagine that I was erecting a castle to push the Qlipoth out and keep it out. Something went wrong and it burst through the walls and back into Hunter's body. That's the last thing I remember before Julia helping me to my feet. By then, Hunter was gone out the window.
Did you recognize the demon? I asked.
No. It's none I've ever encountered before. It wasn't angry or frightened until it realized that I knew how to force it out. That's unusual for a Qlipoth. They're incomplete creatures, and they know it, so it makes them fearful and vicious. This one was patient and thoughtful.
Traven walks to the windows and opens them to let the smoke out. I follow him so I can flick my ashes outside, over the university. I say, I think we're going to need more information before we try the exorcism again. We're missing something important.
I've been going through my books trying to identify the specific creature, but I haven't had any luck.
Perhaps I can help you with your research, says Vidoc. I have my own library, if you would like to see it.
Thank you, I would.
You two can play librarians. I'm going to make some calls and break some people's toys until one of them starts giving us answers. Cool, Candy says. Father, I know you must use the university library. Have you ever heard anyone talk about a drug called Akira?
Of course. It's popular among some of the students, artists, New Agers, those sort of thing.
Do you know anything about the drug itself?
Not really. All I remember is that it seemed like it was harder to get than other drugs, that there were only a few people who sold it.
Thanks. I shake Traven's hand and I let Vidoc and Candy go out ahead of me.
I start out, stop, and turn. It's an old trick. One more thing, Father. Julia never told us why you were excommunicated. He's thinking, not sure he wants to answer.
I'll tell you if you promise to talk with me about hell sometime, he says.
Deal. Traven goes back to his desk and picks up the book he'd hidden earlier.
I don't like other people to see this particular book. It seems wrong for it to be a mere curiosity.
I saw you cover it up. The spray of red on the front of the book nearly covers an ancient sigil. I don't recognize the symbol.
It's the sign of one of the Angkor Omya cults,
says Vidocq, looking over my shoulder. Traven nods.
You'll understand why the church was so angry with me. They have an unswerving policy that there is no God but their God. There never was and there never will be. But there are some who believe that there's more to creation than what's in the Bible, and that the stories in this book are at least as convincing as those.
You translated the Angkor Omya's Bible? No wonder God doesn't want you whacking his piñata anymore.
Certainly the church doesn't.
It isn't all bad, Father. I own a video store. Come around sometime. The damned get a discount. He gives us one of his exhausted smiles.
That's very kind of you. Since leaving the church, I've come to believe that it's the little fleeting pleasures like watching videos that mean the most in this life.
Amen to that. When we're back in the car, I call the Sentenzas. KW answers. KW, it's Stark. Did Hunter ever tell you where he got his drugs? Maybe give you a name? A slight pause. It was a girl. Not a girlfriend exactly, but someone he spent time with. Hang on a minute. Over the phone comes the sound of things being moved, furniture scrapes. KW curses. Then he's back on the phone. I knew he'd written it down somewhere. Her name is Carolyn. Carolyn McCoy. Is there an address? He reads it to me. Okay, thanks. We'll be in touch. I call up the phone's map app and punch in the address. It's off the Golden State Freeway in Sun Valley. Vidocq is in the back seat. I turn to look at him. How did you hear about Akira? Did you ever try it? He shakes his head.
No. What Hunter's father said at the house was wrong. Akira is nothing new. Like all drugs, it goes in and out of favor. I haven't heard it mentioned for perhaps 2 years. It sounds as if it's coming back. I'm a bit surprised.
Why?
It's not an easy thing to fashion. The chemistry must be precise. Even a small mistake, and you will not have synthesized Akira, but a very potent neurotoxin. Also, many of the elements are not readily available. Some of the plants and herbs required can only be cultivated in native soil. A mountaintop in China, a rainforest in Brazil. You must find a reliable source of the pure ingredients, even to attempt to formulate Akira.
How is it you know so much about it?
I was once asked to manufacture it. I was offered quite a large sum of money, in fact. I refused, but they asked again. Each time they asked, the amount of money increased, but I still refused.
He turns and looks out the window.
Finally I said yes, not because I wanted the money, but because I'm a coward. And when they grew insistent, I was afraid to keep saying no.
Was it Mater Leeds? I heard that she and her people are big dope suppliers to the Sub Rosa. He shakes his head and looks at me.
No. It was Marshall Wells. The Golden Vigil wanted Akira.
I frown and look at Vidocq. He nods. What would a bunch of Homeland Security Bible thumpers want with Akira? Were their office parties better than I thought? I ask.
I suspect they were interested in the drug's psychic aspects. They had many staff psychics, but mind reading has never been a precise art, and subjects can resist. Now imagine that you had a drug that made the psychic link pleasurable. A drug that made the subject being interrogated feel as merry as New Year's Eve.
Wells would love that. It sounds like something Aelita would love. Or Lucifer. They tried something like that on me downtown. For a while I was fighting in the arena so much that they gave me quarters in the basement. They made a big deal of it. Really, it was just another holding pen. But it had 4 walls and a door, and I had it to myself. I was so grateful I kicked and punched my guards harder than ever when they came for me. It was worth taking a beating to keep them from knowing that the filthy room made me happy. When I was in hell, a funny thing happened. Every time I got beaten, burned, stabbed, or impaled in the arena, it just made me stronger. When I discovered I was a Nephilim, it all made sense. But at the time, I didn't know why it was happening. The Hellion fight masters and soldiers wanted to know why I didn't have anything useful to tell them, and they beat me more, which only made me stronger. Hellions aren't always clear on cause and effect. Then they started the mind games. They'd spike my food with a kind of Hellion ecstasy and send in the damned soul of a pretty murderess to play concubine. We'd work each other for a while, and when I was good and relaxed, the questions would start. I didn't even realize I was being interrogated. It felt so good talking to another human. But I still couldn't answer their questions because I didn't have any answers. They tried young women and old ones, boys and oiled-up beefcake. They still didn't get any answers, and by then my body had grown used to the drugs. But I could fake it. When the last devil doll didn't get any answers, a gaggle of disappointed guards bum-rushed my cell and did the hokey-pokey on my head. I'd been in my Folsom prison mansion a few weeks by then. I'd found the weak bolt in the iron door on my second night. I'd worked it out with my nails and teeth and had been sharpening it on the stone walls ever since. I shoved it through one guard's ankle and kept going north, peeling off his calf muscle. That caught the other guards by surprise, and they stopped kicking me for a second. Just enough time for me to get hold of one and shove the bolt into his thigh, opening up an artery that painted my walls and the last 2 guards with glistening black Hellion blood. It looked like we'd struck oil in there. They didn't try the pleasure principle on me again, which was nice. But a couple of days later I lost my private suite and got moved back to the bunkhouse with the other cattle. Moo, motherfucker. So you made it for them? Vidoc nods.
Yes. To give myself just a little credit, I did it rather badly. After several attempts in which I produced mild forms of the drug and pure poison in one case, I convinced the marshal that the ingredients he had acquired were of too poor a quality. I suppose he believed me because I remained alive and unincarcerated.
That's good news, then, says Candy. I look at her. If it's so hard to make and there are so few dealers, that means it's a small operation, right? Or a bunch of lousy ones, I say. Vidoc shakes his head.
No. If people had died from Akira, there would be rumors everywhere. Candy is right. Akira is a specialized business, possibly as small as 1 or 2 labs.
See? Candy says. I'm a good detective, too. Just like Philip Marlowe. He's the one with the robot glasses and the Maltese Falcon, right? Candy sticks her tongue out at me. The sight of it is more distracting than I want it to be. Thanks for the talk. I think I've got things clearer. Now both of you get out. I'm doing this thing alone. Silence. Then Vidoc pipes up.
Do you think that's wise? You're not in the best frame of mind today.
That's why you're not coming. Call a cab. Stark, says Candy. I cut her off. I mean it. You're both reasonable, and I don't want reasonable around when I talk to an Akira dealer. Neither of them moves. Candy's up front with me. I reach across her and open the door. Go. I'll talk to you later.
I'm calling you in 1 hour, she says. If you don't like it, tough.
Candy and Vidocq get out. I leave them on the curb and head for the 405. I can already picture Carolyn as one of those seductive damned souls that used to hover around my room under the arena, getting me high, getting me talking, treating me like the soft fool I was back then. I'm not soft now, and I'm even less forgiving. I don't know if Carolyn's blood is red or black, but if things go right, I just might find out. Carolyn McCoy lives on Cantera Street in a run-down tract home surrounded by a low metal fence and a half-dead lawn where patches of bleak grass break through the bare soil. Her house is right across the street from Sun Valley Park, prime real estate for a small-time dealer. I knock on her front door. It takes a while for anything to happen. I can hear someone banging around inside. I surprised her. She's hiding her stash. The front door opens. Carolyn doesn't open the screen door, but stands there blinking in the sun like a not very bright groundhog. I've seen exhumed corpses with better tans.
Who the fuck are you?
She says. I lean close to the screen and smile. Hi. I'm a young college student trying to earn extra money selling magazine subscriptions door to door. Would you be interested in a 10 to 20-year subscription to Possession with Intent to Sell and its sister publication, I'm Going to Burn Your House Down While You're Asleep in Bed Tonight? She stares, her mouth open a little, like she's trying to form a question but forgot how to speak English in the last 3 seconds. I pull the screen door open and brush past her inside. She stands there, turns, and watches me invade her living room. Carolyn has short, dry hair that frames her face perfectly. She'd be pretty if she didn't have deep bruise-colored rings around her eyes and her skin wasn't the texture of sandpaper. There are red welts on the inside of her arms, where she's been compulsively picking at the skin. I can smell not quite metabolized meth in her sweat. Her heart's jacked up, and her eyes are pinpricks. But that's the drugs and not me. The angel in my head wants me to go easy so the back of her skull doesn't blow off and take her brain with it. That's a good idea. On the other hand, she's dealing DHS black box psychic poison to teeny boppers who don't have a clue that demons, Kissi, and other brain-sucking assholes are out there waiting to get a clawhold in their cortex. Carolyn stands by the door, arms crossed. When the clockwork in her brain kicks in, she follows me into an avocado and orange living room with overstuffed chairs, throw pillows, and a long rattan sofa. It looks like the set for a 70s snuff film. She stops a few feet away and looks at me with a jittery stare, trying to figure out if she should know me, if she owes me money, if I owe her. Sit down, I say. She doesn't. I take a step toward her. Sit down, I say again. She walks around me and sits on the sofa, knees together, hands folded in her lap like she just graduated from charm school. I sit across from her on a cushioned green chair. I pull it over to the sofa so we're sitting face to face. The chair springs are long gone and my ass tries to sink below my knees. Not a good look when you want to come across as intimidating. I slide forward and sit on the edge of the chair.
Are you a cop?
She asks. Do you think I'm a cop?
No.
Then maybe we should go from there and see where it takes us. Is that all right with you, Carolyn?
Fine, whatever. If you're not a cop, who are you?
I lied earlier. I'm not a college student. She starts picking at the skin on her left arm. Stop that. You dig that arm open and you're going to get gangrene in a dusty shithole like this.
What do you care?
I don't. but it's annoying to look at.
What the fuck is it you want? You want money? Do I look like I have any money? Look around.
She waves a hand at the general wreckage. It's not so much that the place is a mess. It's that nothing is where any sane person would put it. It's like everything she owns, from furniture to coffee cups, she's used once and then dropped where she was when she was done with it. I don't have to look, Carolyn. I know that whatever kind of pig wallow you live in, you have money because you're a dealer. I say. I can see it in your eyes and hear it in the tiny catches in your voice. You're also strung out and about 6 months from a fatal stroke. You know you have high blood pressure, don't you? That doesn't mix well with meth. She lifts her head, still eyeing me.
How do you know that?
She gnaws on her thumb. Her fingernails have all been chewed down to the quick. There's plaster dust on her fingertips. It's just a trick I do. I know things about people. Like how all the money you say you don't have is stuffed in a hiding place in the wall. The look she gives me is halfway between anger and dumb wonder.
When did you come in my house?
I've never been here before. That was just to show you that lying isn't going to get you anywhere fun.
If you want the money, take it. I'm sick. I can't stop you.
I don't want your money. I just want a name or two.
What name?
Before we get to that, did you sell Akira to Hunter Sentenza? She leans forward, resting her elbows on her knees, jacked up and exhausted at the same time.
I didn't sell it to him. I gave it to him. We're like, friends. We're going to get clean together.
I look at her. Her brain is vibrating so fast I can't read her. I go another way. Why not? You've got yourself a nice rich boy client who was going to pay for your treatment. What was the plan? You take a walk your second day in and pocket whatever refund money you can con out of the clinic? She shakes her head and her straw-dry hair sways around her cheeks.
It's not like that. Hunter and me are friends. We're going to do it together. For real this time.
Then you haven't heard about him. She sits up, alert and for the first time somewhat focused.
Something happened to Hunter?
He's missing. It was that last dose of Akira. His brain threw a rod. He jumped through a window and now he's missing.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
She covers her face with her hands. That was dumb. Never tell meth heads the truth. The whole reason they're high is they're severely reality-phobic. I snap my fingers in front of Carolyn's face, lightly slap her arms. Come back to Earth, Carolyn. We need you. Hunter needs you.
Will he be okay?
I don't know. It depends entirely on what you can tell me. I need the name of your supplier.
Why do you need that? Why aren't you out looking for him?
Do you know where to start looking?
No.
Neither do we. What we do know is that Hunter used Akira without any problems, and then all of a sudden, he went psychobilly. I have a bad feeling that maybe there was something wrong with that last batch. Hunter's reaction wasn't a regular OD. It was real specific. So I want to know what was in there, who put it in there, and why. She sits up and shakes her head, draws her hands close to her body.
I can't tell you that.
Yes, you can. You're Hunter's friend, and you want him found so the two of you can get better together.
I can't.
I scoop forward on the chair and lean close to Carolyn. She freezes, trying to keep her eyes from meeting mine. Or maybe you're not Hunter's friend, and you gave him a hot shot. Is that what you did, Carolyn? Did someone give you a special dose of Akira just for Hunter? Stop digging, boys. We struck oil. Carolyn's brain is still humming like a tuning fork, but at least she's focused on something now. It's there in her eyes. She's beating herself silly trying to make all the contradictions and lies in her life add up to something sane. She really believes she's Hunter's friend, but the meth fog she lives in lets her justify giving Hunter drugs she knew were bad because someone up the food chain promised her more drugs or more money or the chance to settle a long-standing debt. Whatever her reasons, she feels guilty as hell. The addict self-pity tears start pumping out of her red and bruised eyes. I want to smack her to see if it snaps her brain back into gear, but I just pat her lightly on the shoulder. I keep my voice low, like I'm speaking to a child. Who gave you the special Akira?
I can't tell you.
Sure you can. Just give me a name. I'll go, and you can get back to turning your brain to fish food.
Fuck you!
She practically spits the words. Her whole body changes. She was a limp jellyfish a second ago, and now she's ready to put her fist through the wall. We're on to the next step in this soap opera. She's not thinking like a tame little user now. She's moved into dealer mode, hardcore, defiant. Do you believe in magic, Carolyn?
Get out of my house, faggot!
I don't mean kid party magic. I mean the real thing. Witches on brooms, love potions, hexes and demons. Do you believe in that?
You know, one phone call and you'll be smoked before you get back to Hollywood.
I run through some ideas. There are a lot of scary things I learned in the arena, but I only used them on hellions and lurkers. 99% of what I learned I've never tried on a civilian, and I don't particularly want to, because I'm pretty sure they'd go off like a gerbil in a microwave. Her hands are shaking from the drugs, but she's past scared and is deep into gangster territory. She puts on her best Scarface sneer and says,
"You just going to sit there staring at me? I know you. Pussies like you talk and talk, but you won't do anything. You don't know the kind of people I know. They have balls."
She sniffs and wipes the snot from her nose with the back of her hand. I take out Mason's lighter, thumb it open, and spark a flame. Her eyes flicker to mine and then zero in on the lighter. I'd like to show you a magic trick. Would you like to see a magic trick, Carolyn? She gets up. I grab her arm. She twists and tries to sucker punch me, puts her whole body into it. I don't try to stop her. I'm faster than any civilian, so she's moving in exquisite slow-mo. When she's a few inches from making contact, I lean back slightly and let her fist sail past. Grab the wrist and twist so her arm bends out like a chicken wing, and every muscle and tendon in her shoulder feels like it's going to snap. Carolyn goes down face first onto the sofa and rolls herself into a little ball, squeezing her aching shoulder. I wait. Eventually she sits up. There's a half-finished cigarette in an ashtray on the arm of the sofa. She takes it, puts it between her lips, and starts looking around for matches. I'm still holding the lighter. I hold the flame out to her. She leans forward. I pull the lighter back, and she follows a few inches. When she realizes I'm fucking with her, she stops and gives me a dirty look. I say, "Let me get that for you, for real." There's one thing you have to remember about threats. When you make one, mean it. This is especially true with addicts. Their brains aren't designed to absorb new information, and they're used to being slapped and stomped, so that doesn't scare them anymore. If you need to impress upon an addict the gravity of their situation, you need to make a threat that doesn't seem like a threat, but more like God pissing on them from a mountaintop. I hold the lighter to my hand, and my skin bursts into flames. Fire is fire, and this isn't fun hoodoo, but I can stand the pain long enough to make my point. Carolyn jumps back at the sight of my burning mitt. I play it up, let the meat cook black until it flakes, and crispy skin drifts onto the carpet. I could let it get down to the bone, but I really don't want to do that. I move my hand toward Carolyn. She presses herself against the back of the sofa, trying to put as much distance as she can between us. I touch the tip of a finger to her cigarette until it glows. This is what I meant by magic. I know worse tricks than this, but let's focus on this one for the moment. What do you think would happen if I held you with this hand and used you to mop up this messy, messy house? Does that sound like fun? I think it would hurt. Maybe as much as it hurt Hunter when that shit you gave him turned him into a demon's chew toy. I'm going to ask you one more time, and if you fuck with me, things are going to get drastic. Who gave you the Akira for Hunter?
Kale,
she says. She takes a long breath after she says it, rubs the sores on her arms. She wants to pick at them, but she knows I don't like that. Kale, what? She shrugs.
I don't know, just Kale.
She nods at my still burning hand.
I've seen him do weird shit like that too. Like magic and shit.
Where can I find Kale?
Downtown, at Dead Set. It's a club on Traction Avenue near Hewitt. You can't miss it. At night they show old zombie movies on the side of the building.
What's Kale look like?
Tall. Skinny. He wears big boots to look taller, and he wears one of those, like, Nazi officer trench coats. His hair is bleached all white, and there's like these runes or some kind of voodoo shit tattooed on the sides of his head.
I whisper some Hellion, and the flames on my hand flutter and disappear. There's most of a flat can of beer on the floor next to the sofa. I pour it over my aching hand. The beer bubbles and steams away. I hand Carolyn the empty can. She clutches it to herself like it's a holy relic. I wipe the beer off my hand on the sofa and get up. Remember what I said, Carolyn. Go see a doctor about your blood pressure. You're about to lose your supplier, so your job is going to evaporate. The good news is that Kale won't be asking for any of that money you have in the wall. Take it and use it to clean yourself up. Dying isn't the worst thing in the world, but dying because you're stupid is. I head out the front door. I'm halfway across the doomed lawn when I hear Carolyn yell something. I go back to the house. Behind the bright mesh of the screen door, Carolyn looks like a ghost child.
I'm sorry,
she says. She leans forward so that her face is almost touching the screen and whispers,
Tell Hunter I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, you know.
I nod. Sure. I'll tell him. When I get back to the hotel, I find Candy in the room and Kasabian holding forth on Terrence Malick's Badlands.
See? What Malick did wasn't tell us the story of a couple of kids on a cross-country murder spree, but to tell us a dream about it. Like the whole thing is a shared fantasy in the kids' heads and ours, which, from what I've heard, is pretty close to what it was like for Charlie Starkweather to kill all those people.
She smiles up at me from the foot of the bed as I come in.
Hey there. I'm getting film 101 from your boss.
My boss?
That's what he said.
I look at Kasabian. He says,
What do you know about accounting, insurance, inventory control, and, running a video store besides watching movies all day?
Not much.
Then I'm the boss.
I sit down next to Candy.
You can't argue with that logic, she says.
I could, but it would end in tears and divorce lawyers, and I can't stand paperwork. Candy leans gently into me, so our shoulders are touching. I pull a wad of cash from my pocket and hand it to her. Why don't you get us another room where we can talk? If the night manager gets weird, use my name and give him too much money. He'll set you up. She bounces off the bed onto her feet and goes to the door. On her way out, she blows Kasabian a kiss.
I'll be back for your master class on Monty Hellman.
He beams at her as she leaves.
Now that's the kind of girl you shoplift beer for.
He whizzes around on his skateboard to face me.
Good thing you got here when you did. I was going to rock her world with some surfboard moves. She would have been mine.
You're the boss and I don't surf. You could probably have her in Mexico by now with a preacher and a cut-up fishnet stocking for a wedding veil and a donkey for the witness.
Badlands was probably too cerebral for a first date. I should have gone with something sexy and scary like Sarsaparilla. Next time.
Sure, next time. I start to say something about delusions of grandeur, but keep my mouth shut. I haven't seen Kasabian this happy in probably ever. I'm out of cigarettes. I reach into the nightstand and get a fresh pack of maledictions. There aren't too many packs left. Kasabian's happy. He doesn't need to know that. I light 2 and stick 1 between Kasabian's lips. I need you to look up something for me in the Codex.
That sounds like work. Didn't you see the sign? I'm closed for the evening.
You may be the boss, but I pay the beer bills and rent, so pull a little overtime for me. Kasabian puffs on his cigarette and frowns. His little legs take the malediction out of his mouth and tap ashes onto the floor.
What do you want to know?
I need to know about screw it, demon. This one is different. It's confident, maybe even smart. It does possessions, but it doesn't automatically attack unless it feels threatened. I thought for a while it might be a Kissi, but I know them, and this doesn't feel like their work. He shakes his head.
That doesn't make sense. If it's a demon, it's dumb. All demons are dumb, which means they have an inferiority complex that makes them trigger happy.
If it made sense, I wouldn't ask you to look in the Codex.
Why are you dragging me into this thing? I don't like demons. Just because you're feeling magnanimous doesn't mean I am.
I sit on the end of the bed and smoke. I flick the ashes onto the carpet, too. Gotta give the maid something to do when she comes in, so she won't notice the dead man on the skateboard. Yes, you are. Candy's working with me on this. Do it for her. Dazzle her with your kung fu.
Nice try. I was kidding before.
She's a jade. You never know what kind of fetishes they have. Faint traces of cigarette smoke drift from the bottom of Kasabian's neck and hang around his face like mountain mist.
I was going to watch Blue Velvet and order chicken wings. What more could a guy want?
How about a body? His eyes narrow.
Is this case of yours going to get me one?
I doubt it. But fucking off in here isn't either. The more hoodoo work we do, the more likely one of us will stumble on a fix-it spell for your situation.
My situation?
He mumbles.
You put me in this situation.
After you shot me. He smacks the keyboard and the computer wakes up.
Asshole. Here I was talking to a pretty girl, content as Jane Mansfield's pasties, and you come in and want me to flip burgers on the night shift.
You'll check the Codex?
I'll check.
Cool. I get up to go out. He yells something at me.
I need highly concentrated carbs to do this brain work. Get me something cold, and I'll make you Employee of the Month.
I go to the kitchen and get a 6-pack from the fridge. I set it on his table and say, You want a souffle or something, too? I'll need to warm up the oven.
This will do. Don't forget to punch out when you leave.
I'm about to punch something. I ask the night manager what room Candy is in and head upstairs to the last one at the back. It has a nice view of a used car lot. I stop for a second before going in, feeling a little strange. Candy and I have been dancing around each other for months, but we've hardly ever been alone together. Maybe the one and only time was when she stabbed me in the heart to give me the zombie serum. Does that count as a first date? And if so, on what planet? I'm 13 again, trying to figure out how to talk to a girl. This is ridiculous. We've killed and fought side by side and kept the gates of hell from opening. I should be able to string enough words together not to drool on myself. I open the door, and Candy is waiting for me, standing naked in the middle of the bed. I barely get the door closed when she jumps all the way across the room and lands on my chest, pinning me against the wall. A pure predator ambush. Candy's skin is as corpse-cold as I remember from the first time she pecked me on the cheek outside Doc Kinski's clinic. But she warms up when we fall onto the bed and I'm on top of her and we're kissing like it's the cure for cancer. She shreds my shirt with her nails and I barely get my pants off before she destroys those too. Candy wraps her legs around me. I slip inside her and the world goes black and hot. Her teeth wolf into my shoulder. I pull her hair as her nails dig into my back. I pull harder and bend her head back so I can see her face. I catch a glimpse of the jade lurking just under the skin. Her nails extend into claws and our grinding bodies torpedo us from this soft and stupid human world to some place where monsters can tear and bite. No one's afraid of it, and all the groans and pain and craziness are beautiful. The hotel bed makes a sound like a bullet and collapses beneath us. I pull her legs onto my shoulders and push deeper inside her. When she throws back her arms, her hands smash through the cheap wall paneling. She shifts her weight and rolls on top of me. My elbow comes down on the nightstand, cracking it and demolishing the phone. We fall out of bed and onto the floor. Candy is on her hands and knees, and I'm in her from behind. She doesn't hold the jade inside anymore. Her body starts its transformation, but she holds it halfway, not quite girl and not quite beast. She moans and snarls as one clawed hand rips the stuffing and springs out of the sofa next to us. The mirror on the dresser falls and shatters on the floor. I'm not really sure which one of us did that. We crawl back onto the bed. Candy crawls back on top and thrusts down on me hard enough to crack the San Andreas fault. I swear I hear plaster falling from the ceiling in the room below us. I don't care. All that matters is the girl and the monster thrusting down against me. In the dim, distant parts of our brains that can still form thoughts, I know we're both thinking the same thing. This has been a long, goddamn time coming. Later we lie in the ruins of the room. We push some debris out of the way and move the bed so it's at least flat on the floor. We lie down, wrapping ourselves in torn sheets and what's left of the bedspread. I like this hotel. The rooms are simple, but kind of pretty, says Candy. I think we broke this one. Want to do it again? Sure. Later, when Candy falls asleep, I put on my pants and boots and go back to the other room to get a new shirt. Kasabian hasn't moved from the computer. Beer cans are piled under his table.
Your shoulder is bleeding, he says. Let me guess. On the way over you ran into a midget with an armful of razor blades and barbed wire.
I don't kiss and tell.
You don't have to. I could hear you all the way over here. The whole hotel could hear you. Everyone was out of their rooms. They thought it was a gang fight. The hotel manager called 911.
I find a clean Max Overdrive t-shirt and put it on. Cops are coming? Kasabian shakes his head.
Relax. I routed the call to a phone company all circuits are busy message.
You know how to do that?
I'm on this computer all day. Making it do bad things is the only fun I have. Did you really think I spent all my time looking at video catalogs and porn?
Yeah, I sort of did. His eyes narrow at me.
See? That's exactly the kind of thing I expect from you. No respect whatsoever. After all the research and information I've found for you.
That's not how I meant it. I just never pictured you as the high-tech type.
I have to be. All my magic goes into keeping this goddamn skateboard upright. I don't have extra for anything else, so I have to use machines.
That's actually a real smart way to deal with things. You're a credit to your race, Alfredo Garcia.
Hey, don't call me that when you're off getting laid and I'm in here keeping LAPD off your back, he says, pissed and with a right to be.
You're right, man. I owe you.
You're goddamn right you do.
He leans toward me and speaks in a whisper like maybe the CIA is listening.
Is she as cute naked as she is with clothes on?
Don't even start.
Come on, I saved you both. And you just said you owe me. Give me a Polaroid.
I crack a smile at that. You know, she just might think that's funny enough to do. She's not shy.
Seriously?
I'm not going to ask her for you. You want it so bad, you do your own begging. And I don't want to see you photoshopping her head on the porn stars.
What's her email address?
I don't even know if she has one. You hick.
I'll find it myself.
I take the Smith & Wesson out of my coat and reload it with special rounds I made with cut-down .410 shotgun shells. I might not need them, but fortune favors the prepared mind that thought to bring a really big gun. I say, don't crash out on me. I'm looking for information right now, and that'll probably lead to more questions. I might quiz you now, but I need to make a call.
You know where to find me.
If you've ever wondered if your life has run off the rails, here's a handy quiz. Is the only person left in the universe you can go to for help someone even God doesn't want to talk about? Is the only alliance left to you with a gang that eats and shits chaos? Are you about to drunk dial the only guy in creation who's probably more despised than you? If you answered yes to any of these, then you should seek psychiatric help. If you answered yes to all of them, you're me. I walk out the front of the hotel and a block down Hollywood Boulevard. On the way, I get out my phone and thumb in a number I've had for a while, but never dialed before. I let it ring once and hang up without waiting for an answer.
It's about time we heard from you.
I spin around toward a vinegar stink. When they aren't trying to pass as regular people, Kissi have a very particular smell. God damn, you're fast. He's blonde with the kind of sky-blue eyes that don't happen in nature. His cheekbones look like they were sculpted by a fascist Michelangelo. I don't know if he was grown in a petri dish or assembled from dead SS rent boys. I can't stand to look at him. I say, I told you I didn't want to see you wearing that Nazi face anymore.
I don't remember my appearance being part of our bargain,
says Joseph. Wear your real face next time. It's easier looking at a burn victim bug than Dr. Mengele. You can't be subtle when you're dealing with a Kissi, even their leader. And he's the least psychotic one of the bunch. The Kissi and I have one major thing in common. We shouldn't exist. We're both part of God's Misfits of Nature traveling show. When the Big Bopper created angels at the beginning of time, he fucked it all up. The blowback from conjuring all those angels created both angels and their opposite, the Kissi. They don't live in heaven with Daddy, but way out in the boiling chaos at the edge of the universe. In their true form, Kissi are fish-belly white and have a faint bottom-of-the-ocean fish glow. They look like a cross between a regular angel and a 6-foot-tall grasshopper dipped in wax and left in the sun to melt. If you've ever seen one, that's enough to last a lifetime. And I've seen a whole world of them. That was back when I destroyed their honeycomb hideout way out in the ass end of Chaosville. Yeah, it's hard to justify trying to kill off a whole species, but they were collaborating with Mason in his plan to take over hell and then the rest of the universe, so basically, fuck 'em. Most of them went spinning off into space and died when I wiped out their homeworld, but enough survived that Joseph has assembled a small army of them. He did it because I asked him to. We made a deal with this particular devil a while back. I wasn't happy about it then, and I'm not happy about it now. But when you're an abomination, you can't trust hell, and heaven hates you, so you don't always get to choose who you dance with at the prom. Why are you wasting time chasing drug dealers over a dead boy? That's not what we agreed to. 1, I don't think the kid is dead, and 2, whatever is going on with the kid has to do with Mason and Aelita. You should thank me for finding out what it is. When I first got back, the Golden Vigil's main obsession wasn't Lucifer, it was monitoring the Kissi. The Vigil saw Lucifer as a gelded pony, more of an annoyance than any kind of threat. The Kissi were the real danger in the universe. The only thing that could tilt all of existence toward total chaos. That's one more thing I have in common with the Kissi. They hate the Vigil almost as much as I do.
You promised us a war. We're tired of waiting, Yosef says.
I know, but remember, you being impatient is why I beat you last time. When we made this deal, you agreed to wait for my signal before doing anything. My game, my rules. What we're planning is going to take some time to set up. If you don't want to play in my sandbox, then fuck off back to Limbo. I'm tall, but Yosef is taller. He straightens so he can look down his perfect nose at me.
We'll wait, but not forever.
Calm down, the big plan is still down the road, but I might have some fun for you in the meantime.
What kind of fun?
Your favorite. Chaos and destruction. Loss of life and property. Burned toast and spoiled milk.
I hope you're not lying to me.
Is that a threat? That's big talk for a guy who ended up with his head and body in separate zip codes the last time we went at it. Yosef stares at me. Maybe the Nazi face is right for him after all. Like all good goose-steppers, Kissi think they're better than everybody else. In their minds, they're high-rolling, Compton, Vegas true angels. God, on the other hand, thinks of them as being like the black sludge that rolls into sewers, when he thinks of them at all. We're done for now. I'm going inside. Keep your phone on, I tell him, and start back to the hotel.
The beast in your room is very pretty, says Yosef. Her true face is, at least. Much better than that human you wasted your time with before. You should thank Mason for getting rid of her for you.
I head back for him, trying to decide if I should rip out his tongue or stomp his ribs into marmalade. But he's gone before I even turn around. Like I said, Yosef is fast. I go to Candy's room, climb over the broken furniture as quietly as I can, and lie down next to her. I'm exhausted from getting up early, fighting the hangover and torching my hand. A club like Dead Set won't open its doors until at least 11, and I'm betting Kale won't be there before 1. There's time to get a few hours of sleep. Candy stirs when she feels my body hit the mattress, takes one of my arms and wraps it around her, pulling me onto my side until my front is pressed against her back. It feels strange to be in a bed with another person. Strange in an okay way. The kind of strange a person could get used to. I don't even feel sleep coming on, but the room goes soft around me and I'm somewhere else. I'm making coffee in the kitchen of the old apartment. Alice is on the sofa doing a crossword puzzle. Miyuki-chan in Wonderland, a weird fetish anime version of Alice in Wonderland, is on TV with the sound off. X is playing The World's a Mess, It's in My Kiss, from a little boombox on the counter. Alice says, "What's an 8-letter word for bountiful flora?" I have no idea. You know I hate crosswords. "Genocide," she says and fills in the squares. What? She doesn't look up. "How about a 5-letter word for Pinocchio's kin?" I don't know. "Shield." I leave the coffee and walk over to the sofa. What kind of crossword is that? "Saint's bones. 7 letters. Armageddon." I sit down next to her. On the TV, a dominatrix version of the Mad Hatter is coming on to cartoon Alice. My Alice looks up, smiles, and kisses me lightly on the lips. Here's one that's 2 words for a makeshift mantra. I look over her shoulder at the puzzle. It's completely normal, except that she's filling in all the answers in strange runes or pictograms I've never seen before.
Uffe.
Is this a dream? I ask her. She shrugs.
You tell me. This is in your head. Would you be more comfortable if I was a dancing midget?
In another dream, before the drifters hit the city, you warned me about something that was going to happen to me. Is this one of those dreams?
What's a 5-letter word for banker's holiday?
The X song starts up again. She must have it set on loop. Go to hell, see if you like it, then come home with me. Tomorrow night may be too late. The world's a mess. It's in my kiss.
Holocaust,
she says. I'm going to make this right, you know. I'm going to make Mason pay for what he did to you and me. Alice finishes the puzzle and sets it on the coffee table. I can see it better now. Even though she was coming up with different answers, the puzzle is filled in with the same 7 symbols over and over again. She leans over and puts her arms around me, rests her head on my shoulder, watching the TV.
That's one fucked up movie,
she says. I don't know why I picked it.
Yeah, why would you possibly pick Alice in Wonderland?
Oh, right. She pulls me closer.
You know I love you, right?
Yeah.
Then you need to stop goddamn obsessing all the time. I'm dead. Boo-hoo. You're Sandman Slim. Boo-hoo. The universe is a lot bigger than us.
I shake my head, reach for a cigarette. She lets go so I can lean forward and grab the lighter. I know all that, but a lot of little stuff still hurts like hell.
You're telling me? I'm the one who got a knife in the back.
She says it right after I light up. I try to move away, but she holds on to me. That's really what happened?
Yeah. You've got to give Mason credit for that. Sending Parker to do it fast. The guy knew how to do it. I hardly felt a thing.
If you know that, then this isn't a dream.
Maybe not 100%, but it's still a dream.
For a long time I was afraid of knowing what happened to you.
Gee, I hadn't noticed. Now you do know. It's time to get your ass past it.
I take a drag off the cigarette. She takes it from my hand and puffs, hands it back to me. Her fingertips are blue to the point of almost being black. They don't look like a living person's hands. I don't know what to do next. Alice punches me on the arm.
Were you even listening to the crossword, dumbass? It's all finally happening. What you knew was going to happen. You can either keep watching movies until the sun burns out, or you can stop running from who you are. You're Sandman Slim, goddammit. You're that, or you're nothing. Your choice.
Isn't there a curtain number 3? I don't mind a year's worth of turtle wax.
Sorry, the money's all down. Betting is closed. Play or walk away.
I nod toward the crossword puzzle on the table. What's with the hen scratching? I can't read a damned word. She glances at the crossword and shakes her head.
It's a puzzle. You're supposed to figure it out. That's why they call it a puzzle.
How?
Once again, it's called a puzzle for a reason.
Okay. Some kind of magic being, a stand-in for the caterpillar, I think, is hitting on Alice. You know I'm in bed with another woman, right?
It'd be pretty creepy if you were in bed with me, Ed Gein.
It's okay with you?
I thought we went through this when you fucked Brigitte.
Get on with your life. It's more like she fucked me. I was pretty much just an innocent bystander. Every guy tries that line at least once. It never works. Why did you pick that particular song? Who says I picked it? Who says it's about me? Alice takes the cigarette from my hand, finishes it, and stubs it out on the sole of her shoe. She nods at the TV where a barely dressed female Jabberwock is flying Alice across Wonderland. If you dream about me again, dream me like that, Alice. She gets to fly around, have adventures, and isn't stuck in this fucking apartment forever. I'll work on it. Do that. You know I'd look good as an anime schoolgirl? I love you, but I'm over your moony guilt trip. Dream about that girl you're lying next to for a change. She kisses me on the cheek, gets up, and walks away. See you around, Miyuki-chan. Later, Gator. I wake up and take my arm from around Candy. I'm sweating. I go to the bathroom, run some water on my face, and wipe myself down on one of the hotel's rough white towels. I find my phone and check the time. Still early enough to get some sleep. I sit on the edge of the bed, letting my head clear. In a little while I lie down and put my arm back around Candy. She moves back against me. Yeah, I could get used to this. I wake up around 1 and start putting my clothes on. Candy hears me and turns over. What's up? I'm going to a zombie industrial club to track down a drug dealer. What are you doing? She throws off the covers and starts looking around for her clothes. No way I'm letting you tough guys solo it and hog all the fun. Then shake a leg, modesty blaze. I kind of regret having ditched the Volvo in the afternoon. I have a bad feeling about where all this drugs and demon bullshit is heading, especially after talking to Alice, or talking to myself, or talking to some combination of Alice and my subconscious. I don't hate the dull anonymity of the car or, when I'm being honest with myself, the last month and a half of quiet. Things are changing, and they're going to change faster. You'll be able to boogie board on all the blood that's coming. Tonight, though, the universe throws me a bone. A bike ride is what I need to blow out the dust and clear my head. And what do you know? Someone's left a red Ducati monster in the street just for me. Every day is Christmas if you know how to get around locks. I look at Candy. You okay riding without a helmet? What's a helmet? I take out the black bone knife, slice through the cobra lock in one pass, and toss it away. I climb onto the bike. Candy gets on behind and puts her arms around me. I jam the knife into the ignition, turn, and gun the throttle. The Ducati purrs like a big mechanical cat. I kick up the stand, turn, and speed off to find Kale. At the corner, I remember we're going across town and there might be cops. I grunt a little hellion trickster hoodoo so civilians will see helmets on our heads. Sometimes magic is as dull as taking out the trash. The wind feels good on my face, and Candy is warm against me. Talking to Alice has taken a weight off my back, one I didn't even know I was carrying. I'm amazed I haven't been walking around like Cheney in The Hunchback of Notre Dame. I know some of what I'm feeling comes from Alice's tough love, leave me alone and find a girl that breathes pep talk, but the more important part is finding out how she died. Not knowing was killing me, and I never had a clue. I'm not saying that knowing feels good, but it feels more human. I've broken things and killed people for what happened to her, and I don't regret any of it. But now it feels like the bottomless fury that both pushed me forward and held me back might have an end to it. Or at least it won't be cranked up to 11 all the time. I'll never let go of Alice entirely, and I'll never forgive what happened to her. But I know I don't have to destroy myself to make things right. I just have to kill Mason. Sometimes when I'm out at night and things are quiet, I take pity on the angel in my head and let it take the lead. The angel can see in the dark, but not like it's an owl or has night vision goggles. The angel sees the world the way God must see it. Nothing is solid. Objects don't exist except as strings of vibrating pearls of light. Molecules are interlocked tinker toys of atoms hiding in smudged electron fogs, all wrapped in the twisted folds of superstring taffy. Swirling and flowing, the universe folds in on itself in a multidimensional Technicolor Busby Berkeley dance of the celestial spheres. And that's just in the city. I wonder what the ocean would look like with these eyes. Waves within waves, within waves, within waves. A fractal whirlpool dropping down forever, past heaven and hell and what? Could eyes like the angels see the Big Bang? Could I pick out the atoms of Alice's ashes where I dumped them by Venice Beach? No. None of that tonight. I'm alive and I'm driving and there's a pretty girl at my back. I'm a goddamn Bruce Springsteen song. When we get near the club, I leash the angel and stuff him back in his doghouse. I need to see with my eyes now. I stop the bike in the driveway of a gated warehouse down the block from Dead Set. The scene is pretty much what Carolyn said it was. The goth industrial crowd wrapped in latex and chrome. Girls and skinny boys wearing boots with heels high enough to tickle Gabriel's ballsack mill around outside smoking. Dead Set is in a converted furniture warehouse. There's a projector on the low brick building next door splashing Stacy, a Japanese schoolgirl zombie flick across 3 floors on the side of the Dead Set warehouse. A horde of barely legal shoujos in bloody school uniforms stumble towards soldiers firing automatic weapons. It goes the way these face-offs usually do. Schoolgirls 1, soldiers 0. I light up a couple of maledictions, hand one to Candy, and we wait. "Shouldn't we go inside?" she asks. "Too crowded. If we get into a tussle, all those extra bodies are just going to get in the way. A club like this only has one entrance. Give it some time. Cale will come to us." I love it when you talk all Sam Spade. A cop car cruises by every half hour or so to let the crowd know they're there. I smell some undercover bacon in the crowd, too. Their sweat is different. They're excited, but it's not by the drugs or possibility of sex. It's at the possibility they might get the chance to put a beat down on the young and beautiful. The cool kids who wouldn't let them sit at their table in the lunchroom. Fucking cops. They're making me side with these preening assholes. I have to wait around an hour for Cale to come outside. Yes, it's boring. You can only make so many catty comments about the crowd when everyone looks pretty much the same. Candy and I burn through more maledictions than we should. Fuck Lucifer, too. I saved his life. He could have at least sent me a crate of smokes before he fucked off back to Daddy's condo in heaven. I get back on the bike and gun the ignition. "Follow me over on foot," I tell Candy. I hit the throttle and blast across the street like a twin-cylinder RPG. Cale and his crew have come outside. My screech skid to a hard stop inches away from him. However high he is, his reflexes are good enough that he jumps back a few inches when he sees me closing in on him. "Hey, Cale! Long time no see! How have you been doing?" "Do I know you?" "Sure. Carolyn McCoy introduced us." "Sorry, you've got the wrong guy. I don't know you or any Carolyns or any McCoys." I'm close enough to see that, yes, he does have runes and sigils tattooed on the side of his head. I want a closer look, but the lights are shit, and he's too high to stand still. He turns and tries to walk away. "Sure you know Carolyn. You're her Akira connection." I say it loud enough so that everyone nearby can hear. Cale turns and heads back. his long, lanky body moving with a dancer's practiced grace, but a boxer's strength. I'm pretty sure he's armed, but I'm not sure what with. What did you just say? There are 5 in his crew, 3 girls and 2 other guys. They spread out behind him, blocking the street in case I try to rabbit away. Akira. The Akira that Carolyn sells to stupid college kids and, for all I know, underage go-go dancers. Damn, how many felonies is that? That's what she says? And you believe everything every dumb junkie cunt tells you? I believe her because you said you didn't know any Carolyns, but you know she's a dumb junkie cunt. He does a little grunting laugh. All these small-time bitches have habits. If I ever did know a Carolyn, I don't know her anymore. Why would you? She dosed the kid for you, and that makes her too dangerous to keep around. What I want to know is whether you dosed Hunter Sentenza on your own, or did someone pay you to do it? He doesn't say anything, but he doesn't walk away either. He's trying to decide if he wants to talk some more or fight. I'm guessing the second, I say. If you wanted Hunter dead, you'd have sent one of your monkey boys to do it. That means you did it for someone. I want to know who. Cale subtly shifts his weight, dropping it onto his back foot. He's trying to be subtle, but I know a fighting stance when I see one. His crew is showing a lot of teeth. Candy is behind them in the street. She keeps an eye on them while they keep an eye on me. Someone screams off to my right. 2 drunk girls have fistfuls of each other's coiffed hair and are rocking back and forth trying to hit each other. Drunk catfighting for the crowd's amusement. Every town has its arena. But I shouldn't have taken my eyes off Cale. By the time I refocus, he's throwing a hex at me. And it isn't in the textbooks in Sub Rosa school. He's been hanging out with a bad crowd. I bet he cheats on his spelling tests, too. But there's no time to think about that. A buckshot hurricane of wasps blasts from his hands right at my face. The first wave hits me square in the chest and face before I can throw up a shield spell. The wasps are coming so fast that most of them don't have a chance to sting me. They splat and bounce off into the crowd. The young and the beautiful scream in pain and run. Fuck 'em if they're too dumb to get out of the way of a hoodoo street fight. I get a shield up, covering my front from ground to head. The stream of wasps is coming at me so hard that I have to lean into them to keep from being blown onto my back. I expand the shield over and around Cale and his crew. Shouting in Hellion, I slam the shield shut, trapping them inside with Cale's ballistic bugs. There's a couple of minutes of hilarious screaming and self-flagellation as Cale and his people crouch, crawl, and slap themselves silly trying to get the wasps off. Cale is barely in control of the hex, but finally turns off the bug spigot. Cale is pissed. He shouts a string of hexes and chips away at the sides of my shield dome. I let him. I'll give the kid some credit. He's got some power, and he's on his way to learning how to use it. But he isn't there yet. That's a dangerous place to be. It can make you do stupid things. Like now, for instance. Finally, he blasts my shield dome into a million pieces of formless ether. A guy like this with lots of showy magic tends to forget the basics of fighting. The physical part. I rush him and get a hand around his throat before he can throw any more hexes. Cale's boys just stand there like pricey mannequins. It's the girls who finally do something and make to throw some hoodoo my way. Candy is on them before either of them can get more than a syllable out. She puts the boot to them, but has enough control of herself not to go jade on them. I let go of Cale long enough for him to take a swing at me. Then I speak a single Hellion word. He collapses, not like he fell, more like a giant invisible foot from the sky is trying to squash him like a bug. He fights it, writhing and twisting, almost pushing himself up on two arms and then collapsing again. His face is a few inches from the street when he starts vomiting blood. Some of it splashes onto his face and his bleached white hair. Kale's crew freezes. They don't run, but they don't try to help him either. Blood does that to people. I let him keep vomiting. In fact, I make him vomit more blood than any 10 human bodies could possibly hold, gallons and gallons of it. It spreads in a widening puddle in the street, covering him and threatening to touch his crew's expensive shoes. They want to stop the mayhem, but they're torn between their loyalty to their leader and their look. One of the girls, Kale's squeeze, I guess by her haughty, high-toned look, rushes to his aid, but slips and ends up on her ass in the gooey red slip-and-slide pouring from her boyfriend's mouth. I can hear the electronic beeps and boops of people dialing cell phones. Good citizens calling 911. I shout a bit of mind control abracadabra. It's something you use on people and hell beasts, but it does weird things to electronics. I once blew out all the traffic lights on Hollywood Boulevard with it when I drove Allegra to Doc Kinski's clinic. This time it just fries some smartphones. I let up on Kale. He can't breathe while puking, and I don't want him to die of oxygen deprivation. The moment the blood stops, he sucks in big mouthfuls of air. Hurting your boss here is fun, but only one of you pricks is going home alive, and it's the one who names your Akira supplier. The one who makes it. Just shout out her name and address, and you get to walk away. One of the boys, who's gone even paler than when he came out of the club, waves a bony arm in the air like a drunk praying mantis.
It's Hunapu, he says. He runs the cookers.
Where can I find him?
Shut your fucking mouth, Jonas!
It's Kale, still on the ground, but still in command. His latex glistens with blood. He's gone from platinum blonde to I Love Lucy red. Candy moves behind him in case he freaks and takes a runner. Jonas says,
I don't want to die here.
Kale shouts,
Say another word and I'll kill you myself.
Who do you think is in better shape to kill you, Jonas? Kale or me? Tell me where to find Hunapu.
I'll tell you if you don't kill anyone.
I nod. Good boy, that's reasonable. Tell me. I'll know if you're lying.
Hunapu works out of a lab in West Hollywood. Biospecialities Group.
What kind of lab is it?
I don't know. There's test tubes and shit. It's a lab.
Will he be there now?
How should I know?
You got a number for him? Jonas's hands are shaking so much he can hardly get the phone out of his pocket. The hoodoo I threw earlier should have just fried the parts of the phone that make calls. The address book and calendar still ought to work. Maybe. Jonas nervously thumbs through a couple of screens. Kale's girl is up on her feet. She tries to grab the phone from Jonas's hands, but he shoves her back down in the blood. Candy kicks her hands out from under her when she tries to get up again.
Jonas, you cocksucker! Don't tell him anything! Shouts Kale. I don't want anyone getting killed!
Jonas holds up the phone so I can read the number off the screen. Good boy. You are not a completely useless human being. Now get the fuck out of here.
Kale, you okay? Kale?
Calls his girl. Jonas's chest explodes with wet red holes. The blood on his shirt is real, and it's his. He collapses onto his knees and falls over onto his face. I spin and see Kale pointing a .38 snub-nose at me, probably loaded with .357 rounds. He must have had it tucked in his boot. He has to use both hands to steady the gun enough to aim. The hammer is already halfway down. He gets off one shot. A body blurs by me. Candy has shoved one of the boys from Kale's crew in front of me. He catches the bullet just below his right ear and is dead before he hits the pavement. Kale manages to get off one more shot. It goes through my right sleeve. I feel some heat and blood, but the bullet does more damage to the coat than to me. Kale doesn't know that. And too bad for him, neither does Candy. She is on him, and the blood isn't my hoodoo spell this time. She's gone full-on Jade and is tearing him apart. "Candy, that's enough!" I yell. She turns to me. Her eyes are red slits and black ice. Her nails have grown out into curved claws, and her mouth is full of sharp white shark teeth. Someone screams. Then a whole lot of people start screaming, which is the way it usually goes when people see a monster for the first time. "Come on, he's not going to get any deader." It takes her a minute to register my words. The beast is in control now, and it takes a few seconds for the human part of her to get back online. She walks over to me, her human face slowly replacing the Jade's. I put my arm around her, whisper, "Thanks for looking out for me," and kiss the top of her head. Most of Kale's crew is long gone. Only his girl is still there. I walk over to his body and push his head to the side. Ugh, he's a mess. When I wipe the blood away, I can make out the tattoos on his scalp, and the rusty gears in my brain go click, click, click. "What the hell is that doing there?" I ask Kale's girl. The girl says,
"That's the symbol for Sister Ludi. She's a protector spirit."
I know what she is. What is she doing on Kale's scalp?
What do you mean?
Sister Ludi is fake. A gaff. She's something Sub Rosa touts, made up to sell fake idols and potions to tourists. What's her symbol doing on the head of someone who had to know that? A better question is, what does a demon have to do with a fake goddess? I recognize it now. Sister Ludi's sigil is the same symbol that was burned over the bed in Hunter's room.
Oh, that. It's for Hunahpu. He's really into Sister Ludi. He thinks saying she's fake is some kind of Anglo-conspiracy. Kale wore it to show respect, and Hunahpu gave him a cut rate on product.
She keeps looking at Kale's body with no way to process what just happened. I feel a little sorry for her, but I feel sorrier for Hunter. "Was it Hunahpu who gave you the special Akira for the Sentenza kid?"
I don't know who it was for, but yeah, Kale said there was a special batch for someone.
That's all I needed to know. I take her by the arm and walk her to a cab that's been waiting outside the club. Like everyone else, the driver is standing and gawking at the mess. I put Kale's girl in the back seat and close the door. "Listen to me," I say, leaning in the window. "It's hard and nasty what you saw tonight. But you're lucky it happened now. Kale was never going to last doing what he does. There are people out there 10 times harder and 100 times meaner than Kale was ever going to be. He was always going to end up on his back with holes in him. The difference is, if you'd stuck around much longer, you'd be lying in blood next to him. Another dumb dead girl in a place that spews out more dumb dead girls than smog. Go home. Be sad for a while. When you're over it, fall in love with someone who has better tattoos." I go around, give the driver some money, and tell him to take her home. Before he can get in the cab, I take out the .460 and pop a few rounds over the crowd's head. The cut-down shotgun shells I'd loaded it with aren't filled with pellets, but with one of Vidoc's memory powders. It will scrub away the last hour from everyone's brain. I might have a bad temper and be dating someone who eats people, but I'm not stupid enough to leave witnesses. Someone's dropped a coat on the ground. I pick it up, take Candy by the arm, and walk her around the corner. When we're out of sight of the club, I use the coat to wipe Kale's blood from her face and hands. I say, "Thanks for saving me back there." Her eyes are a little vacant.
Wow. I haven't done that to a person for a long time.
How are you feeling?
A little spacey, but okay. Are you okay? We should get you to see Allegra to get the bullet out.
I'm fine. It barely grazed me, and I've already stopped bleeding. She leans against the wall, a little out of breath.
He shot you. I wouldn't have done what I did if he hadn't shot you.
I know. She stares at me, her eyes still a little unfocused, but she's coming back to earth.
Did I go too far?
I shrug. Technically, he did shoot me, and he did kill his friend, so we can assume he would have kept shooting until he killed me or I got him. So yeah, you saved me, and from my point of view, that's a good thing. I pause. Next time, though, maybe you can just snack on the bad guys a little until we see just how much fight they have in them. We probably don't need to kill all of them.
Don't kill everyone. Got it. You sure you're okay?
The arm's fine. The coat took most of the damage. It was brand new. Now it's like all my damn clothes, shot up and bled on. She cups my face in her hands and kisses me hard. I kiss her back.
What happens now?
Candy says. We go see Hunahpu. I know where the address is. We can leave the bike.
How are we going to get there?
I pull her away from the wall. Have you ever walked through a shadow? I ask.
No?
Want to?
Sure.
Don't let go of my hand. I step into the right black darkness in the recess by a loading bay door. Pulling Candy with me into the room of 13 doors, I take her out again near the address the kid gave me. It's on Fairfax, a little north of Beverly Boulevard. As we step from the shadow, Candy says,
Holy fucking goddamn fuck, that's cool! What was that room we went through?
It's called the Room of 13 Doors. I can go anywhere in the universe through those doors. Even to heaven and hell.
Why did we drive to the club? If I had something that cool, I'd be running in and out of it all day and night just to mess with people.
I believe her. I'm glad I have the key and she doesn't. It feels weird using it in the city when I'm going somewhere the first time. Like the club tonight. I didn't know where it was or what was going to be there when we arrived. I like to drive because I like to get a look at a place the first time I go there.
Why don't you just get your own car?
Are you kidding? People steal them. Up the street is a white 2-story office building plastered together to look vaguely colonial. It's as bland and forgetful as any real estate office. The first floor is dark, but there are lights behind the windows on the second. It's almost 3 and there's barely any traffic in either direction. Candy and I walk across the street to the glass and aluminum front doors. Bio Specialties Group is painted on the door in a reassuringly scientific-looking serif font. In theory, I could step into a shadow here and come out on the second floor near the lights, but I don't want to do that. Drug cookers tend to be on the jumpy side, and I've already been shot at once tonight. I take Candy around the side of the building, and we use a shadow to get into the lobby. No alarms go off, so they don't have motion detectors down here. So far, so good. There's a locked wooden door at the top of the stairs with the company's name on it. I stand there for a minute.
What are we doing?
Asks Candy. Shh. Light leaks from beneath the door where it doesn't quite touch the floor. I watch for moving shadows to see if people are moving around and how many there might be. Nothing moves past the door. I let the angel's senses expand. There are voices off to my right. 7, maybe 8. The clinks and taps of metal and glass. The whir of machines and whisper of small gas flames. That will be the lab. Off to my left, closer to the street, I get nothing. Probably offices, unoccupied at this hour. Everyone seems to be bunched up in the lab. I say, keep your head down when we get inside. Then I take her hand and we slip inside through a shadow on the wall. Behind the door is a reception area with a desk, computer, and phone. Wrought iron letters spell out Bio Specialties Group on the wall above the receptionist's desk. Either the company deals with a lot of amnesiacs, or they really, really like the sound of their own name. The office at the front of the building, overlooking the street, isn't set up to impress, but at least it looks like the lab is a legit business. You must do everything by courier or pick up them. There's a plain wooden desk that you'd see in any high school principal's office, piled with receipts, schedules, and undelivered lab results. A business phone with about 90 buttons, most unlabeled. A combination fax and copy machine. In the corner is a plant with shiny green leaves. It looks like the only thing in the office the occupant cares about. We go into the next office. Hallelujah. This one is decked out for a bank president. Dark green walls with light trim, very Victorian. An oak desk with inlaid leather, big enough to land cargo planes. A plasma TV on one wall and a glass-fronted cabinet on the other, filled with framed certificates and trophies. It's all very nice and respectable looking, and copied straight out of an executive furniture catalog, I bet. The wall to the left of the desk is why the nice office is back here and not up front with a view. This one has a window looking right into the lab. I was right. There are 8 people on the night shift, a collection of clean-cut MIT types and scruffy old-school meth cookers who have enough brain cells left to move up the food chain to the exotica market. What's really interesting isn't the people, but their gear. It isn't ordinary college surplus Bunsen burners and Dr. Frankenstein bubbling flasks. The place is decked out like a TV starship. Smooth, sexy, and at times translucent golden vigil gear. A collection of advanced human tech tweaked by angels recruited by Aelita, the vigil's psycho-angel queen. The last time I saw her, she was quitting the vigil so she could return to heaven and, no shit, kill God. The dead-eyed, neglectful dad, who she thought had outlived his usefulness. Aelita might be the most vicious and craziest thing with wings I've ever met, but you've got to give her credit for ambition. The window looking into the lab must be one-way glass, because no one in there has noticed us. Candy has probably seen drug cookers, and I know she's never seen anything like Golden Vigil tech. She's got her nose pressed against the window like it's her first visit to the zoo. I sit down at the desk and dial Hunapu's number from his office phone. That ought to get his attention. I look through the lab window, hoping Hunapu is inside with the techs. I hear the cell ring, but none of the techs pulls out a cell phone. After the few rings, Hunapu's phone cuts off. No voicemail message. Nothing. A minute later, the desk phone rings. I wait. A few rings and a recorder built into the phone kicks in. An amplified voice comes through the unit's speaker.
Stark, pick up. I know you're there.
Damn. I pick up the receiver. Who is this?
It's who you wanted to speak to, so speak.
How did you know I'd be here?
I know you saw Carolyn, and I know you're the kind of persuasive person who would get her to talk about Cale. If you have my cell and are calling from my office, something tells me you found him too. Is he dead?
Entirely. Have you ever been to Donut Universe? They're open 24/7. Why don't we meet for coffee?
Let's not, and say we did.
I'm looking at your lab.
Of course.
You're what's left of the Golden Vigil, aren't you? I mean, any idiot could have bought stolen lab gear from when the Vigil closed down, but how many people would know how to use it?
We're not all of the Vigil. There are other cells scattered here and there. But we all lost our dental plans and 401ks when the government shut us down. It was either find a way to earn a living or go on food stamps. And like you, we hate filling out paperwork.
I'm trying to place his accent, but there's nothing to get hold of. It's like he learned to speak phonetically. The Vigil or Homeland Security sent him to speech classes to erase any regional traces.
Do I know you? I ask. I saw you at the Vigil offices, but we never had any heart-to-hearts.
The angel in my head talks to me. He's a little Sherlock Holmes, which I guess makes me Dr. Watson. I'm not wild about that. Better that he's Starsky and I'm Hutch. At least I get a cool car that way. Why do I get the feeling that somehow Wells is involved in this? He's coming back to L.A. and he wants his own private army. Maybe he wants to start a panic with a drug associated with hoodoo and get them to send him back. Hunahpu makes a sound. At first I think it's a sneeze, but realize it's a little laugh.
Don't be stupid. Wells flunked out because he was and remains a Boy Scout. He can't see the big picture. He doesn't want to, because it's so big there isn't even anyone to arrest.
There's you and your people in the next room.
If he was coming, we'd know it. If he grabs us, he won't keep us long.
It's not a boast. I can read it in his voice. This guy is connected to something or someone higher than the clouds and probably just as hidden. So you're off on your own, causing trouble after your boss takes a bullet. What does that make you? Do you think you're the 47 Ronin? Are you making a samurai movie in Grandma's backyard?
Fuck the feds. Sister Ludi set us up. We work for her now.
You mean Aelita, don't you? I lean back in Hunahpu's chair. He hasn't said anything for a few seconds. I hit a nerve.
Call her what you want, white boy. Sister Ludi came to me in a vision, and I saw who she really was.
You mean Aelita got inside your head and showed you what you wanted to see? She's good at that kind of thing. She's a fucking angel. And she's crazy. You know that, right?
She's doing the work that needs to be done, just like we are.
Are you crazy too, or just stupid?
You're hurting my feelings, Stark. If you really feel that way about Sister Ludi, I suppose you don't want what she left for you.
I sit up straight in the chair. I take it all back. Aelita is Florence Nightingale, Patti Smith, and Miss America all rolled into one. Now what did she leave me?
A message. Listen. If you've made it this far, it's already too late.
I lean my elbows on the desk. What does that mean?
I assumed you'd know. It's pretty fucking funny that you don't you think?
Why did you go after Hunter Sentenza?
She told us to.
I used to think Wells was a lapdog and a true believer, but this little shit's got a PhD in celestial bootlicking. This is why the demon knows me, right? What demon is she using? At least tell me that.
I'm a pharmacist. I don't know anything about demons.
God damn it, he's telling the truth again. Aelita does. Do you think you're going to click your ruby slippers together and she's going to whisk you off to heaven? She isn't going to kill God, and when she fails, she'll drag you down the toilet with her, right down to the bottom of hell.
If the choice is you or her, I choose her.
Answer one personal question. You're supposed to be a lab that analyzes things, DNA and AIDS tests, but you spend all your time cooking Akira and whatever else brings in money, right?
Close enough.
Are you at least sending out the blood to a real lab so people know if they're sick, or are you just letting them all die?
Of course we do, says Hunahpu. We're not monsters. You're the monster, Stark. Or are you so comfortable with that now that you've forgotten?
I guarantee you I'm not going to forget your voice. We're going to run into each other down the road sometime. And when we do, I'm going to pop you apart one rivet at a time.
There's the monster. Hello, monster.
I hope you have another lemonade stand stashed out back, because this one is going out of business. He sighs.
With everything you know about the Vigil, you don't think we'd put our whole operation in one location, do you? Do your worst. We'll be up and running again by the end of the week.
My worst is a lot worse than you remember. Be sure to check the papers tomorrow. It'll be on the front page.
I wouldn't expect anything less from you, abomination.
Candy is looking at me when I hang up.
What was that all about?
This place isn't just a drug lab. It's God's little terrorist angel army on Earth. That was one of them on the phone. You know how you said not everything is about me? Well, this is. Alita sent a demon after Hunter because she knew I'd find out that he's TJ's little brother. I bet it's one of these pricks who sent me the text knowing it would piss me off and get me on the case. She raises her eyebrows.
They sound like they have their shit wired tight. How can you go after people like that?
I'm not. Come on. We're getting out of here. I take Candy outside through a shadow by a bookcase. When we're on the street, I dial a number on my cell. No one answers. I don't leave a message. A second later, the phone rings. There's silence on the line. Do you know where I am?
Yes, says Yosef.
The building and everything inside is yours. Be sure to make a mess.
We've been waiting so long for something to do. A mess is inevitable.
The line goes dead. We walk to the other side of the street and into an alley, hidden from view. Normally I'd cut and run from a scene like this, but Candy will want to see it.
Who was that?
A guy whose head I once chopped off.
What is it with you and cutting off heads?
It's an old habit. The crowd loved it in the arena. If you do it right, the body does a twitchy little dance before it falls over.
It's pretty fucked up that you know that. I like it.
I know. I've been saving that one up for you. She kisses me on the cheek. A warm wind swirls down from the sky, kicking up garbage and whirlpooling it away. There's a roar behind it, like the wind, but lower in pitch, like a billion hungry locusts, or a jet flying low, maybe both. I say, among God's many fuck-ups at the beginning of time was this. When he created the angels, he created something else, too. They're called the Kissi. Watch close, because we're not staying long. The Kissi come down on the building like a black, boiling fog. At first, they look like a solid mass. It isn't until they start tearing the building apart that you can see individual ones. I'm behind Candy with my arms wrapped around her. Not because it's cold, but to prevent her from doing exactly what she's doing now. Trying to leave the alley to get closer to the carnage. She only does it for a few seconds, then settles down against my chest. I can hear her heart beating like a speed metal band encore. Something explodes and she jumps back against me. One of the Kissi must have hit a gas line. The building already looks like Pompeii. Broken walls, cracked stones, and everything on fire. The horrible, beautiful faces of individual Kissi are visible in the flames. That's enough fun for one night. I pull Candy back farther into the dark. We come out by the hotel. She's holding on to my hands, which are wrapped around her. She looks up at me.
"I don't have the words," she says. "You've seen a lot of that kind of stuff, haven't you?"
Way too much for my taste. She steps out from my arms and takes my hand.
"Let's go upstairs and finish off the furniture."
I can't right now. Every bit of information I get makes this whole thing more confusing. I know Aelita is doing this to fuck with me, but that can't be all there is to it. She thinks too big for that. And what does, "if you've made it this far, it's already too late," mean? I need to talk to Kasabian. Want to come with me? She shakes her head.
"He talked my ear off before. He doesn't get out much, does he? I think I need to take a break before I dive back in."
Okay. I'll see you upstairs in a little while. She heads for the room.
"Take as long as you want. I'm starting without you. You'll just have to catch up."
I'll bring my jet ski. Inside, Kasabian is drinking a beer and watching Las Montañas del Gehenna, an obscure 70s Mexican spaghetti western. Kind of a cross between Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid and Jodorowsky's God is a Freudian shootist epic El Topo. After a long drought hits their village, the residents decide to sacrifice a young girl to the ancient Mayan rain god. The girl's father and lover shoot up the village and rescue her. Later, a priest visits them at their hideout in the desert. He tells them that they have to find the gods and make it up to them for stealing their sacrifice. Midway into the movie, the girl and the two men ride their horses up a mountain of bleached human and animal bones to a cave that's the entrance to the Mayan underworld. The gods' minions grab the girl and lay her out on a stone altar while a priest holds an obsidian knife over her, ready to cut out her heart. The girl's father and lover have to play the traditional to-the-death Mayan ball game to see if they're all going to be sacrificed or they get to return to Earth. I was watching Las Montañas del Gehenna the night Mason sent me downtown, so I never got to see if any of them survived.
Is that blood on your jacket? You got shot again. Are you a bullet magnet, or just have a fetish for never wearing the same clothes twice?
I don't want to see how Las Montañas del Gehenna turns out. I decided a long time ago that the girl makes it home, and I don't want to find out I'm wrong. I turn off the set.
Hey! I'm watching that!
You can finish it later. I just found out that Aelita is mixed up in this hunter thing. He nods.
I'm not surprised. I think she's got something going with Mason, too. An angel's been sneaking in and out of hell, coming in from way out in the Badlands where even hellions don't go. Who else is crazy enough to deal with Mason but her?
They're the ones that probably sent the Klepots, or whatever they're called. But why go after Hunter? And why get me involved? Maybe they're trying to railroad me into a trap.
Were you just trying to say Klepoth? Look at you! You learned a big boy word.
Aelita can't have hit God already. That would shake the whole universe. They're not ready to invade heaven, are they?
No way. Generals are still arguing over plans. Troops are still coming in from all over hell. No way they're ready.
Why would she be tiptoeing down to hell?
Mason just got hold of something that's got him pretty excited. It's big, too. Like an oversized gold coffin carved with all kinds of binding runes and hexes. Aelita might have smuggled something out of heaven. Maybe a weapon.
Or something to help Mason make a new key to the Room of 13 Doors.
More likely something like the Druja Moon. A passkey to a secret back door in heaven. She's supposed to have allies upstairs, so it wouldn't surprise me.
What if she didn't come straight from heaven? If she sent that demon after Hunter, maybe she has more demons. Could she and Mason be raising a demon army? Kasabian smirks.
Even Lucifer couldn't do that. Training demons is like herding cats on acid.
My gut is churning and I really want to hit something. This is all on me. I got too clever. I should have killed Mason when I had the chance. That proves my theory that thinking's overrated.
Get a grip. We can rule out Mason having a key. He'd have used it by now. He'd have come back himself or sent a Hellion hit squad. No, this is something else.
It's gotta be the thing I'm too late to stop. I need to talk to the Sentenzas again. I freaked out and left last time when I realized that Hunter is TJ's kid brother.
TJ? Our TJ? That's fucking insidious.
I missed something with them. I'll go back in the morning. You keep watching downtown. Consider it self-defense. If Mason gets back here, it isn't just me he's going to snuff.
Now you've piqued my interest.
I think about things for a minute. You know, you could have told me some of this before, and saved me a lot of bullshit time.
Right. I never know how you're going to react to information. I don't need you going batshit and throwing me out or pulling a gun.
It's true. I've thrown the little weasel out, and I've taken a few pot shots at him. It's not like I didn't have my reasons. He was spying on me for Lucifer, and then there was that time he tried to kill me. But that was a while ago, and since then the angel has been whispering sweet nothings in my ear about not killing people when they get annoying. And it was before I figured that I need all the friends I can get in this world. Not that Kasabian is exactly a friend, but he has good taste in movies and we both want Mason drawn and quartered. He scuttles over to the set and turns it back on.
If you're going to shoot me, I want to finish my movie.
On the monitor, the two vaqueros are playing the Mayan ball game. They're slow and clumsy, falling all over each other. All right, man. Sure, mea culpa. On occasion, I've been known to express myself in uncouth ways, but I'm on the wagon for pulling guns on people I know. He turns his eyes from the monitor and looks at me for a minute.
So that's my apology?
I guess so. He turns off the movie, picks up his beer and drinks. A trickle leaks out from the bottom of his neck and into his bucket.
Ever since Lucifer left, the place has been falling apart. And I don't mean the trash isn't getting picked up. I mean Old Testament falling apart. Earthquakes, wildfires, Hellion food riots. That's something you don't want to see. No one's in charge. Mason has the army and local Pinkertons tied up with his war plans. It's like he doesn't give a rat's ass how hell is going to... hell.
Who's working with him?
Most of Lucifer's generals have defected. Abaddon, Wormwood, Mammon, they're all in pandemonium. General Semyaza is the only holdout. He doesn't like the idea of being pushed around by a mortal, and he commands a shitload of troops. I don't know if they can pull off the attack without him or his troops.
I get a malediction from my coat and pour myself a drink from a bottle of Jack on the nightstand. You know what's weird? This whole thing between me and Mason. I can't even remember what started it.
Aside from the fact that you're exactly alike?
Fuck you.
The truth hurts, doesn't it, Tinkerbell?
I rub my arm where the bullet grazed me. At least it helps me.
Hell, too, when he was a kid. He used to joke about it.
I stare at him. Kasabian widens his eyes and nods. Pleased he caught me off guard. What do you fucking mean Mason was in hell? Kasabian rolls his eyes.
Not that hell. Metaphorical hell. Christ, how can you not know any of this? Mason was famous when he was a kid. His parents were even more famous.
I met his mom once, a dumpy lady with the Betty Page hair and trophy wife jewelry. She's famous?
That was his aunt. His parents were dead, and regular civilian court appointed an uncle and auntie dearest to take care of him. They were happy to move into the house in Beverly Hills and spend as much of Mason's inheritance as they could. Maybe that's why he burned the house when he disappeared. It covered up what he did to you, and it sent the Beverly Hillbillies packing.
Tell me about Mason's metaphorical hell. Kasabian grunts. He's calling me a hick without actually saying it out loud.
It started with Mason's father, old Amit Fame. Amit killed and hexed his way into running a big chunk of the California drug biz, and I don't mean aspirin. Why would he cozy up to civilian dope peddlers? Because drugs are power and influence, and Amit and Gabriella, Mason's mom, were the ambitious type.
He swigs from his beer.
You know what assholes rich sub-roses are? Everything is about status and building a dynasty. None of the other clans were into the drug biz, so there wasn't any competition. He imported the stuff, set up operations to manufacture the complicated stuff, and then cut and distributed it himself. He had a handle on sub-rosa recreational drugs and most of the pot, meth, and ecstasy in the state. But he didn't control heroin and opium. So he decided to go to the source. Amit and Gabriella packed up the kiddies, that's Mason and his little sister. Bet you didn't even know he had a sister. And off the family went to Burma.
The drug connection has to be why Mason and Aelita dosed Hunter. Another joke or clue for me to figure out.
Shut up,
Kasabian says.
Amit had enough connections to get a meeting with an opium general up north. He was an army officer who defected and took a lot of his troops with him, formed his own private army and marched into the Golden Triangle. They paid the local farmers to raise poppies for them. The farmers didn't care. Crops are crops, and they made more money than growing rice. Amit and the general cut a deal for his product, and for a while, everything was champagne and Hot Pockets. Mason's father had a good source of dope, and Mom kept the books. The general had a real businessman selling his stuff, and the money rolled in. The Fame's power grew, and so did the family's status. Then it got ugly. The reason the general and his men had originally gone into the hills was to hunt down guerrilla armies in the mountains. The Fames were in the hills visiting their dope crop when the rebels attacked. The general and his men were pros, but a bunch of guerrilla groups got together and all attacked at the same time. There were so damn many of them they wiped out the general's army. These rebels were some mean Khmer Rouge-type pricks. Once the fighting was over, one by one the guerrillas cut off the heads of all the general's men. Eventually, someone found Mason and the kiddies. Normally, Amit could have magicked the family out of there, but the general had local witches lay down all kinds of anti-hoodoo spells around their camp. It must have been a pretty good shock for those Burmese grunts to find a whole Leave-It-to-Beaver family up in the mountains. Normally, in a situation like that, the local army will ransom off Americans for cash, but not the rebel general. He took one look at these wealthy white foreigners financing his enemy, and he started to kill them on the spot. But an old shaman stopped him. The guerrillas might have been fighting about politics and money, but they brought their old tribal magic and religion with them. Supposedly, the old man made a beeline for Mason and took him aside. He pawed at the scared kid, checking him out, and shaman saw something special in Mason. After the shaman and the general talked, the old man took Mason while soldiers hacked his whole family to death with machetes. The Fames weren't slackers when it came to magic, but the witches' spells worked, and they couldn't fight back. When the shaman was done blasting their asses around the camp, the soldiers had fun hacking them to pieces. They killed Mason's little sister last. The Burmese have these big dogs up in the mountains, and the rebels use them as war dogs.
Mason got to watch as the general let his dogs loose on the big pile of hamburger that used to be his family.
I don't believe a word of this.
You'll like this part. It gets weirder,
says Kasabian.
People eventually found out about the dead white people in the hills, but not about the little boy. Mason is gone. Off the radar for 2 or 3 years. UN workers found him when a local militia shot up one of the rebel groups. Mason got passed down the food chain to the U.S. Embassy. Imagine what that was like for a kid. In just a few days, he goes from eating bugs and learning ancient fucked-up tribal magic all the way back to L.A. That's when the aunt and uncle show up. Amit had put together a tidy little nest egg from his drug business, and with Mason only being around 10 at the time, the court set him up with a brand new family.
Why didn't anyone tell me any of this?
Because you're an asshole, and you never wanted to know.
Listen, the best part is coming. Mason settles into the whole home sweet home thing. He goes to private sub-Rosa school, he has money, he has nice clothes, but no friends, nothing. He didn't talk to anyone, especially his new family. At school, he gets the same kind of generic magic training we all got. Only Mason is like you, kind of a freak. He showed them the shaman's stuff, dark magic they'd never seen before. They graduated him early just to get him out of there. After graduation, he disappears again. He was gone for 3 months, and when he came home, he wouldn't tell anyone if he'd been kidnapped or ran away or anything. But no one cares because all of a sudden he's acting like a normal kid. They let him back into upper grade school. He made friends and generally acted the way any idiot school kid was supposed to act. A few months later, stories started popping up on TV about arms smuggling along the Burmese border and how there must have been a bad accident, like a big ammo dump or even a small tactical Chinese nuke had gone off. The land in one area was fried, and part of a mountain was gone, like it was scooped out with an ice cream scoop. The funny thing was, no one saw or heard any explosions. It all got hushed up pretty quick by the local government, because whatever happened had wiped out an entire rebel army, along with their village, their families, their crops, and their animals. There was nothing but ashes for miles.
Kasabian finishes the beer and tosses the empty into an overflowing trash can.
Mason went to hell, all right, but he got his revenge. That's why I'm sure what Mason wants is to be in charge. This time around, he's not going to be dragged into the jungle while his family is chopped into dog food. He's going to be the dragger, not the draggee.
What do you know? Mason isn't Dr. Doom after all. He's Bruce Wayne, pining away for his long-gone Partridge family lifestyle. I have no way of knowing if everything in Kasabian's tall tale is true, but he got at least one thing right. From the moment we met, I don't think it ever occurred to Mason and me to do anything but go at each other. It's not that we hated each other. It's more like how some people can't help but bring out the not necessarily righteous parts of your personality. Like how you meet someone and instantly know they're a full-time professional victim, and no matter how hard you try, something takes over and you can't help needling them. From day one, Mason and I were playing King of the Hill. It all makes a sad kind of sense now. Sending me downtown wasn't just Mason's play for power. It was his way of finally winning the stupid game we'd been playing since we met. Kasabian nailed it. Mason and I aren't anything special. Just a couple of angry toddlers out to crack the world over a playground punch-out.
You okay?
I look around. Kasabian looks concerned. Somewhere along the way, I'd gotten to my feet. I guess I've been standing here for a while. I'm fine. Thanks for laying it all out for me. At least now I know why Lucifer thought Mason was the only other candidate to take his place.
Maybe you ought to sit down and finish your drink.
Good idea. I'm feeling a little dazed, a little high. Mason and I are connected at the hip and the brain stem. Isn't that goddamn hilarious?
Just be cool. You wanted to hear the story. Don't go getting mad at me.
Don't sweat it. I'm glad I know. I pick up my coat, finger the bullet hole. It's not bad enough to throw the coat away. Besides, I heard that blood is the new black. My cigarette has gone out. I drop it in a half-finished drink by the bed and light another. I get it now. Why Mason wants heaven and hell.
What do you mean?
He's going to do it again. He doesn't want to be God. He wants to burn us like he burned that mountain.
Why would he do that?
I look at Kasabian. He's as mad as any human or hellion I've ever met. Why can't he see it? It's because he's a lousy magician. Third rate when he gets a good tailwind. He never learned to dream big. Because the universe abandoned him. Mason was scared. He'd seen his family butchered. He needed help. He begged and groveled and prayed, but nobody came. Not his parents, not the Sub Rosa, not the army, not God or Lucifer or one lousy angel. The little boy got tossed out like the trash, and now he's going to burn the universe, because when he was lost and pathetic and needed help, the universe turned its back and took a planet-sized dump on his head.
How do you know this sick shit?
Because it's exactly what I was going to do. When I got back from hell, I traded Mr. Moonin for something I have hidden in the room of 13 doors. Something that can fry every atom in creation, turn this whole peep show to dust. I thought that killing the circle and sending Mason to hell was going to fix me, and the world would be full of sunshine and pretty girls and bluebirds that shit cold beer. But it didn't. Alice was still dead. God and Lucifer still gave me the silent treatment. And Wells, Aelita, the Golden Vigil, and everyone who worked for them still walked the streets. I open my left hand. It hurts from being balled tight into a fist.
So what changed your mind?
Kasabian asks.
From where I sit, the world is exactly as shitty as it was when you left.
It was that night I killed the drifters. It would have been so easy to sit down and have a cigarette and let them eat the city. But when it came right down to it, I didn't want to. It's as simple as that. I wanted to live, and I wanted Vidocq and Candy, Allegra and Brigitte to live. And if I murdered the world, I'd be Mason. And I didn't want to be him.
You're quite the humanitarian. By the way, thanks a fuck of a lot for leaving me off your who to save list.
You're on it, Alfredo Garcia. I just didn't want to say it out loud and have you call me Nancy or Tinkerbell.
Yeah, I would have done that.
Behave yourself. And when I'm downtown, maybe I can find some hellion alchemists who can stitch you onto a new body. You can have Masons after I kill him. Kasabian snorts.
Yeah, that's what I want. Every time I pee, I can look down and see Mason's dick in my hand. That won't give me nightmares.
But think how upset the dick's going to be when it looks up and sees you. In the morning, Candy, Vidocq, and I head back to Studio City in Allegra's car. Vidocq borrowed it. He's on a kick about not riding in stolen vehicles all the time. For a people who invented absinthe and blowjobs, sometimes the French can be a drag. After hearing Kasabian's story last night, I was itchy to talk to the Sentenzas and didn't want to wait until the AM. But they have a skull-fucked-by-evil kid wandering the streets, and I didn't want to have to haul them to an emergency room with matching coronaries. Candy is a lot more of a morning person than I am, which is easy since I refuse to believe in the existence of a 10 a.m. But she's insistent enough and strong enough to drag my ass out of bed and pour me into some clothes. She even found a coffee maker in the kitchenette that wasn't broken. Coffee isn't the perfect morning drug, but it'll do until someone invents French roast adrenochrome. What's pissing me off is that I'm going to have to dance around a lot of what I learned about Hunter and his pals. KW and Jen aren't going to want to hear how close Hunter was to some really nasty drug peddlers. And I'm sure as hell not going to tell them about Aelita. I still don't know why she'd go after TJ's brother. It's not like driving the kid crazy threatens anyone I care about. Me included. I could walk away from this any time, and it wouldn't change a damn thing in my life. We get to the Sentenzas' place around 11. Their car and truck are both in the driveway. Nothing surprising there. KW seems like a real worker bee, but a missing kid will dull your work ethic. The three of us go up the stone walkway and I ring the bell. A minute or so later, Jen opens the door. She's in a red silk robe. Her hair is a mess and her eyes are red. She's been crying and it looks like she just got up. She doesn't say anything. She just stands aside and lets us in.
"This isn't good news, is it?"
she asks. "Why do you say that?"
"Hunter isn't with you, and you don't look much better than I feel."
KW comes down the stairs. He's in a blue tracksuit. It looks like he slept in it. "Have you found him?"
"I'm afraid not,"
says Vidocq. Bad news sounds better with his accent.
"But we know a lot more than we did when we left here yesterday."
I say, what happened to Hunter wasn't his fault. It was done to him. That might sound bad, but it's actually good news. If he was set up for the possession, it means someone wanted to make a point, one that hasn't been made yet. That means whoever did it still needs him. Wherever Hunter is, I'm sure that he's still alive. Their bodies change when they hear that. I can feel their nervous systems unknot. Their breathing and heart rates get somewhere in the neighborhood of normal. KW even manages a minuscule smile.
"That's great news. So why are you here? Do you need something else from us?"
Jen breaks in.
"Who would do something like that to Hunter?"
No way I'm answering that.
"We're not sure," says Candy. "That's why we're here. We need to ask you a few more questions." "I'll put on some coffee," says Jen, and heads for the kitchen.
KW nods in her direction and we follow. The kitchen is big and spacious, Spanish tile and copper pans. It's flooded with light from a row of French doors that open onto a huge backyard with neat trees and a pool. We sit on stools at a serving island in the middle of the room. I doubt I could even afford the coffee filters Jen is fitting into an expensive German contraption. It looks more like something that fell out of the space station than a coffee maker.
"What do you need to know?"
asks KW. I figured out one thing last night. If Mason and Aelita are mixed up in this thing, then not only do they want the kid found, but they want me to find him. That means there's information I don't have yet. Since I don't know where to look, there's nothing to do but go back to the beginning. Was Hunter in touch with any of TJ's friends who were into magic? Vidocq and Candy look at me. Okay, I'm starting somewhere a little self-serving. I want to know if the Sentenzas know that TJ and I are connected. And it's a legit question. TJ might have known some sub-Rosas outside our circle. I doubt it, but you never know. Like I said, I'm grasping at straws and crabgrass.
"Not that I know of,"
says KW.
"Jen, do you know anything?"
She stands where she is by the coffee maker. She's a long way down the counter from us, like she's afraid of catching a flesh-eating virus. Jen shakes her head.
Not that I know of. If he knew any of them, he was keeping it a secret.
Was it his habit to keep secrets?
Asks Vidocq. No, that was more TJ. Hunter is a good kid, says KW.
He was on the debate team at school one semester,
says Jen, like it's proof that Hunter is an angel and that none of this is happening.
But he had to quit to go out for track.
I ask, did he do all right in school? No changes in his grades?
He was a hard worker,
says Jen. KW smiles ruefully and nods. He did all his homework and his grades were decent, but there wasn't much danger of him becoming a Rhodes Scholar. While the coffee burbles away, Jen starts getting cups down from the cupboard. She puts one down and stops. Her body has gone rigid again. Her heart rate is climbing fast. She's trying not to cry. Probably doesn't want to look weak in front of a bunch of strangers talking about her missing son like he's a stolen dirt bike. KW gets up and walks over to her, puts his hands on her shoulders. Why don't you go sit down? I'll get the coffee, he says. She doesn't reply, but comes over and sits on the stool KW just vacated. Her arms are crossed and she's looking down at the counter. Candy reaches out and touches Jen's hand lightly.
We're very sorry to have to ask you all these questions.
Jen nods, still staring down. This is bullshit. The kid was a jock with ambitious parents. They'd lost their smart son, TJ, and hoped that Hunter would take his place. But Hunter isn't TJ. If he joined the debate team, it was only to make his parents happy. And when he wanted off, he found a good enough reason that they couldn't get mad. KW puts down cups for everyone. I sip mine. This coffee is good, I say to no one in particular. KW nods. Yeah, it cost enough. You have a coffee maker this good at work?
That's a funny question.
It is, isn't it? But do you have a good coffee maker at work? He shakes his head, still looking puzzled.
Not this good, but the one in the office is okay. Most of the guys I work with wouldn't know good coffee from kerosene. They're the types who put on a pot on Monday and are still drinking it on Friday.
What kind of guys are we talking about?
Construction, mostly. I'm a property developer. Someone has a piece of land and wants something on it, they call me.
Makes sense. I remember seeing mud and cement around the wheel wells on the pickup in the drive.
I have my own company. Some days I wear suits, and some I'm out on the sites, making sure the floor tiles are going in the right way up.
He smiles like we're supposed to laugh. It's a joke he's used on a lot of clients. Now it's just a nervous tick.
Depending on business, I'm either out in the field most of the time or back in the office having meetings.
What kind of real estate do you develop?
Whatever a client asks for. Shopping malls, business parks, apartment buildings, whatever a client wants.
Is business good?
Asks Vidocq. KW shrugs.
With development, it's always feast or famine. No one wants anything new. All they want is new electrics or pipes in old structures. Then someone wants a new 100-apartment complex up in 2 weeks, and there are 10 other companies behind that one who want the same thing.
Was Hunter going to work for you when he finished school?
I don't know. We talked about it.
Did he spend much time at the building sites? KW sips his coffee, puts his hand on his wife's hand, squeezes. She squeezes back.
Not particularly. He liked the big construction machine when he was little.
Fucking fascinating. This family is in training for the tedious Olympics.
Are you developing anything new? Anything unusual?
Asks Candy. Nice. She has good instincts for this Sherlock Holmes stuff. Me? I'm about ready to take her back to the hotel and break more furniture.
What do you mean, unusual?
You're the builder. I say. "We don't know a dump truck from the Batmobile. You tell us." KW's eyes unfocus, make microscopic movements back and forth in their sockets. It's an involuntary thing, the brain trying to access memories. If he was lying, his eyes would favor his left side, but they don't. KW shrugs. "Nothing out of the ordinary. We're finishing a housing development, upgrading the fixtures in a strip mall. We're about to break ground on an office park near the 405. Okay, the jobs are boring. Are your clients? Any eccentrics, odd requests? Anyone paying you in magic beans?" He thinks again. His eyes stop and hold steady.
"There's only one thing I can think of, and it's not really odd. It's just not something that happens every day."
"Tell us," says Vidocq.
"A client called for a fix-up on a business property. What was unusual was that I never met her or a rep in person. We did everything on the phone. It was like she was one person handling everything herself. That's unusual in this business."
"What was her name?" I ask.
He frowns. "I can't remember. My secretary would know."
"What did she hire you to do?"
"She wanted us to renovate and restore an old commercial site in the Hollywood Hills. It was a big job, too. There was extensive fire damage, but she wanted us to fix it rather than tear it down. It was something historic, an old gentleman's club. That I remember. It's not a phrase you hear too often these days."
I put down my coffee and Vidocq picks up his. Candy and I look at each other. "Did she tell you the name of the club?"
"Maybe. I don't remember."
"Was it a villa?"
KW smiles. "Yes, that's it. How did you know?"
The human brain is a very funny thing, and because of that it can do very funny things to the human body. Take mine right now. My heartbeat just doubled. All my senses are cranked up to 11. Even the angel in my head feels it. I hear Jen's breathing change. She knows my question and KW's answer are important. I smell KW starting to sweat. He gets it, that something he said is connected to Hunter's disappearance. Vidocq and Candy are plain excited and trying not to show it. I'm as excited as any of them, but I feel cold, too. Like someone cracked open my chest and dumped a bucket of ice inside. But I don't show any of it. This is basic stuff. I could have had this information yesterday if I hadn't let the TJ thing get to me. But I guess getting to me has been the idea all along.
"How did you know the club's name?"
I sip my coffee. The room is practically vibrating from the tension. Candy is a furnace. She wants to run out and start gnawing on bad guys or the coyotes in the hills. Something.
"A lucky guess. I'll call the office and get you the woman's number."
I shake my head.
"Don't bother.
It'll be turned off, and she won't use it again." Jen says,
"You know who it is, don't you?"
"No," I say. "It's the truth. I don't know. But yes, I know. I have an idea, but I don't want us to start getting ahead of ourselves." The three of us get up and head for the door. The Sentenzas don't show us out this time. They stay in their bright and familiar kitchen. Huddled there like the house is the Titanic and the serving island is the last lifeboat afloat. Jen calls after us.
"What can we do?"
"Stay by the phone,"
I yell over my shoulder. When we get to Allegra's car, I say, "I'm driving," and Vidocq doesn't argue. We get in, and I tell the other two, "Get out yourselves. You're going to make calls." I start the car and back out of the driveway. I'm driving slow, concentrating. I know what to do, and I want to get to doing it, but I need to set it up right.
We head for the Golden State Freeway, but it's bumper to bumper, so I turn the car and we head to the city on surface streets. I tell Candy, call Allegra. Tell her to clear out all the diaper rash and splinter patients. We're bringing in a special case.
You're that sure Hunter is at Avila?
She asks. I'd bet the Pope's red shoes. Tell her to get out every piece of Kinski's hoodoo medical gear she has. The demon's been working over Hunter for days. He's going to be in bad shape. I don't have to tell Vidocq what to do.
I'll call Father Traven,
he says. I nod. Tell him to get his picnic basket together and be ready. I don't want to give whatever's in Avila the chance to know we're coming. I get out my phone and dial the number Vidocq gave me for Julia. She answers on the second ring.
Stark, how are things going?
I've got good news and bad news.
What's the good news?
I know where Hunter is. We're on our way there right now.
What's the bad?
Aelita is involved. It might be a trap, and we all might die.
Do I need to tell you to be careful?
It's always good to be reminded. I'll call you when it's over. If we're dead, I'll call Collect. I don't know what to expect when we pick up Traven. How much bread do you need to bum rush a demon out of Ferris Bueller? A baguette? A dump truck full of biscuits? Traven is waiting on the curb when we get to his place. He's all in black, with an old-fashioned high-collared coat that makes him look like Johnny Cash's stunt double. He's holding a battered canvas duffel bag. It's big, but he hefts it easily. I guess not that much bread after all. I hit the brakes at the corner and say, "Let Traven sit up front. I want to talk to him." Vidocq gets out of the car and takes Traven's duffel. He slides into the back with Candy. Traven gets in the front. I'm moving before he has the door closed.
I understand you've found the boy. How's he holding up?
I steer the car back toward the Hollywood Hills. We haven't seen him, but I know where he is. It was a place called Avila. In your line of work, you wouldn't have heard of it. They called it a gentleman's club. Basically, it was a casino and whorehouse for a very select group of uber-rich assholes.
Avila? After Saint Teresa of Avila?
Who's that?
Saint Teresa experienced an intense encounter with an angel. She described it in sublimely intimate terms. The angel stabs her in the heart with a spear, and the pain she describes is intense, but also beautiful and all-consuming.
I didn't know saints went all the way on a first date. He nods and purses his lips. He's heard it all before.
A lot of people choose to interpret her description of religious ecstasy in simple sexual terms.
He shakes his head.
Goddamn Freud.
At least the name makes sense now. You see, Avila was a huge secret, a real skull and bones kind of operation. If you were one of the handful of people in the know, one of the politically anointed or rich enough to use the same accountant as Jehovah, you got access to the club inside the club. You go to see what the club was really built for.
And what was that?
They didn't keep human hookers in the inner sanctum. For the right price and a few blood oaths, you could fuck an angel. Traven turns and looks at me, his face a blank mask. I'm not joking, I say. No one knows who started the place or what kind of hoodoo they used to capture and keep them. LA's a major power spot, so for all anyone knows, it might have been here in some form forever.
And you think that's where the boy is being held?
I nod. I knew the last angel that got dragged up there. Her name is Aelita. She ran the Golden Vigil, God's Pinkertons on Earth. Real turbocharged assholes.
Yes, I know about the Golden Vigil. You think this Aelita was taken there to become another prostitute?
No, she and the other angels were going to be sacrificed to open the gates of hell. You see, an old buddy of mine, Mason, has ambition the size of King Kong's balls. He wants to knock off Lucifer and take over hell. Then he wants to stick a fork in God and grab heaven. He's hardcore enough that he might be able to pull it off. You still with me, Father? Out of the corner of my eye, I see Traven squinting. He doesn't know what to believe. I guess it's a lot to absorb when you've spent your life in church libraries, reading the books, learning the stories, and then finding out you have no idea how the universe really works. All these years he's been thoroughly shielded from everything but writer's cramp. Now he finds out that a real-life, low-down biblical horror show was going on across town from where he brushed his teeth in holy water every night before bed. I can't blame him if his mind is a little blown. You want a cigarette?
That would be nice,
he says. I hand him Mason's lighter and the pack of maledictions from my pocket, listen to him rustle the pack and spark the lighter. He coughs at the first puff, but keeps smoking. Maledictions are easier to take when you're doomed.
You were talking about a man named Mason trying to open hell. I gather you stopped him.
Something like that.
And we killed an assload of devil minions and dark magicians along the way,
says Candy. Traven turns in his seat to look at her.
You were there too?
She smiles.
Stark invites me to all his massacres. Isn't that right?
She kicks the back of my seat. I look at her in the rearview mirror. You're not helping. She smiles and settles down in her seat. Traven puffs quietly on the malediction, staring out the window as I steer us into the hills.
So, because you stopped the sacrifice, you think that Hunter is in Avila?
Yeah. Mason and Aelita are behind this whole thing. They set the Klepoths on Hunter.
Klepoth? Why not send the demon after you?
Because Mason has a truly fucked up sense of humor. I knew Hunter's brother and Mason would bust a gut using the kid to get me back up here. Aelita is helping just because she generally hates my guts.
I thought you said you saved her.
Yeah. When she found out I'm not exactly human, she got testy. A real racist.
You know, yesterday if someone told me I'd be driving to an exorcism with enough film, I would have been surprised. Today, though...
He trails off and smokes the malediction. I wish I could read minds like Lucifer. I can hear Traven's heart beating fast. He's feeling the mixture of cold and fear that's excitement. He half knows what's coming, and he's not sure if he can handle it. That's me in the arena, waiting for the gates to open to see what I'm going up against in this episode of Kick Stark's Ass. After a while you learn to live with the fear and ignore it, but it's never 100% gone. But some kinds of fear can make you more than you are. You face down something bigger than yourself and maybe come out of it with scars, but you're a little stronger for it. There are other fears that are like a hole in your center where pieces of your soul go down the drain. That kind of fear has nothing to do with the knockdown drag-out in the arena. That's the horror of finally knowing how things really are. Who has the power and how they love tossing it around at everyone who doesn't have it. Every one of us, human and monster alike, lives with an angelic boot on our throats. But we don't see it, so we forget about it and limp along doing the stupid little things that make up our stupid little lives. Then the boot comes down on your gut, squeezing the air out of your lungs and cracking your bones like old matchsticks. And you know the only reason it's happening is because you're not one of the celestials on high. You're suffering with the worst curse of all. You're alive. We're just bugs on God's windshield. That's all we are. Annoying. Disposable. A dime a dozen. Traven says, "You toss it all off so easily. Men enslaving angels, humans challenging both Lucifer and God. And you say you're a Nephilim, something I don't even know if I believe in." "Don't worry, Father. I believe in you." He's talking about me, but it's not what he means. I can hear it in the almost inaudible tremors in his voice. "Ask the question, Father." "What do I have to look forward to in hell? Do they have special amusements for ex-priests?" I should have gone easier on him. The poor guy is excommunicated. To him, that means he already has one foot in the coal cart to the hot country. "Don't sweat hell, Father. There are hellions down there and damned souls that owe me favors. I'll make sure you're taken care of." The window is down a little on his side of the car. He pushes his hair back with a hand as lined and creased as his face. He does a little grunting laugh. "I've read the most powerful and harrowing demonic texts you can imagine, and this conversation is still the strangest thing I've heard. You really think you can make deals with fallen angels?" "There are hellions down there with more honor than half the humans I meet." "That's not terribly comforting, but I suppose it will have to do." "That pretty much sums up hell." The road smooths out as we near the top. I can just see Avila's blackened roof through the trees. I say, "Too bad guys like us can't apply for unemployment. You think they have special forms for being fired by a deity?" "I heard you worked for Lucifer." "Lucifer isn't God." "You don't spend enough time in Hollywood." Traven looks up through the trees. He's spotted Avila, too. Candy is kicking the back of my seat again, bored with the talk and the drive. She wants to get her teeth into a demon. My kind of girl. Traven says, "You've told me some of what you know about the universe. Now let me tell you something. If you want to know why the world and all of creation is so broken and afflicted, look up the word demiurge." Traven turns to look at Vidocq. "If I'm killed today, I want you to take my library. I trust you to take care of my books." "I would be honored," Vidocq says, "but there will be no dying today." "Demiurge?" I say. That sounds like it has something to do with God, and not in a good way. Hell, I've burned so many bridges with the celestial types, I'd probably be better off cozying up to your Angra Omya pals than to any of the local celestial types. "Then I think all you'll have to do is wait." I was joking. The Angra Omya are dead. "What does death mean to a god?" "You think the old gods are coming back?" "I don't think they ever left." I swing the car into the big circular driveway out front and park. We get out and Traven takes the duffel bag from Vidocq. Avila has seen better days. Most of the roof has fallen in, leaving charred wood overhead, a puzzle palace of broken beams. The place has been thoroughly looted, trashed and tagged by waves of squatters and skate punks. Moldy leather armchairs and silk-covered love seats surround the remains of a fire pit someone has chopped out of the driveway with who knows what improvised tools. A broken roulette wheel is almost lost in the grass that grows wild on all sides of the building. The ground glitters like a disco ball from all the broken glass. Even the walls are ripped open and the copper pipes inside are long gone. "So this is what the gates of hell look like," says Father Traven. "No," says Vidocq. "Le palais de merde." Even with everything that's been thrown at it since New Year's, the front door is still standing, like Avila's last dying gesture was giving the finger to the world. Maybe when we're done, I'll let Yosef and his bunch loose on the place. I gesture for the others to stay back and push open the door. I've never walked into Avila through the front before, only out, and that was just the one time. I mostly went into the place through shadows, and then only to kill people. The good old days when things were simpler. I have the na'at and knife in my coat, and the 460 cocked and locked up and ready to kill any spooky sounds or scary shadows. Even though much of the roof is gone, it's dim inside, so I let my eyes adjust and then sweep the room. Nothing moves, nothing makes a sound. It's as quiet as a pulled pork rib joint next to a synagogue. I wave the others inside.
"It's safe to go in?"
asks Traven. "It's clear. I don't know about safe. I don't hear rats or even roaches in the walls. That's not a good sign."
"What does that mean?"
asks Traven. Vidocq says,
"When even vermin abandon a building, it means that sensible people will stay out too."
"Right now we're officially dumber than rats and roaches,"
says Candy. "Welcome to our world, Father." Traven starts to cross himself, catches himself halfway through, and drops his hand. Old habits die hard. "Let's go. I'm pretty sure I know where the kid is, so I'm up front. Vidocq and the father in the middle. You okay watching our asses, Candy?"
"What do you think?"
Here we go. I lead them around the circular front room. We stay close to the walls. The place used to be full of antique furniture and Persian rugs. Now I can see down to the rock and grass of the hill where the floor has partially collapsed. A couple of turns down a hall and the ceiling is intact. All of a sudden I'm missing the holes in the roof and their spooky shadows. With no lights back here, the place is pitch black. As much as I hate it, I let the angel take the lead. Its vision is built for darkness. The moment I ease back and let it run the show, Avila lights up like Vegas. I grab Vidocq's sleeve and tell Traven and Candy to hold on to each other. Then I walk them slowly around the circular corridors toward the sacrifice chamber. It doesn't take long to find it. All roads lead here. The black, nasty heart of the place. This is where I should have killed Mason. It's the room where I rescued Aelita. I don't think she's ever forgiven me for saving her. Maybe her thank you note got lost in the mail. The chamber's double doors are still open, still full of bullet holes and shotgun slugs from the New Year's Eve raid. Around here is where Candy and I had that first kiss on New Year's, shot up and covered in other people's blood. Good times. A pale light comes from the room. I leave the others and step inside, sweeping the Smith & Wesson back and forth over debris from the partially collapsed roof. Going slow, I let my senses expand and fill the place, feeling for anything with lungs or a heartbeat. I feel something. I step lightly around bowling ball-sized chunks of marble that have fallen from the walls. A shaft of sunlight cuts down from a hole in the ceiling onto the stone sacrifice platform, and there's Hunter, stretched out like a boiled lobster ready for the butter and claw crackers. I wave Traven and the others in. They spread out around the platform. Traven goes right for the kid. We hang back, letting the father do his thing. Hunter is lying on his back. He's very still. His chest hardly moves. He looks like he's been beaten, left under a heat lamp, and dragged behind a truck. Patches of blackened skin are peeling away from his arms and face. The skin that isn't black or raw red is the greenish blue of tainted meat. Hunter's clothes would make any self-respecting wino jealous. Worn and splitting at the seams, they're covered in dried blood, shit, and vomit. He looks like he's been wearing the rags for weeks instead of a couple of days. Traven leans in right over Hunter's mouth, listening for something. I'm waiting for the demon to take the bait and gnaw his ear off, but Hunter doesn't move. Traven goes back to his duffel, unzips it, and lays out a bag of sea salt and bread on the floor next to him. Next, he takes out a battered wooden box. Inside is a bottle of black sacred oil and a yellowed bone pen, shaped kind of like a short, thick hockey stick. He dips the pen into the oil and scrawls symbols along all four sides of the sacrifice platform. He's creating a binding hex to keep the demon locked on the platform and away from us. I recognize most of the symbols. There's Hebrew and Greek, some angelic script, and even some Hellion cuneiform script. It's the last set of symbols that are the most interesting. Chicken scratches from some obscure heretical cookbook. I'll lay you odds they're from that Angra Omya book. Fine by me. Whatever hoodoo will keep Hunter and his demon on that side of the room, and us over here in the cheap seats is fine by me. Now that I think about it, we should all be wearing body armor. Damn. Next exorcism, for sure. Traven's bread is a disappointment. It looks like an ordinary round loaf of French or sourdough. I was hoping for something belching fire and spinning like lowrider rims. Traven rips the bread apart, setting a piece down every few inches from Hunter's throat to his crotch. He scoops up a handful of salt from the bag and drops a little mound of salt between each piece of bread. He sets the salt bag back in his duffel and moves it to the side of the room. He does it all in slow, practiced moves, a kind of moving meditation, gearing up for the next step. Traven points to Hunter's head, where he wants me to stand. He stations Candy by the feet. Vidocq is in the middle, across from the father. Traven says,
I understand that you carry potions with you.
Vidocq opens his coat like a flasher, showing Traven the dozens of pockets sewn into the lining. Traven does his little smile.
Do you have Spiritus Dei?
I didn't know the church knew about or approved of such alchemical tricks.
Spiritus Dei is one of the best things in the universe, like one of those all-in-one cleaners for your kitchen or hoodoo duct tape. It'll fix anything. It's a repellent for hellions, demons, and pretty much any other nasty things with teeth. It'll scotch guard your panties from hexes and even cure some poisons. It's better than chicken fried steak. But not by much.
The church isn't here. I am. I'd like you to have some Spiritus Dei ready to throw if Hunter should get through the wards I've placed around the platform.
Vidocq nods.
I'll be ready.
Traven looks at Candy and me.
If he gets out, grab him and hold him, but try not to break him.
I don't make rash promises, but he won't get away, I say. Traven turns to the boy, holding his hands over him, palms down. His head is forward and eyes are closed. He's praying. To whom, I wonder? Traven opens his eyes, raises his hands, and starts a chant. Another prayer, blessing the bread and salt. But I've never heard anything like what's coming out of his mouth, and I've heard drunk hellions. Whatever language he's speaking is full of blurps, hisses, and deep Tibetan monk throat drones and glottal stops. It sounds like a man drowning. Hunter's eyes snap open. They're yellow and bloodshot, but alert. His heart is beating 1,000,000 miles an hour, but his breathing is ragged. I don't know how both of those things can be going on inside him without him having a heart attack. His mouth slowly falls open. A vapor as thin as fog, but as bright as fire, drifts out. Guess Hunter's mother was telling the truth when she said he spit fire when he burned the symbol into the ceiling. It doesn't surprise or impress Traven even a little. With one hand, he pushes Hunter's head down. With the other hand, he picks up salt and throws it into Hunter's mouth. Then he shoves in a piece of bread to seal in whatever's trying to get out. Hunter goes completely batshit, thrashing and convulsing like he's being electrocuted. He flails his arms at his face, trying to knock out the bread, but Traven's magic has taken away a lot of his motor control. Traven keeps a hand over the kid's mouth, holding the bread in place. I grab Hunter's shoulders, and Candy holds his feet to keep him from kicking. Traven chants, and with one hand over Hunter's mouth he sprinkles salt over the lumps of bread and wolfs them down. Each time he downs bread and salt, Hunter goes wilder and wilder. I'm holding him tight. Candy is leaning over him, resting her whole weight on Hunter's legs. All at once he stops moving. Goes completely limp. No one moves, in case he's playing possum. But Hunter doesn't twitch. Finally, Traven nods to me and Candy, and I let go. He takes some of the remaining salt and uses his finger to draw an elaborate sign on Hunter's forehead. He still isn't moving. I look at Candy and Vidocq and then back to the kid. I'm getting worried that the bread Traven shoved into Hunter's mouth has choked him. Traven takes the bread out of Hunter's mouth, cupping his hands around it. He holds it out with both hands. Traven says, "The demon is in here. Use the Spiritus Dei." Vidocq pops the top off the small vial with his thumb and upends the Spiritus on the bread. Traven squeezes the bread like a wet sponge so that some of the liquid dribbles into Hunter's mouth. Then Traven shoves the bread into his own mouth, chews and swallows it quick. When it's down, he gets a funny look on his face. I say, "What?" "It doesn't taste right." "What does that mean?" "I should taste the remains of the demon. It's something, but it's not." That's the last thing he gets out before Hunter's hand snaps up and grabs him by the throat. The kid gets a good grip and lifts Traven from the floor. Traven flails at Hunter's arms, but he might as well be hitting tree trunks with a powder puff. I punch Hunter on the side of the head, digging a knuckle into his temple hard, but not hard enough to crack bone. He doesn't even react, just keeps squeezing Traven. Candy leaps from the end of the platform onto Hunter's chest. As she pushes him down, I give him one more shot in the head. I can't hit him any harder without scrambling his brains, so I aim low, hitting his floating ribs hard enough that I can feel a couple crack. That gets the message through. Hunter gasps and drops Traven, suddenly not able to breathe. Candy gives him a decent shot to the jaw before I pull her off. That knocks Hunter back onto his back, but not for long. As we drag Traven away from the platform, Hunter starts up his wild man of Borneo routine. He tries to jump off the platform and follow us, but Traven's binding hex holds. Hunter punches, claws, and throws his whole body at the invisible barrier, but it knocks him back every time. Vidocq rushes over, pulling another vial from under his coat. He pours the whole thing down Traven's throat. Traven coughs. His color goes from asphyxia blue to something human. He sits up and draws in a couple of wheezing breaths. He is alive, but he doesn't look all that happy about it. "What's in there?" he says to no one in particular. "I've never seen a demon like this before. If the salt and bread didn't work, the Spiritus Dei should have paralyzed it." Hunter is on his knees, prowling back and forth along the platform like a pissed-off hyena, waiting for its pack to arrive and kick our asses. The invisible barrier doesn't bother him anymore. He isn't even trying to get out. He's having fun, licking it with his black tongue, spitting blood on it. and finger painting with the clotted mess. At first it looks like he's just doodling, but a shape begins to emerge. In a minute he stops drawing, leans close to the bloody barrier, and opens his mouth. The fire fog that drifted from his mouth earlier flows out again. Flattening against the binding barrier, it spreads out like dozens of burning snakes. When it's done, he puffs out his chest and inhales the fire back down his throat. Then he collapses on the platform. This time I don't sense anything coming from him. I can usually feel life, a beating heart, even the shallowest breath. But this kid doesn't even feel dead. More like a black hole of life. Candy gets up and starts toward him, but I grab her arm. The hex barrier is still intact, but Hunter has burned a symbol into it. Sister Ludi's, the same symbol he burned over his bed. And then I feel Hunter alive again. Still on his back, he turns his head and looks at me.
Do you get it now? Please say yes. Don't make me embarrass you in front of your friends.
It takes me a minute to get past the face to the voice. Hunter sits up. He stands, still a mess, but looking alert and calm.
So, do you get it?
I nod. He's talking in Mason's voice. You're coming through loud and clear. I reach into the barrier and run my hand through the burning symbol he drew until it drifts apart. Storm clouds and miniature fireworks. It's Sister Ludi's sigil. A fake goddess for a fake possession. Hunter raises his hands and rolls his eyes heavenward in mock relief. He's a riot, Bob Hope with horns and a tail. But I deserve every bit of shit he serves up. Wells and Aelita foxed me like this once before, covering up a drifter attack with a fake demon. Would I have fallen for the gag the first time if I was still on my game downtown? No way. This stupid world is making me weak. Or maybe it's just reminding me of how weak I've always been. No more. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you're dead. Hunter's body at least, shakes his head.
I thought I was going to have to put on that medicine show forever. I mean, Julia talked this idiot into exorcising me, and it didn't work. Now you drag him back and it goes tits up again. I thought that would have set off a few alarm bells.
It might have if I'd had time to think, but I was kind of busy with not letting your meat puppet kill him. Hunter smiles, black gums and yellow teeth. I flash back on the drifters and feel the urge to rip out his spine.
What's one holy roller, more or less?
I like this one. He unfriended God on Facebook. Hunter looks skeptical.
You sure it wasn't the other way around? We have a lot of that type down here, and I'm betting he's on the party list. I'm getting a definite whiff of sulfur off him.
He looks at Traven.
You know all those suicides your church condemns to hell? There's nothing they like better than having one of God's defrocked toadies to play with. I'll tell them to break out the party hats and get something special ready for you.
Traven is turning white. He's been through plenty of exorcisms, but having a rational, well-spoken demon threaten him personally is a whole new kind of fun for him. Don't listen to him, Father. That's no demon. It's the asshole I was telling you about in the car, my friend Mason, the one who thinks he's the new Holy Trinity. God, the devil, and Gigi Allen.
That's the difference between us, Father.
Ambition.
He had none, so I had to have enough for both of us.
Traven is frozen on the floor. Candy's body vibrates, a low growl building in her throat. I put my hand on her back and shake my head. The last thing we need is for her to go full Jade. Don't be too impressed, Father. He's done this trick before, talking through people on Earth. But you don't have any real power here, do you, Sunshine? Mason raises an eyebrow. What makes you think I can't pull this building down on you right now? Because if you had any real power, you'd have made it through that binding hex by now. Mason raps his knuckles on the invisible barrier. Good point, he says. You've got me there. I suppose I'm helpless as a kitten. He smooths down his filthy rags, like he's getting ready for a date with Miss America. And here I thought you'd be occupied with your fantasy about attacking heaven. But you must have time on your hands to be pulling stupid tricks like this. He shakes his head. I'm working 24/7 on the big plan. Aelita, too. She came downtown and brought some tchotchkes. She's a hell of a girl. So it's true. That's not a combination I like thinking about. What do they have in common? One wants to kill God, and one wants to be him. And I can't see Aelita approving of Mason taking the old man's place. Hell, maybe they both want to be God and are going to do a set-up Pearly Gates timeshare. You're bluffing, I say. Aelita is a bitch on wings, but she's not stupid. She wouldn't have anything to do with a second-rate show pony like yours. Sure she would. We have the same hobbies. Like what? His face splits into a big grin. Those teeth again. Hating you. I'm flattered. Traven grabs my arm and pulls me back a few feet. Stop talking to him. The demon is trying to confuse you. There is no demon. There's nothing in there but a little rich boy who wants to murder the world because some bad men took away his Etch-a-Sketch. Mason clasps his hand over his heart like he's wounded. He spits some of Hunter's blood on the sacrifice platform and clears his throat. Answer me this, Jimbo. And I mean this sincerely. What you need to focus on right now is the key question of the night. Why is this happening? For all I'm bullshitting him, I know he's consumed with his plan to attack heaven, so yeah, I'm kind of wondering what's really going on. Because you're trapped, I say. Because you got yourself in way over your head. Because you're not Lucifer, and not really in charge down there. You bribed a few generals into coming to your place for catered lunches and cigars. Big deal. Without General Semyaza, you're never getting close to heaven. And you haven't been able to build a key to escape from hell. You can't admit you're stuck down there. That's why this is happening. Hiding in other people's skin is as close as you'll ever come to getting home. He stares at me, leaning his forehead on the barrier like a bored kid. You're embarrassing yourself again by thinking small. What's happening here is a formal invitation, but not from me. Listen. Hunter's body goes slack. Mason has released control. A second later, Hunter snaps back up. His eyes brighten, and he looks around, but is unsteady on his feet. His lips move as he looks for his voice. Jim? Says Hunter. No. Not this. Are you there? What's happening? Where am I? I can't see anything for a minute. It's like someone flipped a switch and my vision has gone out. This is what happens to people in deep shock or sudden anger. Blind rage, they call it. It's a real thing. Don't listen. It's the demon, says Traven. Shut up! Alice's voice comes out of Hunter's mouth again. Jim?
I don't know where I am. An angel took me away and locked me up here. She said it was your fault, that you made her do it. I don't believe her, but I'm scared.
Hunter's body twitches.
That's all you get of little Miss falling down the rabbit hole for now.
How did you find her?
Don't worry, Jimbo. She hasn't been here all along. Except for getting mixed up with you, Alice was a good girl, and all good girls go to heaven. But God isn't what he used to be. You should know that. So while good girls might get to heaven, they don't always get to stay.
Alice is what Aelita brought you.
She dropped poor Alice here like a basket of muffins from the neighborhood welcome wagon.
Why? He doesn't say anything for a long minute.
Why? Because you made me do it, he says. You could have come down here and we could have settled this like men. But you stayed up there with your quilting bee, drinking beer and getting soft. Now you have to come down and face me. Or not. You can always leave poor Alice alone down here with me. I know Kasabian can see us through the codex, so you can see what happens like watching the Super Bowl in that bar you like.
He smiles and takes a breath.
You thought downtown was crazy when you were here? You ain't seen nothing, pal.
I start for the platform. Candy puts her hand on my shoulder. I shrug her off. She thinks I'm going to charge Hunter. I'm not. I just want to get close to see who I'm talking to. Mason understands and kneels down so that we're eye to eye. He says, "Now you have it. Your invitation. You have exactly 3 days from when I leave this body to find Alice and take her."
Well, I really don't care what you do with her. In the meantime, don't worry. She's in the safest place in town, the penthouse suite of the big asylum. Most of the inmates escaped weeks ago, the dangerous ones. Of course, the place is home to them, so they tend to wander back.
I can see him looking back at me through Hunter's eyes. No demon. It really is Mason.
What's it going to be? Are you going to play my game, or are you going to stay safe in L.A., playing Gary Cooper and wasting your time saving people who don't deserve it from things they'll never understand?
I lean in close to Hunter's ear. Mason leans in to listen. I say a word in Hellion, and he flies back, bouncing off the shield on the far side of the platform like he was hit with a sledgehammer. Vidocq and Candy get me from behind, throwing their full weight into me, pulling me down. I let them. I don't want to kill Hunter because of what's inside him. Mason staggers to his feet.
You got me good, Jimbo. But that's all right. I'll take that as a yes. It'll be good to see you again.
He twitches.
Jim? Are you still there? What's happening?
And Alice is gone. Hunter collapses onto the platform. It's over. Traven rubs away some of the binding hex marks. He and Vidocq lift Hunter from the platform and lay him out on the floor. I'm stuck where I am. I feel a sucking sensation in my chest, and for a second I can't breathe. Gradually, I feel Candy's arms around me. I squeeze her hand and she lets me up. Hunter is breathing. His eyes flicker open and closed. He doesn't look like he's going to drop dead this minute, but he's still pretty Linda Blair. Traven isn't looking so good either. He's pale and his neck is dark with bruises and broken blood vessels where Hunter grabbed him. I pick Hunter up and tell Candy and Vidocq to help Traven. We're going out the fast way. They get their arms around Traven's shoulders and steady him. Vidocq is closest to me, so I grab his arm and walk the few steps to the wall. We disappear into a shadow. Come out again in the mini-mall parking lot. Pedestrians pass us on the way to their cars with takeout pizza and new manicures. A few of them stare. They must have seen us. Fuck 'em. The way we look, no one is going to tell anyone about it without a doctor shoving Thorazine down their throat. We head across the lot for Kinski's old hoodoo clinic, the place Allegra has taken over. A sign on the door reads Existential Healing. Vidocq gets out his cell and dials Allegra. I don't wait. I start pounding on the door. A few good raps later, someone opens the door looking pissed. It's Allegra. She looks at Hunter and her eyes narrow. Then she sees Vidocq and Candy holding up Father Traven.
Jesus, Stark! You're like the Antichrist Santa Claus. Bring in the presents.
We get Hunter inside and on the exam table. Allegra takes over, looking at Hunter's eyes, shining a light into his blackened mouth. She turns and takes things out of a drawer. She presses one of them to Hunter's forehead. A silver crucifix. Nothing happens. Then she touches iron, gold, a mixture of garlic and holy water. Nothing happens with any of them. Good, she says. She rubs a yellowish salve on the inside of a mortar and tosses in thistle leaves, white ash bark, and things I can't identify. She holds a match to the gloop and the whole thing goes up in a whoosh of fire, leaving only ash. She dumps it into her hands and rubs the ashes across Hunter's forehead and eyes.
Get me the glass, will you, Candy?
She says. Traven is standing on his own now, so she leaves him and lifts several bundles of purple silk from a cabinet. Allegra takes one as Candy sets the rest on the exam table. Allegra unwraps the first one and sets it over Hunter's heart. It looks like a heavy white stone. She sets other pieces of glass on Hunter's hands and diaphragm. The stones are really pieces of ancient glass vessels saturated in divine light. Shards of the first stars. Kinski once used 6 of them to save Allegra. Now Allegra is the doctor, using them to save a kid she's never seen before and has no reason to care about. But she does it like she'd die too if the kid doesn't make it. It's a funny world. Hunter shudders and opens his mouth. Vapor drifts from his mouth again. But it's the same gray now as the ash. Allegra nods.
Whatever was in him is gone.
You sure? She looks at me.
I know what possession looks like. This one took more stones than usual. What was in him?
I don't want to tell her. I'm feeling stupid, and the last thing I want to do is have to hang around and explain anything. Candy and Vidocq can tell you.
Well, whatever it was, it's gone now.
Good. She nods at Traven.
What happened to him?
That's Father Traven, the exorcist. No hoodoo injuries. The demon just grabbed his throat and squeezed like it was trying to make orange juice. Allegra looks past me at the father.
Set him down in the lobby and let me get my instruments. I don't want to move the boy for a while.
Traven makes it to the lobby under his own steam, though Candy and I walk behind to catch him if he falls. He drops onto one of the plastic chairs. He leans forward, resting his face in his hands.
I think I left my bag at that place, he says.
Don't worry, Father. We'll retrieve it for you, says Vidocq. I hand him Allegra's car keys. Sorry. I'd like to go back and get it, but I have things I need to do. I understand, he says. He looks at me like I'm ice, and someone is about to toss boiling water on me. Will I explode or just melt? He says, We all heard what the demon said back at the villa. Don't do anything insane based on the word of a creature like that, Jimmy. They're masters of lies. I shake my head. That wasn't the demon talking. That really was Mason, and he has Alice. I'm not going to do anything crazy. I'm going to do what I should have done all along.
What?
He says, but I ignore the question. Call Hunter's parents, I say. Tell them he's all right and give them the address. I need to go. I catch Candy's eye and she follows me out into the parking lot.
Where are you going?
She asks. There's a little catch in her voice. I get close and say, I know this is the most fucked up situation I could have dragged you into, but I need to talk to someone. Please trust me. I'll meet you back at the hotel as soon as I can. She looks up at me.
You're coming back, right?
Of course.
Promise.
I promise. She kisses me. I kiss her back. Though in the back of my mind I'm already going to do what I have to do. She takes a step back.
You're going back, aren't you? Back to hell.
I don't have any choice. They snatched Alice out of heaven because of me. I can't leave her down there. Candy nods.
I know. You have to do the right thing. Ride into the sunset and do your good, the bad, and the ugly thing. I think that's why I like you. You do the most fucked up things for the best reasons.
I'll see you back at the hotel. Scout's honor.
Where are you going?
I need to talk to Mustang Sally. By the time I make the corner, my hands are shaking. Even the angel is pissed, and that's not easy to do. I want someone to try to pick my pocket or pull a knife. I want an excuse. All I need is an excuse. No one comes near me. I'm somewhere south of sanity right now, and people can tell. Fuck it. I let the angel's senses reach out and read the street until they zero in on exactly the right car. It stopped at a red light in front of me. Second from the front. A couple of gangbangers inside. They're either on their way to a drive-by or coming back from one. They're too high for the angel to be sure. That's good enough for me. I step into the stopped traffic and go around to the gangbanger's car. A red mid-50s Bonneville lowrider. I put the 460 to the side of the driver's temple. Do you want to keep the car or your head? There are two tough guys in the back, real bruiser types, as big as linebackers. One of them wants to go for his gun. He stinks of coiled tension. I cock the 460 pressed against the driver's head and pull him out through the window. Toss him one-handed onto the hood of the car next to us. He leaves a nice dent as he hits and slides off. By the time I swing the gun back to the two toughs, they're scrambling out the passenger side. I get in and rev the engine. I don't care that it's broad daylight, that 100 people are watching, and that the traffic cams on the stoplights are recording everything. I want witnesses. I want them to see, so that when I drag them from their cars, put a bullet in the gas tank and let the explosion torch the street, they'll understand. This is the world. This is how it is. I'll tell them. Jesus might have died for your sins, but a girl is burning for them. I'd trade every one of your fucking lives for 1 minute of hers. Don't you dare pray for her. Twiddle your rosaries and pray for yourselves, because if she goes down, I'm the colonel, the friar's hot, and you're my barnyard chickadees. But I don't say it. I take the car and go. There's no way I could get the words out right now. I probably would have stood there hissing and twitching, just another homeless schizo. Then I'd set the intersection on fire with some hellion hoodoo, and none of them would understand why. The light turns green and I cut off the car next to me and pull a squealing and massively illegal left off Sunset, steering the Bonneville onto side streets and away from the cops. The dinky little neighborhood streets with their speed bumps and stop signs are molasses at the South Pole slow, but eventually I get to Fairfax, where I stop for gas. When the tank is full, I go inside the station to the little grocery. There's nowhere else you can get food like this. The donuts taste like diesel vapor, and you have to smother the microwave hamburgers with mustard and onions to cover the taste of cancer. I spent a fair amount of time in places like this before I went downtown. They're a solvent-stained oasis for people who drink till the bars close and are too brain-fried to find a Denny's for the grease injection they hope will soak up the poison they've been swallowing all evening. Here everything is poison, and so full of preservatives that it will live forever. This is junk food Valhalla. I grab a plastic basket and prowl the aisles, filling it with the right mix of the sweetest, greasiest, most guaranteed heart attack stuff I can find. I should have dealt with this long ago. How to get back downtown now that Mason has pretty much made it impossible for me to get in. I hadn't counted on the little prick making friends so quick. He fast-talked his hellion guards, their bosses and their bosses' bosses, clawing and hoodooing his way up the infernal food chain until he got to some of Lucifer's generals. With that kind of pull, it was easy for him to set up traps and guards at all my favorite entrances and exits in and out of hell. And it's not like I can just pick a new entrance at random. Hell is a complicated place. I might come out in a swamp or the house of burning ice. And it's not like you can trust most of the maps of hell. Lucifer was paranoid enough to put in fake landmarks and move mountains and towns around. So it's damned close to impossible to navigate outside the cities unless you already know where you're going. Or you have a guide. But I'm a little too famous down there to hop on a Gray Line tour bus and hope no one recognizes me. I know every crawl space and back street in Pandemonium. But if Mason has Alice locked up in another city, I'll need help getting there. Hellions can be very cooperative if you pull out enough of their teeth, so I know I can get a guide. What I really fucking need is a fucking way in. There's only one person in L.A. who might know, and who I trust enough to ask. I take my basket of donuts, candy, chips, refrigerated burgers, and barbecue sandwiches up to the clerk. He's red-eyed and bored, trying to hide the hustler he's been thumbing through the whole time I've been in the store. I let him take the stuff from my basket. My hands could get diabetes and a stroke just from touching the wrappers. I say, "Throw in a carton of Luckies." The kid sighs. I've ruined his day by asking him to turn around and pick up something. "We don't sell cartons, just packs." "Then sell me 10 packs and leave them in the box." He thinks this over for a minute. I can hear the gears turning. The factory that runs his brain is spewing copious amounts of ganja fumes. Finally, he thinks of something that won't make him sound too stupid. "You have any ID? Do you really think I'm underage?" He shrugs. "No ID, no smokes." I take 2 20s from my pocket and slide them across the counter to him. "There's my ID." He has to think again. The workers are fleeing the factory. The boiler might blow. The kid holds up the bills to see if they're counterfeit. "Yeah, okay. Don't tell anyone." Who am I gonna tell? He considers this for a moment, like it's a trick question. But it soon fades from his resin-clogged brain along with the state capitals and how to do math. He drops a carton of Luckies onto the pile of death snacks and rings them up, setting the well-thumbed hustler on the counter as he counts out my change. Then realizes what he's done. He freezes. He looks like he might stay like that for the rest of the day. I pick up my bag and say, "Keep the change. I respect a man who reads." I go back to the Bonneville and set the bag on the passenger seat. Time to talk to the one person who might be able to help me get downtown. Mustang Sally, the freeway sylph. Every city has a Mustang Sally. Every town and jungle village with a dirt path. She's a spirit of the road, an old and powerful one. If you add up all the freeways, the county and city roads in and around L.A., it means Sally controls 20,000 miles of intense territory, and that doesn't even count the ghost roads and ley lines. I steer the Bonneville onto the shoulder of the 405, the freeway that runs along Sepulveda Boulevard, the longest street in L.A. I break open the carton of Lucky's, take out a pack, and slice it open with the black blade. I slide across the front seat and get out on the passenger side. This would be a lousy time to die. Traffic blasts past at 60 per hour, and no one even glances in my direction as I walk behind the car and scratch Mustang Sally's sigil into the freeway concrete. When I'm done, I stand up in the center of the mark, take out a Lucky and light up. Passing cars pull the smoke in their direction, like it wants to follow them down the road. I smoke and wait. Mustang Sally has been cruising L.A.'s roads 24/7 since they were nothing more than mud paths, horse tracks, and wagon ruts. As far as I know, she never sleeps and never stops except when someone leaves an offering. For the last 100 years, she's been through every kind of car you can name. Of course, she never has to stop for gas. Sally eats, but only road food. Things you can find in gas station markets and vending machines. She doesn't need to eat. She just likes it. It's like me and stealing cars. Sometimes you just want to feel ordinary, like a person. She eats, I drive. 20 minutes later, a silver and black Shelby Cobra pulls onto the shoulder a few yards behind me. I stomp out of her emblem and hold the Lucky out to her. Sally is taller than I remember. Taller than someone who spent all day and night comfortably in a compact sports car. Her hair is dark, maybe jet black with blue highlights. She's dressed in a white evening gown and the highest spike heels this side of the Himalayas. I don't know how she drives in those things. She walks over to me slowly, sizing me up. She's running the show, and making me wait is part of it. She has on a pair of soft white calfskin driving gloves. From one hand dangles a small clasp purse, rimmed in gold. She's every bit a goddess, except for one thing. She's wearing what looks like a pair of round glasses with smoked lenses, the kind the blind wore 100 years ago. They break up the goddess look, like the Mona Lisa with a lip ring. When we're just a couple of feet apart, she stops, peels off the driving gloves, and drops them into the clasp bag. She takes the cigarette from my hand and inhales deeply, letting the smoke drift slowly from her nostrils. Unfiltered. You sweet boy. I wonder what's behind those dark glasses. I swear, even in daylight I can see a faint glow from underneath the lenses. She could be sporting twin suns or headlights back there. You would not want to aim your road rage at this woman. Mustang Sally cocks her head and stares at me for a few seconds. I know you. The charming Frenchman introduced us. She has a low, purring smoker's voice, the kind you can almost feel in your chest when she speaks. You've got a good memory. That was my friend, Vidocq. He was looking for Mickey the Hammer's grave, and figured that since you'd been everywhere and see everything, you might have noticed where he was buried. Yes, he's an alchemist, and Mickey was, what? A tracker? He left me a few offerings, too. Mickey was a scoria hound. He could trace anyone or anything through its trail in the ether. I guess he found the wrong person because he ended up dead. People said he was buried with a scroll explaining how to do it. You told Vidocq where to find his grave.
And did he find what he was looking for?
The body was where you said it would be, but someone got there before us and picked it clean. It cost Vidocq a lot of donuts to find that body. She shrugs and gazes out at the traffic.
That's the way of the road. It's gas, gab, or food. Nobody rides for free.
I go back to the bike and bring her the bag of snacks. Sally smiles when she sees it. I hold it out to her. She doesn't take it, just pulls the edge of the bag with a fingernail and looks inside.
My, you must be looking for a diamond as big as the Ritz.
She smiles a tiger's smile.
Put it in the car and ask your question.
I go to where she's parked. The Cobra's seats are perfect. They look brand new, but she must have logged thousands of miles in the thing. The only thing that gives away she lives and eats there is the trail of litter that stretches out behind the car for as long as I can see. Cookie boxes, cellophane from around snack cakes, crushed cigarette packs. Sally marks her territory, and no one stops her. Not CHP, not cops. No one. I get back just as she grinds out the cigarette with the toe of one delicate shoe. I need a back door into hell, I say. A way in that no one will notice. She curls her lips into a half smile.
Sneaking into hell. That's old magic. Beginning of the world stuff. Back when the different planes of existence weren't so far apart that the residents of one don't even believe in the existence of the other.
Is that a problem?
It depends on how you want to go in. There are places where this 12-lane Mobius strip is the hell parents tell kids they'll end up in if they don't behave. There are other places where this is heaven.
She smiles.
You don't want to go in that way. It's too unpredictable.
Are there other ways in?
Don't be in such a rush. Give a lady a moment to think.
She takes another Lucky from the pack. I light it with Mason's lighter. As she breathes in the smoke, I swear the glow behind her sunglasses brightens. Nice car, I say.
Thanks. It's pretty. But it might be time to trade it in. It's getting too noticeable. These days, if you own something long enough, it becomes vintage, and everybody wants one. In my day, when something was old, it was just old.
I bet it handles these roads well. She shrugs, unimpressed.
Each road has its own way of going. You should have seen those few scratches in the dirt in the Fertile Crescent, the first roads that called me into being. Back then, a decent pair of sandals was high tech.
She holds out the Luckies. I hesitate.
It's all right, she says. Half the job of being a spirit is knowing when to share.
I take the cigarette. She pulls a gold lighter from her bag and sparks the Lucky for me. When she drops the lighter back in the bag, she says,
Do you know what it is you're asking? Do you have any concept of what hell is?
I spent 11 years downtown, so yeah, I have a pretty good idea. That gets her attention. She gives me a slow once-over with her eyes, or whatever it is behind those glasses. I say, I was alive, the only living thing that's ever been down there, and sure as hell the only living thing that's ever crawled out.
Oh, that's you, the monster who kills monsters.
Her body relaxes like we're chatting each other up in a bar.
What a relief. For a minute there, I was afraid you were a ghost. I don't like doing business with the dead. They leave pitiful offerings.
I guess being all disembodied would make you a little skittish.
That's not the half of it. Ghosts are whiners. When they don't like the answer I give them, some even try haunting me. Me. Can you imagine how annoying it is to have a ghost moaning away in your car? I banish them to road structures, overpasses, or clover leaves. Let them watch the living go by for 100 years or so and see if that improves their manners. I wonder if the bums that live in the underpasses know they're pissing on the dead. Mustang Sally looks at me hard. Why do you want to go back? Escaping once was quite a feat. Are you trying to become famous by doing it twice? I'm going to find a friend who shouldn't be there, and then I'm going to kill someone. If I have time, maybe I'll stop a war or two. That makes her laugh, a full-throated husky howl. You're not frivolous, but you might be crazy. My friends wouldn't argue that point, so I won't either. This friend you're going to rescue, is she your lover? Yeah. Sally looks out at the road. Heat reflects off it, making the cars in the distance soft and dreamlike. Do you know what most people ask me when I stop for them? She waits. I'm supposed to ask the question. What? You'd think it would be about where to find the boy who got away or the girl they left behind, but no. They want to know where they should go to be happy. How can I possibly answer that? The road isn't here to make you happy. It's here so you can find your own way. Because they bring me cigarettes, they expect me to cure their misery. What do you say? I tell them to go to a gas station and buy the biggest map they can find. It doesn't matter if it's the city, the state, or the world. I tell them to open it, close your eyes, and drop your finger somewhere on the map. That's where you'll find what you're looking for. Running off into the unknown can sure clear your head. It sounds like pretty good advice. Thank you. I smoke the cigarette as a highway patrol car slows down and gives us the once-over. Sally throws the driver a tiny backhanded wave. The patrol cop's eyes go blank. He turns his attention back to the road and drives on. Any thoughts on my problem? I ask. Yes. What you want isn't all that hard to do, but it isn't easy, if you get my meaning. What you need is a black dahlia. And that means what? You're going to have to die. And not a going gentle into that good night death. It's going to be messy. Story of my life. I was hoping for something a little more in the hocus-pocus area. Getting downtown dead and being stuck there kind of defeats the purpose of my coming to you. She flicks the lucky butt out onto the road. It flies in a perfect arc like a falling star, marking her territory so more cops won't bother us. Silly boy. I said you had to die. I didn't say you'd be dead. Dying is just the offering you make to gain passage. Once you're on the other side, the debt is paid, and you'll be you again. How violent are we talking about? I mean, is the word entrails involved? Your death doesn't have to be quite as baroque as poor Elizabeth Short's Black Dahlia. A car accident should do it. At a crossroads, of course. Is there anything I need to do? You'll need to carry an item worn by or touched by someone who suffered a violent death. Anything will do. A photo, a glass ring. If the friend you want to find died violently, that's perfect. Get something of hers. Keep it close so it's touching your skin as you pass through. Love and death. There's no more powerful combination. That's good news. But which of Alice's things should I bring with me? Maybe something she'd miss. Or is it too mean to remind her of her life here? On the other hand, it feels a little lame to bring the TV remote or her toothbrush.
How do I find the right crossroads?
Elizabeth Short was murdered near Lamert Park. There was a nice crossroads there, but it's all suburbs now. Why don't you try the I-10 underpass at Crenshaw? That's a decent little crossroads. All you need to do is hit the accelerator and run the car into one of the concrete freeway supports. I'll be close by to give you a little push to the other side.
Thanks. I appreciate it. She nods and strolls to her car. I follow her over. She digs through the bag of snacks and comes up with a packet of jelly beans. She rips it open, offers me one, and when I shake my head, she spears one with a fingernail, takes it off with her teeth and chews. She reaches into the packet, pushing the jelly beans around looking for a specific one. She says,
I'm only doing this because while you might be crazy, you're not stupid. You don't think you're Orpheus and can bring your friend back to the world of the living. That means you're willing to die and cross over to the worst place in creation for someone you love but can never truly have. That's the kind of thing that can give even an old thing like me goosebumps.
To tell you the truth, I'd rather be back running Max Overdrive.
No, you wouldn't. You're like me. One of the night people. I'm the road. I give life and I take it. People like us don't get to close our eyes to the world and live cozy, mortal lives.
Two men's faces slide into my memory. My real father, Kissi, a has-been archangel, and the father who raised me. One of the faces fades away. It's the other, not quite human one that stays. You make it sound so doomed and romantic. We should all be drinking absinthe as we die of consumption. She shrugs her pretty shoulders.
It's what you allow it to be. You can find beauty and joy in the dark places just as easily as civilians find comfort in the glow of their TVs. But you have to allow yourself to do it. Otherwise
what?
Otherwise, 10 years from now, you'll be stopping me and asking a foolish question, and I'll end up sending you to a gas station to buy a map.
Ow. When you put it that way, hell sounds just about right. Sally touches my cheek. Her hand is warm, like the furnace burning behind her shades.
Be a rock, James. Otherwise, you'll lose everything.
How did you know my name was James? She swallows another jelly bean.
It's just a trick I can do.
I shake my head. You sound like the Veritas sometimes.
One of those little Hellion luck coins that insults you when you ask a question? I hope I'm not that mean.
No. But what the hell does be a rock mean? It sounds like the kind of hoodoo warning that never actually means what it says. Mustang Sally puts the jelly beans back in the bag.
I always say what I mean.
She takes the white driving gloves out of her purse and puts them on.
Just like I always signal when I change lanes. I can't help it if you don't see me coming and end up in a ditch.
Like a Howard Hawks freeway femme fatale, Mustang Sally slings the little purse over one shoulder and gets back in her car, revs the engine and peels out. She blows me a kiss as she speeds by. I drive across town and beach the Bonneville in a no-parking zone in front of the Bradbury Building, that old Art Deco ziggurat, and one of the few truly beautiful constructions in L.A. A group of school kids is on a field trip, and I let them pass by before stepping into a shadow. I'm pretty sure a couple of kids saw me. Good. Kids need their minds blown every now and then. It'll keep them from thinking that managing a McDonald's is the most they can hope for. I don't come straight out into Mr. Moonin's cavern. I lean against the wall in the room of 13 doors. This is the still, quiet center of the universe. Even God can't text me here. And here, I'm alone and bulletproof. I've had one ace up my sleeve since this whole circus with Mason, Aelita, and Marshall Wells began. The kill switch, the Mithras, the first fire in the universe, and the last. The flame that will burn this universe down to make way for the next. I told Aelita about it, but she never believed me. She couldn't. I'm an abomination, and I could never get anything over on a pure-blood angel like her. So what good does that make the Mithras? A threat only works if people believe in it, which leaves me alone in this eternal echo chamber, not sure what to do. I can get behind Mustang Sally's beauty and darkness idea. That's half the reason Candy and I have been circling each other all these months. We're each other's chance to find some black peace in the deep dark. Burning the universe was a lot more fun to think about when Alice was somewhere safe. Some puny, hopeful part of me imagined that heaven would still stand, even if the rest of the universe turned to ash. But Alice is downtown now, and I know she was right, and I have to let go of her, but I can't let her die down in Mason's crazy house hellhole. And that's what will happen if I throw the kill switch. I grab a heavy glass decanter from the floor and step out into Moonin's underground storeroom. I yell, "Mr. Moonin! It's Stark!" He sticks his head out from around a row of shelves overflowing with Tibetan skull bowls and ritual trumpets made of human femurs decorated with silver. He wipes his brow on a black silk handkerchief as he walks over.
Just doing a bit of inventory. Sometimes I think I should hire a boy like you to put this all on a computer. But then I think that by the time he's finished, computers will be obsolete. And we'll have to do it all over again with brains in jars or genius goldfish or whatever other wonders scientists come up with next.
He sighs.
I suppose in a place like this the old ways work best. Besides, I know that while it looks like a jumble to other people, I know where each and every item is. I only do inventory as an excuse to revisit doodads and baubles I haven't handled in a century or two.
He sees the glass container in my hand.
Oh my, you've brought it back. Let's sit down and have a drink.
Moonin's desk is a work table covered in the kind of junk that would give the staff at the Smithsonian nuclear hard-ons. An early draft of the Magna Carta that included the emancipation of ghosts, little floating and whizzing matchbox-sized gewgaws from Roswell, Cleopatra's lucky panties. For all I know, he has Adam and Eve's fig leaves pressed in their high school yearbook. I set the decanter on the table between us. If you look hard enough into the glass, you can see a flickering match head of fire. It doesn't look like much, but neither do the few micrograms of plutonium it takes to kill you as dead as 8-track tapes, and with a lot more open sores.
You've changed your mind, have you? You're not going to set us all ablaze like the Roman candles on the 4th of July?
When you put it like that, it sounds fun. Giving this back might be a mistake. But I don't think it's mine anymore. I pick it up and look inside. I've had the Mithras all this time, but I've hardly ever looked at it. It's beautiful. I don't want this sitting in the room in case Mason manages to make a key and can get in there.
No. If there was anyone even more unsuitable than you to hold the Mithras, it would be him. No offense, of course. I would never have traded it to you if I thought that you were capable of using it.
But I am. I was. I almost pulled that plug 100 times.
But you didn't. And that's why I let you have it.
I push the Mithras across the table in his direction. Moonin picks it up carefully. like a preacher who just found a Gutenberg Bible at a garage sale, and puts it on a nearby shelf where he can keep an eye on it. He says,
"If you see any of my brothers when you get to hell, please give them my regards."
"Your brothers are in hell?"
"One or two, I expect. I'm the only sedentary one. The others are restless sorts. They're bound to pop up anywhere. Some of them pass through hell on occasion and send me trinkets for my collection."
He points to a shelf with Hellion weapons, a cup I recognize from Azazel's palace, and a chunk of the same kind of black bone that my knife was carved from. "How will I know if I meet one of your brothers?" He laughs.
"You'll know. We're twins, except that there are 5 of us, so I suppose we're 2.5 twins.
I'm going to be moving pretty fast, so hello is about all I'll have time to say."
You won't even have to say that if you're busy. "Here,"
Moonin says. He pulls a metal strongbox from under the table and takes a set of keys from his pocket. I've never seen so many keys in one place at one time. He flips through them, makes a face, and tosses them on the table. He gets out an identical set from his other pocket. A lot of the keys on this ring are bigger and older. He finds one that's so thick with rust, it's more like a twig that's been laying in the water and is covered with barnacles. He jams the thing into the strongbox lock and turns. It scrapes, groans, and whines, but after a minute of really laying into the thing, the box pops open. He reaches inside and pulls out a 12-sided crystal and hands it to me. I hold it up to the light and look inside. 2 pinheads, one white and one black, circle around each other in the center. "What is it?"
"A singularity. An infinitely hot, infinitely dense dot. Well, the 2 halves of it. Apart, they'll circle eternally. But when they come together..."
He raises his hands and makes the sound of an explosion with his cheeks.
"In common parlance, it's the Big Bang. You gave me the end of the universe, so I'm giving you the beginning. I spirited it away with me when I left the family."
I heft the thing in my hand. It's light, maybe 1/2 pound. It seems kind of light for a universe. "This was your hedge, wasn't it? In case you were wrong about me, and I did set off the Mithras. If I killed off this universe, you could start it up again." He closes the strongbox and puts it back under the table.
"I have a great deal of faith in you, but I've learned that it's always smart to have a backup plan."
"If you set off the singularity, would it restart this universe or start another?"
"There's no way of telling until it happens. And in the end, does it really matter?"
"Not to me. Though I might miss cigarettes." He points at the crystal in my hand.
"If you run into one of my brothers down there, give it to him. Do me this favor, and I'll owe you a favor down the line."
He gets out a bottle of wine. Moonin always likes to seal a deal with a drink. It's one of the reasons he's good to do business with.
"In the meantime, keep the crystal safe. There's only one. Now, is there anything I can give you to help you on your journey?"
He pours us wine in 2 highball glasses with dancing girls etched into the sides. I feel like I'm in the Rat Pack. "What have you got? I don't know what I'm going to be walking into down there." Moonin rummages through a box of random junk on the corner of the table and pulls out something the size of an acorn. He sets it on the table and drinks his wine. The thing is small and speckled. I say, "It looks like an egg." Moonin nods.
"It is. The creature it comes from doesn't live in this dimensional plane, but don't worry. It's no more exotic than an Archaeopteryx, so the egg is completely edible."
"Does that mean if I keep it warm, I'll get a flying lizard?" Moonen's eyes brighten.
Wouldn't that be lovely? No. The egg has medicinal properties. If you're hurt, it will help you heal and dull the pain. It has a very tough shell, so don't feel you have to be delicate with it. Just toss it in a pocket. If you need it, put it between your teeth and bite down hard. I've heard they taste rather sweet, like white chocolate.
You've never tried one?
I've never been hurt.
If I had more time, I'd definitely want to hear more about that, but I don't. By the way, there's a tasty 55 or 56 Bonneville parked outside on Broadway. I don't need it anymore, and the people I took it from don't deserve it. It would look good in your collection.
You're too good to me,
he says, and comes around the table.
I'll be sure to collect it before it's towed away.
I drop the egg in my coat pocket and get up. I have some packing to do, so I should get going. Moonen takes my hand and shakes it warmly.
You keep my crystals safe, and I'll keep the Mithras for you. I hope to see you back here very soon.
He waves at me as I step into a shadow by the stairs. And come out in the shadowed and semi-discreet entrance of the Museum of Death across from the hotel. It's technically getting toward evening, but only technically. The sun won't go down for another 3 hours, and I'm very tired. When I step out into the sun, the desert heat slaps me hard. It's funny. I've lived here most of my life, so I hardly ever notice the heat. Maybe I'm feeling it now because I'm coming out of Moonen's cool cavern. Maybe I'm noticing it the way someone with terminal cancer notices every leaf, every snatch of a song, every breeze from a passing car, and the color of smog over the hills as they wheel him to the hospice. When I get back to the room, Candy has pushed and kicked most of the broken furniture to one side, leaving a minimalist scattering of chairs and lamps filling the cleared space. You got it real homey in here. Like a twister came through, not a full-on hurricane. She uses the toe of her sneaker to push a couple of legs from a broken table under the pile of debris.
I wanted to make a good impression on the hotel so they could admire all the stuff we didn't break.
She looks at the junk and nods at me. There's no reason you have to leave. You heard what Mason said. However this thing turns out, it can't last more than 3 days. She looks at me over her shoulder, kicking splinters and broken glass into the pile.
You want me to just hang around here like you've gone out for cigarettes?
I'm coming back, I say. She turns and faces me, arms folded and staring at her feet.
Are you? You're not going to find something more important to do? Save the whales in Narnia or start a Hellion homeless shelter?
If you think I'm going to get back with Alice, you're wrong. I'm going back to save her. Those are 2 different things.
Easy to say standing here when you can't see her and aren't all dewy-eyed. She's the love of your life, and I'm just some girl with fangs you like to fuck.
I hate shit like this. This is when I want to be downtown and stay there. This is what regular people call real life, and I can't stand it. Give me 1,000 Hellion throats to cut. It's better than this. I say, it's not like that and you know it. There's a long pause.
I want to think that.
So do it. This is what it's like being around me. I don't get a lot of downtime. I go over to her. She's still staring at her feet. Her arms are still crossed, but she doesn't move away. I rest my hands on her shoulders. Ever since I got back, people have been getting bloody because of me. Parker almost killed Allegra and Vidoc. A drifter took a bite out of Brigitte. Doc Kinski is dead. Alice was dragged off to hell. Now it's this Hunter kid, and you. She unfolds her arms and lets them drop to her sides. I say, I can't fix what's already happened, but I can goddamn well kill it at the source, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm not doing this for Alice, or you, or Doc, or anyone else. I'm doing this for me because I'm tired of waiting to see what kind of heinous shit Mason dreams up next and who it's going to take down. I move a hand up behind her head, feeling her shaggy Joan Jett hair. Don't stick around if you don't want to. Hell, I never even bought you the breakfast I promised. It'd be great if you're here when I get back, but I won't blame you if you're not. I don't know if I'd stick around this half-assed horse opera, so if I don't see you again, thanks for playing monster with me for a while. It felt good. I turn and head for the door, but stop before I get it open. I don't turn around. You got a taste of blood when you bit that dealer back at Dead Set. Promise me you'll go to Allegra and get some of the potion that helps you control the craving.
I promise.
I go out onto the balcony, closing the door behind me. In the parking lot, foreign exchange students are playing basketball and eating burritos from a taqueria truck parked on the street. A couple have their laptops out and are video chatting with their families back home. I head to my room with Kasabian. Someone taps me on the shoulder.
Hey!
Candy comes around in front of me. She says,
When you're born in a burning house, you think the whole world is on fire. But it's not.
What is that?
It's something Doc told me. I didn't get it at first, but later on it made sense. I thought maybe it could help you.
Thanks. I nod at the door. You coming in? She smiles a little and nods. We go in. Vidocq, Allegra, and Father Traven are inside talking. Vidocq and Allegra are sitting on the bed, and Traven is on a chair across from them. Kasabian is by his computer, listening to them and smoking. Candy goes over and sits by Allegra. There's a small single bed in the corner. It never gets used, so junk just gets piled there. Magazines, DVDs, dirty clothes, a few bottles of Jack Daniels. I sweep it onto the floor and think about sitting down, but it doesn't quite happen. Is this my going away party or a wake? 'Cause if it's supposed to be a party, you're doing it wrong.
We knew that you, being you would just creep off into the night like a thief, says Vidocq. So we decided to force our company upon you for a little while before you left.
I look at Vidocq. Yeah, you're right. I would have, so you don't have to watch me twitch until sundown.
What happens at sundown?
Asks Allegra. I make like Robert Johnson and go down to the crossroads. Candy says,
Is that what Mustang Sally said?
Yes. I can find a back door to hell there.
Who's Mustang Sally?
Allegra asks. The patron saint of road rage. Vidocq puts a hand on her arm.
A significant local spirit. I'll tell you about her later.
I'm standing in the middle of the room like an idiot. They're all gawking at me like I'm made of peanut brittle and might fall apart any second. I want to toss everyone out. I need to get my brain wired tight for hell and the Black Dahlia. I'm trying not to think about that. I've been nearly killed 100 ways, but never in a car, and I never had to actually die to pull off any hoodoo before. What if it all goes wrong? What if I end up just another tangle of ground meat and chrome on the side of the freeway? I'd get a great obituary. A suspect in the murder of his longtime girlfriend, Alice, a man who was declared legally dead 7 years ago, finally turns up really and truly dead in a stolen car wrapped around a freeway support while rushing to have tea with the devil. Mason would love to have me stuck in hell. Just another damned dead asshole. So would all the generals and aristocrats I didn't get a chance to kill, and the friends and families of all the hellions I did kill. If I end up dead down there, it'll be one long, endless Dante gangbang. Get out the chainsaws and pass the mint juleps. It's party time down south.
Why don't you sit down for a while? Says Candy. Allegra chimes in. Even Sandman Slim can't make the sun go down faster. I was going to stamp my feet and hold my breath, but you're probably right. I sit down on the small bed. What happens now? Did anyone bring cake? Or is it a sleepover and we're going to do each other's nails? Don't be like that, says Candy. Your friends are just worried is all. I appreciate that. But if you want to help, we should switch beds. I need to get some stuff from under that one. Candy, Allegra, and Vidocq come over to the small one, and I go around them to the big bed. It's a clumsy little square dance, but we make it. Candy squeezes my arm as she goes by and whispers, "Don't be a little bitch," in my ear. That's the best advice anyone's given me all year. I take off my coat and throw it on the bed. I pull everything out of the coat and my pockets. I toss the cash aside. It won't do me any good downtown. A key to this room and Candy's, toss those. My phone, toss. A pencil-thin piece of lead I sometimes use for drawing magic circles, another toss. I carry a lot of crap. I pull a silver coin and a smooth, pea-sized piece of amber out of my pants pocket. The silver coin is about the size of a quarter and is old, like ancient old. The kind of thing Doc would have carried. And there's the amber. It's not big enough to be worth anything. I've never seen either of them before. Someone must have slipped them into my pocket. I get it. Silver is protection from evil. Amber is for healing. I don't look over at Candy. I just put them back in my pocket. Vidocq says, "Let me be sure I understand this. Your great plan is to do exactly what Mason told you to do?" "Pretty much. I sneak in, grab Alice, stab Mason in the head, and I'm back in time to catch the Beatles on Ed Sullivan." "Mason is a born liar, and he hates you. Why would he possibly tell you the truth?" I push the mattress out of the way and start pulling out weapons from where I hid them in the box springs. Because the truth is worse than a lie. He took Alice away once when he killed her. Now he wants to show how much better he is than me by doing it again. It's playground stuff, but that's all this has ever been. It's funny seeing the guns and other toys all laid out. The old Navy Colt revolver, great-great-granddad Wild Bill Hickok's gun. The Lamont pistol, kind of huge and useless, but I like it. There's a cut-down Clyde Barrow-style whippet gun. There are souvenirs I've taken off lurkers and lowlifes. A farmer's market of pistols, tasers, brass knuckles with Valentine hearts on the business side, Chinese butterfly knives and weirdly shaped lurker daggers shaped for non-human hands. A sharpened goat horn. My favorite is a silver stake made by a wannabe high school vampire slayer. She made it by sharpening a flathead screwdriver and dipping it in a pot of melted dimes. The perfect weapon against shroud eaters. Only the little idiot didn't know that modern dimes are mostly copper covered in nickel. All she did was ruin a perfectly good screwdriver and prove that L.A. schools truly suck. "You have nothing but his word. It isn't possible." Of course it is. Mason has hell, and now he wants heaven. Aelita wants to murder God. Neither of them wants me stumbling around and maybe getting in their way. "Searching for Alice will keep you busy while they carry out their plans." Right. Traven says, "I understand how a mortal man might come up with a mad plan to rule the universe, but how does an angel fall so far from grace?" "You're the preacher, you tell me." He shakes his head. "I suppose if I knew the answer, I'd still be part of the church." "Come on, Father. Angels have been going crazy since the beginning of time. They're another one of God's great fuck-ups. Look at me. I wouldn't even be in this world of shit if an angel hadn't fucked my mother." "They didn't cover any of this at the seminary."
It's comforting to know that God's schools are as rotten as the regular ones. As fun as my weapon collection is, most of it's useless where I'm going. I have my Na'at and the Black Blade. They kept me alive downtown for 11 years. They'll probably do it again. I always feel better with a gun on my belt, but getting shot with any of these would just make a hellion giggle. I look at Kasabian. You want to jump in here sometime with any new info? He looks at the bed and says,
I'm going to have a motherfucker of a garage sale if you don't come back.
Thanks for your support. Is it possible that Mason is armed up enough to attack heaven in the next 3 days?
Troops are still coming in from all over. There are a lot of deserters, but not enough to make a difference.
You said Mason couldn't attack without Semyaza's troops. Did he go over? Kasabian shakes his head.
He's not there, but that doesn't mean some other general hasn't been able to turn his troops. Like I said, there's enough fallen angels in Pandemonium to start 1,000 boy bands.
I get out Moon and Singularity and the funny bird egg, Mason's lighter and the small white stone Lucifer gave me back at Max Overdrive, and set them with the Na'at and the knife. Father Traven says, If all this is true, then you can't go down there alone. I look at him and then at Kasabian. You're having a weird day, aren't you? Traven's eyes flicker to Kasabian and away again. It's hard to say. I think I'm becoming immune to weird. Damn, you're one of us already. Well, welcome to the Grindhouse Rodeo, Father, where it's monster triple features all the time. The popcorn's stale and the drinks are watered down, but we're open all night, and deities have to sit in the balcony with the winos and rubber raincoat types. Traven does his half-smile. Thank you, I suppose. There used to be a secret handshake, but only Kasabian knows it, and he's not talking.
Fuck you, Susan Vance,
he calls from across the room. One more thing, I say. Nobody starts with the you can't go alone stuff. That subject is dead and buried. The angel in my head is telling me to be calm, but it's not trying very hard. It always wants me to slow down and consider all the angles, but it knows that the clock is ticking on Alice. And now that I'm tying up loose ends on Earth, I need to move faster than ever. Momentum is my best strategy. Slowing down and considering the consequences of what I'm doing is doom. Vidocq and Allegra are holding hands on the small bed. I don't need to listen to their hearts or breathing. They're radiating tension like a microwave oven. Kasabian has gone back to his computer, trying to ignore all of this. Traven looks a little lost. Candy's not much better. I know carrying a gun is stupid, but I feel naked without one. For sentimental reasons, I'd like to take Great-Great-Granddad's Navy Colt, but it's too big. I look back at the pile of guns on the bed and find a small frame .357 revolver. I can't even hit the ground with the thing if I'm more than 10 feet away, but it's better than nothing. I get a roll of duct tape from a drawer and pull my pants leg up a few inches. Want to give me a hand? I say to Candy. She comes over, and I hand her the tape. Wrap it around my ankle a few times to hold the gun. Don't be shy. Make it tight. She squats down in front of me and runs the tape around my leg a few times, tests to see if the gun is secure, and tears off the end with her teeth. She slaps me on the ankle. You ready to go, Wild Bill? She leans up, puts her hands on my face, and kisses me. It feels good, and it's a relief. I was half expecting a gone baby gone death kiss, like the kiss you give a corpse before it rolls into a crematorium. But it's a normal kiss. A have a nice trip, see you soon kiss. For once, even the angel in my head is happy. Can you hold on to the stuff in that pile? I ask her. The phone and keys and cash and whatever. Sure. In the closet, there's a box of Alice's things that I took from Vidoc's apartment. I pop the top and start taking things out. What's the appropriate trinket from a murdered girlfriend to wear to a suicide? From the bed, Candy asks,
"What are you looking for?"
I'm supposed to bring something from a murdered person with me. Alice qualifies there, and I figure if I bring the right thing, it might help convince her it's really me. I have a feeling they'll have been messing with her brain by the time I get to her.
"I wasn't murdered, but I'm a girl. Maybe I can help."
Okay. She sits down beside me as I pile Alice's things onto the floor. There's a pair of her favorite shoes, some dime store bracelets and necklaces from when she was a kid, an Altoids tin with fortune cookie fortunes and buds of 11-year-old pot. I set everything on the floor and Candy examines each object. I don't know if she's helping me or trying to figure out who Alice is. I hear Kasabian putting a DVD into the player by his computer. What are you putting on?
The Wizard of Oz, he says. It's about a dumb broad who flies off to somewhere weird and dangerous so she can wander like an asshole down a road she doesn't even know and get attacked by monsters and fucked over by a magic man. It sounds strangely familiar.
I put out more of Alice's things. A brush, a weirdo's t-shirt, photos of a ruined motel by the water, part of Salton City, an abandoned town in the desert. We were going to take a trip there. From behind me, I hear Traven say,
"I wanted to thank you for saving me today and taking me to Allegra's extraordinary clinic."
How's Hunter doing?
Much better. He can go home tomorrow.
Good for him.
Is there anything I can do to help besides tape things?
I get a pen and paper off Kasabian's desk and scrawl lines and shapes. My memory isn't 100% on how the 7 symbols Alice was writing looked, but I draw them as well as I can. I hand Traven the paper. Do you know what these are? He carries the paper over to a lamp and stares at it for a minute.
This is a very rare script. It's a kind of cipher combining pictograms and letters. Each letter has a numeric value, but their meaning changes in relation to their position in relation to the other characters. Where did you see this?
A friend showed it to me. What is it?
It's the secret language the fallen angels used to plan their rebellion in heaven.
Do you know what it says?
May I borrow your pen? I need to do some calculations.
I toss it to him and he starts scribbling on the paper. I'm on my knees next to Candy with Alice's life spread around me on the floor. It's like I've fallen into a Hank Williams song. I push the t-shirt, underwear, jewels, and address books around like I'm looking for the prize in a box of Cracker Jacks. Candy upends a pair of green dress shoes with one broken heel and something falls out. It's a small toy, a plastic rabbit with beard stubble and a cigarette jammed between its lips. Candy holds it up.
"What's this?"
Alice said it was me in a former life. Candy smiles.
"I think we have a winner."
"Eleusis," says Traven.
I look at him. What's Eleusis? He raises his eyebrows.
I thought you'd be the one to know. It's a region of hell.
Never heard of it. He comes over and hands me the sheet of paper. It's just chicken scratches and his calculations. Traven says,
Dante wrote about Eleusis in the Inferno, though he didn't call it by that name. Some translations describe it as the woods given to the virtuous pagans. Dante described it as a green and pleasant place for pre-Christian men and women who weren't sinners, but couldn't get into heaven because they weren't redeemed by Christ's sacrifice.
Wait, heaven is punishing those for being born too early?
It's not punishment. It's like limbo, a workaround invented by the church centuries ago.
If humanity can only be redeemed by Christ's death, what happens to the virtuous prophets of the Old Testament? Eleusis, in Greece, was the site of ancient mystery rites and therefore a vaguely mystical region, as good as any to dispose of the pagans. I hand the paper back to him. Then Eleusis is where Mason has Alice. From what I recall, it's a long way from Pandemonium. Halfway across hell, in fact. Does going across hell get me frequent flyer miles? I take my coat off the bed and load in the na'at, the knife, and the other gear. It's still 2 hours until sundown. We can sit here and stare at each other, or we can have a drink and send for some food. Food, says Vidocq, and the others agree. Kasabian turns around. Suddenly we have his attention.
What kind of food?
Chicken and waffles, says Candy. From Roscoe's? Says Allegra. I don't think they deliver.
Everyone delivers if you pay them enough,
says Kasabian. He types something onto the computer and a phone app opens on the screen.
Watch. I'm the king of over-tipping.
I say, as long as you're wasting my money, get Donut Universe to send over a wheelbarrow full of whatever's fresh. Draven is staring at the paper with the angelic cipher. What's up, Father? Not a waffle fan? He says,
I'm horrified by what you're about to do. But I'm also a little envious. Hell is waiting for me when I die, but I don't know what it is, and that scares me. But you can walk its streets without being afraid. I'd give anything for that.
If anyone ever makes you that offer, don't take it. It's a sucker's bet. And I told you, I'll show you around if you end up downtown. Draven taps the pen against the paper nervously. He doesn't even know he's doing it. He's picturing flames and oceans of boiling blood. If I tell him it's not like that, he won't believe me. No one ever really believes what you tell them about hell.
You and your friends have shown me more of the universe in the last couple of days than the church did in years. I wish I could do more to show my gratitude,
he says. Do you have a car? I ask.
Yes.
Is it insured? Like, well insured?
It was my late mother's car. She was a careful driver and had every kind of insurance there is.
Can I borrow it? Draven takes out his keys and hands them to me.
How long will you need it?
Just tonight. 2 hours goes a lot faster with whiskey and food than it does without either. By the time the sun's gone down, everyone is pretty much acting like a person again, and not a mourner in training. Candy catches me looking out the window.
You probably need to get going soon.
Yeah, I do. We get up from where we've been eating on the floor, and I put on my jacket. I'm very aware of its weight on my body. Nervousness is all about heightened senses. Draven is the closest to me. I shake his hand and he nods. Vidocq grabs me in a massive bear hug. No goodbyes. I'll see you soon. Sooner than that. Allegra comes over and pecks me on the cheek. It's sweet, and she means it, but I don't think she's ever quite forgiven me for working for Lucifer a couple of months ago. Candy loops her arm in mine and walks me to the door.
Do you want me to walk with you to the car?
You should stay here with the others. From here on out, I need to not be Stark. I need to be Sandman Slim, and a very bad person.
You mean more so?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Candy puts the plastic rabbit in my hand, and we kiss. Before I go outside, I look at Kasabian. He's gone back to the beginning of the DVD, and the opening credits for The Wizard of Oz are playing. See you soon, Alfredo Garcia. He doesn't look up.
Shut up, the movie's starting.
I open the door and look at Candy. 3 days. She nods.
3 days.
I close the door and get out the car keys. Traven's keys are for a Geo Metro, a glass-enclosed gum wad of fiberglass that's like a car, the same way movie theater nachos are like food. Holding the keys out in front of me like the world's most pathetic magic wand, I push the lock button. Something a few cars up chirps. The Geo is exactly like the kind of car that a preacher's mother would drive. It's blue and looks like something that should come free with a kid's meal at a burger joint. This isn't how I imagined I'd be leaving this world, but I don't have time to hunt and kill a real car. The only thing worse than driving a car like this is having someone see you driving a car like this. Naturally, that's when I see Medea Bava strolling over from across the street. I already have the door open, so I can't even pretend I was going to steal something else. I get the maledictions out and light one. Going back to hell may be the worst thing I ever do, but at least I'll be able to get decent cigarettes. Why are you bugging me, Medea? I'm leaving town and may not be coming back. Go buy yourself a new crown of thorns. You win. Medea stops in the street so that cars have to drive around her. She just looks at me, her face sweeping through the phases of the moon, turning her from a beautiful young woman to an old crone and back again.
You're as constant as the stars in a few things, Sandman Slim. For example, your stupidity and selfishness.
I also steal cable. What's your point?
What you're planning is reckless beyond belief. War is coming from below and above, and you plan on inserting yourself into the middle of it? And for what? A personal vendetta? You've even involved the Kissi. That alone has made the situation 1,000 times worse.
What I'm doing is a lot more than a vendetta. A minivan full of frat boys goes around her, hooting and flipping her off. Medea flicks her head at them and the van's windows explode inward. You can hear the frat boys screaming as the van rolls to a stop at the corner.
The last time we met, who were you with? Ah, yes, the Czech whore.
Watch your mouth. Her name is Brigitte, and the proper term you're looking for is porn star. You're just jealous of her because you never had a three-way with a cosmonaut.
And now you're debasing yourself with that rabid dog in your room.
Candy and I are only at the shock and awe stage. Debasing is penciled in for next Thursday. Medea glances up the street as the bloody frat boys stumble out of the van. She turns and looks at me.
Now you're sacrificing yourself for dear sweet Alice.
You already know that. And I want to be dead before 1, so I'm leaving. Have a nice time playing pranks on civilians. I get into the car, but suddenly she's next to me with her hand on the door. She says,
"Are you really going to sacrifice yourself to save your great betrayer?"
What the fuck are you talking about?
You and Alice didn't find each other by chance. We sent her to you.
She lets that sink in for a minute. It doesn't. It just sits there staring at me, ugly and cold. Medea says,
"Do you think the Sub Rosa is so blind that it wouldn't notice a child as powerful as you being raised by ordinary parents? You were dangerous when a child, and became more so as you grew. Then you chose to distance yourself from the Sub Rosa, its codes and bylaws."
Codes and bylaws? What are you, the Rotary Club? Fuck off! Medea leans in closer. A faint smile plays around her mouth as it morphs from a young woman's full lips to a crone's as dry and cracked as a desert plain.
"When you left us, we needed to know what you were up to. A simple spell wouldn't do. you would have broken it. So we sent something you would accept wholeheartedly. The girl.
Alice wasn't Sub Rosa. She didn't have any magic. I would have known.
You're right. Poor Alice was an invalid, but her parents had the gift. They're Sub Rosa, which makes her Sub Rosa too. Alice's infirmity is what made her the perfect operative. With no magic of her own, you would never suspect her, and keeping watch over you was the one way she could contribute to her people's welfare.
Alice flashes in my memory. 1,000 snapshots of her face, her hands, her body. There's nothing that reads as magic or lies. I don't believe you.
The truth doesn't require your belief. Alice was never yours. She belonged to us.
Did Mason put you up to this? Aelita? Maybe both of them? What did they promise you, Baba Yaga? Your own Kentucky Fried Chicken leg house? Medea laughs. Up the block, frat boys are pulling glass fragments out of each other's faces. One sits on the curb staring at the phone in his hand. He can't think of who to call.
I'm the Inquisition, and the Inquisition is beyond the sort of desires that make bribery possible.
Medea takes something from an inside pocket of her coat and tosses it into the car with me. Wolf teeth and crow feathers bound in linen with horsehair. An Inquisition death sign. She even went to the trouble to dribble a bloody X on top. She says,
"You've used up your 9 lives. Go back to your room and be with that animal you rut with. Be happy and ruin yourself quietly, the way you should have done years ago. If, however, you continue on the course you're planning, the Inquisition will deal with you permanently. This is your last chance for redemption."
I toss the death sign over my shoulder and take a puff of the malediction. Redemption? I want redemption about as much as I want to be one of the blue-blood Renfair masters of the universe you report to. Lucifer chose me to deal with this. Not the Sub Rosa, or you, or the Golden Vigil, or Mickey Mouse. Me. I'm the one who can stop Mason. You get in my way, and he wins. That will be the end of everything, and it'll be your fault. So why don't you go back to your gumdrop house in the forest and eat some lost children, witch? Medea walks to the curb and swings out her arm like a maitre d'.
I won't stop you. But remember this. When your final judgment arrives, I won't come for you. You'll be the one who comes to me, and of your own free will.
So no hug goodbye? I pull the door closed and turn the ignition. The Geo coughs a few times, but the engine finally catches. Medea knocks on the passenger window, and I push the button to lower it.
We'll see each other much sooner than you think,
she says. Super. You bring balloon animals, and I'll hire clowns. It'll be a party. I steer the Geo around the wrecked van. The frat boy on the curb finally figured out someone to call. Blood runs down his forehead and drips onto his phone, but he looks relieved. There's a siren in the distance. I turn right at the corner and steer the Geo onto the freeway. Thinking about death makes a ride go by fast. Thinking about your own death, even if it's supposed to be temporary, makes it fly by like a cheetah with a jetpack. I've done the grand tour of hell. I've seen pieces of heaven and God's parade of divine fuck-ups. Jackboot angels, deranged Kissi, hellions, ex-archangels, and me, too. I'm about the biggest gag on the geezer's holy blooper reel. You'd think that with all my connections to the celestial sphere, I'd have a better handle on death. But I don't know anything. I didn't die in hell. And since then, I've lived through every kind of attack, abuse, and humiliation hellions, humans, and hell beasts could pile on. After you've been shot, stabbed, slashed, burned, and almost zombified and survived it all, death gets kind of abstract. It's like Valentines and diplomas, something other people have to deal with. But now it's my turn to ride the pale horse, and I have serious reservations about it. Every day I walk down Hollywood Boulevard and see civilians making themselves crazy worrying about the meetings they're late for, or did they put the rent check in the mail, or is their ass starting to sag, and I think, I've seen the creaky clockwork that turns the stars and planets. I've gotten drunk with the devil and body-slammed angels. I've seen the room of 13 doors at the center of the universe. I know the taste of my own blood, as well as you know your favorite wine. I've seen so much more than you'll ever see. I know so much more than you'll ever know. And then it hits me like a runaway semi. I don't know anything that matters. Here I am thinking how much better and smarter I am than all the stuffed shirt meat puppets wandering L.A. And I remember that there's a billion people who haven't done a tenth of the things I've done, but who know the big answer to the big question, what happens when you die? I've seen fragments of it. I stood in the desert of Purgatory with Kasabian after he died, and before Lucifer brought him back. But that doesn't count. That was someone else's death, and Purgatory was just a projection of the afterlife created by my spell. Not the real thing. I've seen death 1,000 times and almost snuffed it myself, but I've never made it through all the way. And that scares me. Are sex and death connected? Hell yes. They're the two things in the world you can't explain. You only know them by experiencing them. Maybe that was my mistake. I should have asked Mustang Sally if I could trade this death trip for having to re-lose my virginity at the crossroads. Easy. Any fun girl would be up for that. Instead of driving to my doom in a mom's powder blue shit wagon, I could be back in Hollywood, stumbling down the street with a grin, a beer, and a frustrated boner, trying to lure drunken dollies into a night of black magic freeway lust. But no, I didn't think of that, and now I'm stuck on a backed-up interstate with what Medea said about Alice banging around in my head, and wondering what this steering wheel is going to taste like when my face smashes into it at 100 miles an hour. It happens on West Adams, as I'm closing in on the Crossroads underpass at I-10 and Crenshaw. The light bar on top of a cop car flashes in my rearview mirror. Maybe he's looking for someone else. His siren bleeps twice.
Pull over!
The cop's voice comes out of the car's bullhorn, sounding like a bigger and angrier version of the robot in Candy's glasses.
Pull over!
The one time I don't steal a car, this is what happens. That's the lesson for tonight. Anytime I try to do something like a regular person, I get fucked for it. Never again. I slow down, but I don't pull over. Every nerve in my body is vibrating, telling me to jam the accelerator and leave these shitbirds in my dust. But I can stomp this accelerator from now until the sun burns out, and there still won't be any dust. This 3-speed rowboat would lose a drag race to a crippled monkey on a big wheel. I pull over and cut the engine. The patrol car stops behind me. The driver aims the car's outside spotlight at my side mirror, blinding me. I unclamp the Angel a little, and its eyes cut right through the glare. 2 cops in the car, both male. One is young and wiry with a close-cropped flat top. He's more excited than he should be at a simple traffic stop. Probably a recent cop school graduate. The driver, the one getting out, is heavier. A bit of a donut gut, but he's got at least 50 pounds of muscle over his partner. The older cop showing a young pup the ropes. Shit. I'm probably one of his life lessons. Any other night, this romper room scene would be playing out somewhere else. I should have pulled over when I saw the lights go on. I roll down the window. The cop comes up on me, sticking close to the car. Smart. If he came in wide, I could reach for a weapon and shoot before he had a chance to get his gun out. Sidling up like he is, I'd have to turn around in my seat to get a shot off, and he'd put 6 slugs in the back of my head before I could say, ouch. The cop has his flashlight out, held in an underhand grip so he can swing it like a club. He shines the light in my face, then lowers it a few inches, leaving me temporarily night blind. Evening, sir. Did you know that your left taillight is out? No, I didn't. Thank you. I'll get it fixed first thing tomorrow. He's unmoved by my diplomacy. May I see your license and registration, please? This isn't my car. Whose is it? A friend's. He's a priest. Is he? May I see your license, then? Here it comes. I don't have a license. The light goes back into my eyes. I turn my head this time so I won't go blind. When I look back, the cop has backed away a little from the car. He's lowered the flashlight, and his other hand is resting lightly on the grip of his gun. Have you been drinking tonight, sir? Nope. Please step out of the vehicle. I told you already. I don't have a license. None. No bank account, no credit cards, no insurance, no library card, no magazine subscriptions. I'm legally dead. So technically, I don't need a goddamn license. His hands close on the pistol grip. His breathing and heart rate are rising, but his mind is calm and focused. I can't read it, but I can get a feel, and he's all concentration. The young cop could do worse than learning from this guy, but I don't have time to compliment either of them on their keen professionalism. Step out of the vehicle, sir. He says it with a lot more gusto this time. I say, listen, man. But that's all I get out. The cop goes flying over the hood of my car and into the weeds on the other side. I get out. Yosef is there with his perfectly coiffed Nazi hair. Why are you wasting time with these people? Kill them and go on, he says. I wasn't going to kill them. I was going to knock their heads and lock them in the trunk of their car. You enjoyed killing Kissi so much before, but when you had nowhere else to go, you asked us for our help. Now we're on the same side, and you won't kill a couple of humans who would happily shoot you. I flick the burning malediction butt at him. He looks more surprised at that than he did when I cut off his head. You and your whole race were all floating around in the universe like dust.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.